Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1477 of the War News stream. And tonight we have massive news across the board. We are seeing that Iran's launched massive attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz today, resulting in huge fires and also destroyed vessels. We've also seen that Iran's allegedly preparing strikes on California with drones. And you heard that right. That's a crazy claim, but that's what they're saying. We're also hearing that Putin is panicking amid a possible Russian coup. And there's a lot of information coming out of Russia right now about that. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments within the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, the United States of America, and also around the rest of the world. Significant news came out today that after the President of the United States of America declared victory against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then not long afterwards in the same address then declared that we would be continuing the war until unconditional surrender by the Islamic Republic of Iran's government, the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted an unprecedented attack against commercial shipping within the area of the Persian Gulf. Over the course of the day, 4 VLCCs, or very large crude carrier tankers, have been hit and are currently sinking at this moment, with all 4 vessels being abandoned by their crews. We've also been able to confirm that another large intermodal container ship has also been hit near to the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz today, and has also seemed that it appears that the crew may have abandoned that vessel as well, as the vessel has sustained somewhat significant damage. While that was going on, we also heard that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has now issued an alert to the local law enforcement and federal law enforcement detachments around the area of the state of California, warning that future attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran via drone forces may be possible on the territory of the state of California, and suggesting that local law enforcement keep a sharp eye out and try and report and stop any activities of Iranian drone attacks that may be conducted on the state of California. We do not know why that warning was issued or how the Islamic Republic of Iran is actually going to try and conduct an attack via drones on the state of California, but nevertheless the threat was issued by federal government agencies, and it does appear that throughout the day we were able to get a significant amount of corroborations to that statement and warning that was issued to the state law enforcement agencies of the state of California. Outside of that, we have also been able to see that the U.S. armed forces have still been conducting significant strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran over the course of the day, and there has been significant explosions within the area of the capital of Tehran, and also explosions throughout other major cities, including Isfahan. The Russian Air Force has taken the Iranian Air Force, has still taken more significant losses over the course of the day, with a significant number of their strategic airlift aircraft being destroyed near to the area of the Mehrabad International Airport, according to CENTCOM footage, which was published earlier today. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the oil crisis within the strait is still largely ongoing, and while the United States government has announced that they'll be releasing a significant amount, around 175 million barrels of crude oil from strategic oil reserves, which will help stymie the situation for now, oil prices are already rising after the impacts of 4 VLCCs within the Persian Gulf today, with the price now rising to about $93 per barrel of oil as we're going live on air right now. We've also seen that additionally, the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued its attacks against U.S. forces near to the area of the city of Erbil within the Kurdistan semi-autonomous region of northern Iraq, and the U.S. air defenses have been hard at work within that area, attempting to defend the U.S. bases and forces around the area of the Erbil International Airport. Israel's also come under significant attacks today by Hezbollah forces within southern Lebanon, as a larger amount of rocket forces of the Hezbollah armed forces conducted larger Qassam rocket attacks today against northern Israel. It appears that the Israelis are now stating that they are anticipating a larger drone and missile attack to be conducted simultaneously by the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollah at a simultaneous period of time, hoping to see that the remainder of the Israeli missile-based interceptors will be overwhelmed and that the Hezbollah and the Iranian or the Islamic Republic of Iran will be able to try and land somewhat more larger and significant impacts onto the state of Israel. We've also been able to hear outside of this news today that within the United States of America, there's been some further developments so far on the conflict, as we were able to hear that apparently the United States will be getting together a 30-person investment group to throw about $250 billion towards the U.S. war industry to be able to try and see it ramped up to a larger capacity. We also were able to hear that the United States may invoke the Defense Production Act due to the rising prices of oil and the expectation that the situation near to the Strait of Hormuz may become long-term, to see that some investment firms are able to go back out into California and reopen some oil fields that have been closed in prior years, to see that the oil production is even further increased from the record high that it's already been at for about the past 4 years. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that within Europe, the Russian Federation largely appears to be dealing with coup concerns, and we've also been able to hear that Vladimir Putin today has officially arrested the deputy minister of the Russian Ministry of Defense, and it appears that the Russian military, or at least its top brass, may be attempting or preparing to conduct some form of a coup. For this reason, the president of the Russian Federation has now started to take anti-coup measures to see that this dissent is put down, or that if it boils up to some sort of an attempted overthrow, it'll be quickly dispelled. However, the situation in the war in Ukraine for the Russian Federation isn't going all too well, and the Russian Federation is taking significant losses along most areas of the front line, and the Russian Federation was so heavily overrun today that 25 Russian soldiers were taken prisoner by the armed forces of Ukraine near to the city of Pokrovsk. Currently, it appears that the Ukrainians still have the Frontline initiative and are pushing the Russian Federation back near to the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast and also inside of the Donetsk Oblast at large. And also, we have to announce that today the Russian Federation has lost one of its most advanced radar systems within the Luhansk Oblast, valued at around $250 million US. It was destroyed by a Ukrainian drone that cost around $7,000 US. We'll be getting into all of that news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And I do have to say, folks, that the news today, much like many prior days, is absolutely massive and quite significant, and we'll be trying to get through it as much as we can with as much detail and analysis as possible. Before we get on into all of this news, though, as it has been for about an entire 12 days at this point, we actually have to stop our normal news coverage right now to get to the breaking news that's coming out live on air. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are getting some breaking news very early on in the stream, like usual at this point. We are seeing that apparently Iran has launched another pretty large wave of missiles at Tel Aviv, Israel. So we're seeing red alerts popping up across the main part of Israel right now. It looks like Tel Aviv, there's some in Jerusalem, and there's also some to the north and south of Tel Aviv as well. So we are seeing that there is an ongoing attack that's about to take place. We have not gotten any footage yet of these interceptions because they haven't arrived just yet, but we will be keeping our eyes on that. For right now, that appears to be the only major story happening right this second. So we'll continue with our normal news, and we'll keep an eye on this. After there's big happenings, we'll break for more news.
And we'll be keeping an eye on this development, as it does appear that Israel is now under another missile attack. It appears that the Iranians largely waited for our news coverage to begin to conduct that attack, so we'll be covering that as it is ongoing, live on air. But in the meantime, we will be returning to our normal news coverage and getting into the major developments of the day. Today, the President of the United States addressed the American public in a rally today, addressing the U.S. population and the U.S. citizenry, and making some of the following claims, largely stating at the start that the United States of America had clearly already won the war. I don't believe that we will be able to show this clip where the statement was made, but he did state outright that generally in some conflicts, it's always a little bit preemptive or premature to state that a country has won a war, or that the United States particularly has won a war, but he could assure the U.S. public that the Islamic Republic of Iran poses a threat to nobody any longer, as their entire Navy, Air Force, and Army have been destroyed, and most of the significant government elements within the Islamic Republic of Iran were no longer functioning or operational. In a sense, the Islamic Republic of Iran had largely been defeated, and the United States was going to be declaring victory. However, he then went on afterwards, after making these statements, to then say that the United States of America will be continuing on the war into the foreseeable future, because they have to make sure that they have truly won, and that there will be an unconditional surrender within the Islamic Republic of Iran. But once again, re-emphasizing at the very end of the speech that the United States has completely won the war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Not 1 hour later, we were able to get reports from the Strait of Hormuz that 2 vessels had been directly hit by Iranian anti-ship fire. We believe that the anti-ship fire was directly correlated to autonomous attack boats, or something similar to the Magura or the Sea Baby drone attack boats that we see in the state of Ukraine, and these vessels were quite heavily hit. We were able to confirm that a Thai vessel was hit around the area of the Strait of Hormuz, and the crew had to abandon the vessel. Here's actually some pictures of the Mari Nari flagged out of Bangkok, Thailand, and we can actually see the clear damage here posed to the stern of the vessel, and also that the superstructure appears to largely be on fire. It appeared that at this moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran was not largely out of action. As a matter of fact, it now appears that it was clearly trying to conduct attacks to stop any passages whatsoever through the Strait of Hormuz, and additionally, around the same time, we also were able to report that the crew was abandoning ship from this vessel, which we were able to see the pictures of right here. This is actually a picture.
Honestly, kind of a photo of the century, it looks like, actually. Is for some reason, this is a very surreal looking photo. Like, the guy's clearly in shock that's sitting in the boat right there, the Thai sailor. And also, it looks like a buttstock of a gun over there on the left, possibly, as well. I guess that's maybe a machine gun on the vessel that the guy's boarded. And then you just have out in the distance the guy's ship burning to the ground, and also some lifeboats. Kind of a surreal looking image, actually.
It is a pretty surreal image, and we can also see that light machine gun here once again. It looks to be a F.N. Herstal Minimi machine gun, a light machine gun that's on board this boat that some of the crew members are on that appear to have already departed the vessel. And we can also see some of the other collapsible inflatable lifeboats, which were also deployed as the crew was abandoning ship right here, as it appears that the superstructure was now even emblazoned in a larger fire as the crew was now drifting away from the vessel after putting out their distress signal. As a matter of fact, in this picture here, you can actually see the more so rigid lifeboat at the rear of the vessel actually being jettisoned off of the back of the container ship, as some of the remaining crew, most likely including the captain, were inside of this lifeboat and were in the process of also jettisoning from the back of the vessel and then escaping the ongoing fire, which was now eating the stern of the vessel. We can also see over there at the bottom right of the picture, right below the lifeboat that's being jettisoned, a couple of crew members climbing down a collapsible ladder into another inflatable lifeboat, as we did understand that the order had been given to abandon ship, as we were able to understand that due to the location of the strike on board the vessel, it appears that the machinery spaces may have taken on water or may have been heavily damaged, along with rudder and steering control for the vessel, meaning that the captain and his crew had lost control and command of the vessel due to mechanical issues, due to the explosion that was caused at the stern, and for that reason they had to abandon the ship. We also were able to see additional information a little bit further on down, that around the exact same time, in what we have been calling a larger waiting pool of ships that are sitting around the area just off the coast of Ras Al Khaimah within the United Arab Emirates, the larger intermodal container ship, the Express Rome, flagged out of Liberia, was actually directly hit as well. The Express Rome is a fairly large container ship, and I want to try and get y'all some pictures here of this vessel just to give y'all an idea of the sheer size and scale of the ship. Here's a picture of it right here. These are some of the larger container ships of the modern intermodal container age that are made to be able to try and prioritize fuel efficiency and also cargo carrying capacity to try and chase higher profit margins. And generally, these ships make up the bulk of most of the intermodal container traffic around the entirety of the world. A lot of the goods that y'all are probably purchasing right now inside the United States via online distributors or even brick and mortar stores, most likely at some point was on a container that was on a ship very similar in class to this one right here. This vessel was also directly hit as well, according to information that we were able to get, and they did announce that that vessel had been directly hit, one by, I believe, the UK MTO, and also by the IRGC's anti-ship forces that are near to the coast of the Strait of Hormuz as well. Further information then came out from the area, also showing us that a Chinese vessel that was following the Thailand-flagged oil tanker that had been hit was actually following out that specific tanker that we just saw the videos of and evidence of it on fire and heavily damaged. And we can actually see that the Highland Journey, which is a vessel flagged out of the People's Republic of China, was following literally right behind the other crude tanker, and right when it was hit, it then immediately took a U-turn and just started heading away.
Honestly, that's a pretty smart thing, though. If you see the ship in front of you get attacked, it's probably a smart idea to probably, hang a U-turn and head back out, probably, I would imagine. But also, by the way, the ship that was actually hit, I heard that it was hit by an Iranian vessel that had explosives on board, and they said it was remotely piloted for the most part. So it sounds like maybe a rinky-dink or makeshift drone attack boat for the most part, kind of like the ones Ukraine uses. Not quite that sophisticated, but something similar to it that went and hit the one right in front of that tanker that did the U-turn.
And it appears that that could be the case. And we are trying to get a little bit more information on exactly what hit the vessel within the Strait of Hormuz, but we're believing that it's something incredibly comparable to a Magura naval drone. And let me go and get y'all a picture of one of these here to show y'all a little bit of what we're believing this is. We've been heavily familiarized with such naval drones as this because of our coverage of the war in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians largely pioneered the concept of autonomous explosive boats that were one-way attack boats that could target and destroy vessels of the Russian Navy and any other significant targets that were near shore targets. We've seen that these sorts of drone boats have been used to target the Kerch Bridge within Crimea, significant numbers of vessels within the Russian Navy, and also some other critical near shore facilities like the oil loading docks near to the area of the port of Taman and also Novorossiysk, and also even the port of Tuapse as well. We believe that boats similar to these that are of an Iranian design and construction were used to conduct the attacks today against the crude carriers that were inside of the Strait of Hormuz, and also further north and in the area around the northern Persian Gulf right off the coast of Kuwait. That actually moves us into the larger amount of damage that we were able to hear of today, which takes us all the way across the Persian Gulf and into the coastline around Kuwait. But Matthew, what do you got?
Okay, so also, by the way, I see some people saying, well, how come the U.S. hasn't taken out these Iranian drone boats that have the explosives on board that hit that tanker or that cargo ship today? The reason why they haven't done it is because it's simply not really possible, because those vessels, those drone boats that are like autonomous, attack vessels that are loaded with explosives, those are generally stored in underground bunkers. The Iranians love to show off the videos showing these massive underground complexes where they keep these drone boats at. Those are mainly where those are stored. So they're not on the surface to be able to strike them. So that's the problem. They really can't strike them. So we don't know where they're being launched from. They could be launched from maybe like a secret port entrance or something like that. We're really not sure. Or they could simply use a pickup truck to pull them out with that trailer right to the edge of the water and then launch them that way. It could be something I guess you could say primitive for the most part. So that's why they haven't gotten them. It's literally that reason.
And it does seem as though it is proving to be rather difficult to try and knock out and destroy these boats. And that's really the general reason why we've seen that the United States hasn't really been able to effectively deal with these. Although we can also say that it appears that there was a complete lack of planning about the situation around the Strait of Hormuz, and any attempt at war planning was completely stopped by some sort of a larger power from above within the U.S. government. And so for some reason, all of these sorts of threats were completely ignored and avoided. And we're now seeing that at the 12th day of the war, passages through the Strait of Hormuz, or largely even safe existence in being within the Persian Gulf, is now a threat for a larger part of the civilian commercial ships or merchant ships that find themselves stuck in the Persian Gulf at this moment. Moving us on up into the northern area of the Persian Gulf, this is where we actually saw the most severe and extreme damage over the course of the day for commercial ships within the area. We've been able to hear that over the day, just off the coast of Kuwait, 3 separate VLCCs, which are very large crude carrier tankers, have been hit and are heavily on fire. We are believing that the fires are burning so heavily at the moment that these ships and their structural integrity will most likely be compromised, and probably all 3 of these vessels will end up sinking to the bottom of the Persian Gulf off the coast of Kuwait here in a little while. So to give you all the total count over the course of the day, because I've seen some people saying there's only been 3 ships hit, there's been 4, there's been 2. To give you all the total, 5 large ships, 5 large merchant ships have been hit over the course of the day, all the way from the Strait of Hormuz to the northern Persian Gulf. Out of those 5, 4 of them were VLCCs, which are very large crude carriers, which are vitally important to the upkeep and running, or at least efficient running, of the global oil supply chains, as most oil that is shipped from national market to national market is usually transported via ship. We also understand that the other ship that is the outlier out of the 5 that have been hit was the larger container ship, the Express Rome, flagged out of Liberia, that was hit today near to the area off the coast of the UAE, right near the Ras Al Khaimah, which is up on the very northern part of the UAE's border with Oman. Moving us on up into the area, though, to show you all the damage that's been seen here, let me show you one of the clips of one of the 3 tankers that had been hit, and this footage is actually off of one of the oil tankers as the crew was beginning to evacuate or abandon ship. We can see the crew getting the lifeboat ready. And as they look off in the distance, we can see right there the nearby oil tanker that is on fire.
Jeez. That's a pretty big hit. Sadly, though, it's dark outside and you really can't see like exactly how the vessel was hit from this footage, at least. But I wish we could see it, because all you can see is obviously an inferno from this. But I mean, that's a pretty serious hit. However they struck it.
Well, actually, we can tell a little bit more from this, as a matter of fact, if we look at it very closely, and let me see if I can show it here without a lot of lens flare. So what we can actually see here is the bow of the vessel, and the superstructure we cannot visibly see because the fire is burning so heavily over the foredeck near to the superstructure that has completely obscured the superstructure from view. This larger schlick that we're seeing out here near to the ship is actually the oil that has been flowing out of the cargo hold of this vessel. We can also tell that this ship was laden with oil when it was hit. Due to it laying fairly low on the waterline, we can't actually see the iron oxide that they paint onto the part of the hull that's below the waterline. So that does show that the ship was laden with oil when it was hit, and that means that this explosion that happened on the side of the vessel immediately ruptured one of the cargo holds that's holding the oil within the hull of the ship, and that began to flow out onto the surface of the sea, and had already ignited. And that fire also started to lap up over the deck and started to catch the upper deck of the ship on fire as well, right in front of the superstructure. So this appears to be a complete rupture of one of the cargo holds of this vessel, and it is currently burning rapidly. This is one of 3 that we've seen a very similar image of over the course of the day. Sadly, a lot of the fires that we have seen on these vessels are so near identical to each other, we cannot actually name each ship specifically, but we can show you all the videos that we were able to amalgamate over the course of the past few hours since these attacks began, to show you all 3 of the vessels and their current condition right now off the coast of Kuwait. We were able to see that this tanker here, once again, was boiling. This appears to be the same ship, but filmed from a slightly different angle. And then moving on from that clip, we also were able to see another one here showing the tankers burning, another tanker we believe that's burning from a distance. That large inferno is a oil tanker off the coast of Kuwait. You see the onlookers watching as the vessel burns, almost like a near nuclear explosion, honestly. I mean, the fire is so bright, it's largely turned the area into dawn. And then we were able to get 2 more clips showing the fires on the ships near, actually 3 more clips, correction folks, showing the fires near to this area. We were able to get this one right here, which looks to have been near to the start of one of the explosions that had happened on one of these vessels. And this appears to have been filmed from what seems to be a liquefied natural gas tanker, as we can tell by the special outlay of its hull on the upper deck here. It seems to be some sort of a superstructure for the protection of the LNG tanks that are on board this ship. But there's the fire off in the distance from one of the tankers that had apparently just been hit at the start of this video.
Jeez. It's hard to fathom a fire that large. It's such a massive fire right there.
It really
Also,
is.
by the way, were these ships trying to run the Strait of Hormuz blockade, or were they simply in a waiting pool? Which was it for these?
These actually were all on a waiting pool off of the coast of Kuwait, way up here, somewhere around the area of the Euphrates River, trying to head towards the Iranian oil loading ports, which you can see right here along with their intermodal ports, or they were trying to head to the ports inside of Kuwait, near the Kuwait city, to be able to load up with the oil and then head on back out to sea. All of these ships also, by the way, folks, that were hit had already been loaded up with oil and appeared to have been waiting somewhere off of the coast of Kuwait to get further orders of what they were supposed to do, considering that the Strait of Hormuz had been closed. So they weren't going anywhere. They were just loaded up with oil and standing by for orders from their companies on what to do when they were all hit.
Yeah, it's quite bad, actually. So it looks like they're trying to hit vessels that are not only trying to actually run the blockade strait or situation, but they're also trying to strike them while they're simply trying to load up as well. Also, these vessels here, I think one of them was American owned, but it was flagged out of a different country. But the other ones, to my understanding, are not American owned. So that's kind of interesting that Iran's also hitting other vessels that are not necessarily American for the most part. And they're just striking pretty much anything they can hit.
And it certainly does appear so. It seems as though, at this point, folks, that the Iranians aren't just attacking ships that are attempting to run the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. They're also hitting ships that may, at some point, try and head towards the Strait of Hormuz, because these ships were literally on the very opposite end of the Persian Gulf, right off the coast of Kuwait. So they're hitting literally anything and everything. And let me show you all the rest of this clip, folks, so that way you can see the scale of the fire that happened near to this vessel after it was directly hit. That right there, by the way, just to clarify this for y'all, that little thing that y'all can see that my mouse cursor is circling is actually the superstructure of the tanker that was hit. So this fire is about 2 or 3 times the height of the entire ship.
Damn.
And it spans the entire length of the vessel. There's the bow right there. You can actually see the bow cut off right there. And you can see the rest of the hull right there as well. And this fire is literally as wide as the ship and 3 times as tall as it that's ongoing at the moment. We then got a couple of more clips to also show you as well. We have 2 more actually here at the moment. This one's actually a duplicate of the last one, so we won't show that one. And we also have another clip here showing a tanker on fire from another angle, and we're believing that this is actually a clip of the 3rd ship that had been attacked by the Iranians. We can also see, once again, this fire is about maybe 7 times the height of the superstructure, but it isn't as wide sweeping as the last fire we saw on the 2nd ship on film. Still, an unbelievable inferno happening at the moment on all 3 of those vessels, and not only that, that is joining the other 2 vessels that were hit near to the area of the Strait of Hormuz over the course of the day. All of these have been hit, from what we know, just within the past few hours, after the President of the United States had been able to declare that the United States had completely achieved victory over the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran would pose a threat to nobody in the world forevermore. With that in mind, a lot of people are currently talking about the situation inside of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, as Iran has just hit and largely, from what we understand, destroyed or heavily damaged 5 large commercial ships within the region, 4 very large crude carriers, and an intermodal container ship. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and comments at the moment as to what the United States might be able to do or might not be able to do with this ongoing situation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so Iran has definitely escalated. That's very clear from today's footage. And now that Iran's begun firing weapons and drone boats, and in some cases missiles from the sounds of it, at several ships near the Strait of Hormuz, there's been massive damage, as we just watched in the videos. And what are your thoughts? Where is this going to go? 46% said the USA will stop this situation. It simply needs time. While 41% said there's really not much the US can do to stop it at this point. It's gotten too far gone. And 8% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So, once again, I am rooting for America to pull a rabbit out of the hat on this one. But if we're being realistic here, which we're here to give you the news the way it's supposed to be, not what we hope to happen, we're giving you the news about what's actually happening. Sadly, this situation is starting to get out of the U.S.'s hands to a large extent. The Iranians are now using the drone boats, these boats laden with tons of explosives, and they're sending them out to go strike these vessels. Those are very hard to defend against, by the way. You can ask the Russians about that. The Russians' entire navy has largely been crippled by Ukrainian drone boats that are very similar to what Iran's fielding right now. So it's very hard to defend against it. And also, like I said, they're being stored underground. So it's hard to strike them and destroy them before they're being used. So that's a major problem as well. Also, Iran has deployed, we've gotten confirmation today, that 12 mines are currently floating around the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody really knows their exact location. So that's another major problem as well. And we're hearing that Iran is still attempting to mine the strait with more mines as of today. So I'm not really sure at this point if the U.S. can really pull a rabbit out of the hat instantly. They might be able to pull something off in time, but I think the situation has gotten to the point where it's hard to salvage if it's possible at all at this point. So unfortunately, I am with the 41%. I hope it changes, but I'm sort of leaning the opposite direction at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 41%. This is going to be a largely unavoidable situation well on into the foreseeable future, and I'll explain a large reason as to why. Currently, we have seen that the United States military, apparently according to a larger strategy laid out by the Office of the President of the United States, has largely completely ignored the situation that developed around the Strait of Hormuz within the opening hours of the conflict. And while we are seeing that the United States is now trying to hit the Iranian mine layers at this moment, for one, they have not been able to destroy the anti-ship launchers and other anti-ship weaponry along the coastline of the Strait of Hormuz, which makes the U.S. Navy's power projection efforts into the area of the Persian Gulf next to impossible in reality at the moment, as they cannot pass through the Strait of Hormuz and reach on into the Persian Gulf to be able to try and conduct any actual maritime activities within this area. Additionally, we also understand the United States Air Force and the United States Naval Air Arm would also have a fairly difficult time dealing with the situation right now, as a larger amount of these boats, we believe, are actually protected within some sort of underground bunker facilities on the near coast area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but they're not easily accessible and easily hit by the scores or the score loads, meaning that it'd be very difficult to try and cause any real or significant damage to the munition stores of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at least in these one-way attack boats, until they were attempted to be brought out on shore and launched. Generally, for the United States to even try and manage the situation within the Persian Gulf and mitigate the losses of VLCCs and intermodal container ships within the area that are being attacked right now, the United States would have to conduct a significant aerial operation around the area of the Strait of Hormuz to clear out most anti-ship missile threats and anti-ship boat threats as well, to be able to see that the area could be cleared out by some sort of minesweepers. Then the LCS class, or the littoral combat ships of the United States Navy, would have to move in and begin the process of demining the strait, which would still take time because they could be under sporadic fire by Iranian anti-ship batteries and also drone batteries as well from the coast. This means the demining efforts would largely go slowly, and they'd also be having to search at that point for needles in a haystack. They wouldn't really know, like we don't know as well, where the 12 mines that have been laid so far in the Strait of Hormuz are at, and that means that we would have to try and find some way to clear a shipping lane through the area that possibly could be about 3 miles wide at the greatest, and then it would have to be constantly patrolled by LCSs to make sure that no mines have ended up breaking loose from their chains outside of the shipping lane and have ended up floating into the area of the Strait of Hormuz's international shipping lane at that point. Then, after all of that is achieved, the United States Navy's vessels, or at least the early Berks, could then finally try and make a passage through the Strait of Hormuz and make it into the Persian Gulf, but even still, they'd be dealing with the larger drone threat by the Islamic Republic of Iran of their one-way attack boats from the coastline, which would still require significant efforts by the United States Air Force and the United States Naval Air Arm to ensure that we're able to defeat and destroy those threats before they're even launched at sea. It has been proven, at least for the Russian Navy at this point, to be fairly difficult to detect and destroy those boats once they're underway. And while we don't think that that would really be that big of an issue for the U.S. Navy, as the U.S. Navy's sensors and surface search radars are far more advanced than the Russians, those could still pose a significant threat, especially if they're deployed in larger numbers. It may be difficult for the United States Navy to completely defeat or destroy the larger number of the one-way attack boats that could be launched to those ships, as modern-day vessels are generally underarmed in terms of anti-boat abilities, at least in dealing with, say, one-way runway attack boats like these, and their armaments are more so aimed at the smaller number but far more deadlier anti-ship missile threats that, or at least air threats, that could be posed to a navy conventionally up until the day of the drone age, which we're currently living in right now. So generally the situation would be fairly difficult to deal with, and it would pretty much take the United States Air Force and the United States Navy's air forces being completely diverted into the Middle East to begin a clearing campaign to see that the area is even safe enough for the United States Navy to begin operations in, and then to try and protect these commercial ships. And I see go ahead.
And also, by the way, something else that was happening today that was kind of a bad sign. Of course, we are seeing that the crude oil futures are starting to skyrocket again. It's currently up to $92.50 a barrel right now. In fact, it's jumping up even more as I speak. So the oil price is going back up. It is surging yet again, and we expect that to keep going up, actually. So for all the folks that were sort of optimistic the other day when they saw it drop, it dropped tremendously, by the way. It went down to like $80 a barrel, which I was shocked by that. But now it's going back up quite badly. So we also saw today that there was a major multi-country oil release deal that was also apparently inked today as well, and that appears to have failed to bring down petroleum prices as well. So that major historic release of oil did not bring it down. So it looks like investors are starting to panic again. It looks like people are not really putting much faith that the strait is going to get reopened, which generally matches up with what we're seeing on the ground as well, for the most part. And once again, not trying to go on a bashing spree here, but we have not heard any U.S. official currently state any coherent plan for how they actually plan to reopen the strait. I'm not trying to bash, that's just simply we haven't heard it. So whatever they're planning to do, they're either keeping it secret and they don't want to tell anybody about it, or we're not seeing it, one or the other. But whatever the case is, it's a little bit concerning to see the oil price going back up.
It is a fairly concerning sort of a situation, and right now it doesn't really appear that the United States has any major plan to see that the Strait of Hormuz is cleared. We did get to hear that there is some attempts, at least within the United States, to try and keep domestic gas prices somewhat low by releasing around 175 million barrels from the Strategic Oil Reserve of the United States of America, which is generally based out of the area of Louisiana within some salt caves, which we store the oil in. Currently, that's going to be released to try and at least keep the domestic price of gas a little bit lower than it would be. But generally, the situation is one that will be largely unavoidable. Strategic oil reserves will only last so long, and eventually those strategic oil reserves will be depleted as we try and manage the general rising costs of the price per barrel of crude in the world currently. Not only that, there is also the fact that generally global supply chains cannot react this rapidly to a near semi-permanent or permanent situation like this developing within the Middle East, as that would generally need or require a significant amount of oil prospecting around the rest of the world, or oil field development, which would take generally months if not years to see happen. By then, global oil reserves would have largely dwindled or completely disappeared by that point, and the oil prices would then be directly skyrocketing as per the demand and the lack of supply that would be seen globally, meaning that generally an economic crisis wouldn't be avoidable if we tried to go the other route of just abandoning Middle Eastern oil and going with something else. Not only that, a pipeline project would take years to develop, at least for a larger amount of Middle Eastern countries, and a lot of Middle Eastern countries may be incredibly hesitant to do such a thing, as that would completely shift their logistics and supply lines away from being nationally operated and largely more towards a Saudi monopoly, where all of the oil pipes would generally have to pass through Saudi Arabia, and then the Saudi Arabians could then increase land usage rent rates and such things like that against these countries unilaterally, and they really wouldn't have any recourse, as a large amount of their oil facilities and oil loading ports would have largely degraded or ceased to exist by the time the Saudis would try and conduct that years down the road, if they ever tried to. And that's a general concern, meaning that most Gulf state countries are always going to be leaning towards sending ships in and out of the Strait of Hormuz instead, because while the Iranians are threatening at the moment, that would be a safer option of maintaining their own national sovereignty over their entire oil logistics chain, which is a vital part of every Middle Eastern nation's economy. So generally the situation is one that I'd have to tell y'all folks is a fairly difficult difficult one. And much like we've been saying since day one of the war, the United States should have focused on destroying Iran's air defense and missile launching capabilities first, and then immediately started spending all of its attention on knocking out every single threat that Iran could pose to the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, and the international oil trade that happens heavily within this area. Now we'll probably see that the situation, or largely crisis, will be unavoidable, and we're already hearing from some major companies they're already forecasting that. Today, inside of Qatar, we've been able to hear that Shell and Total Energies and a couple of other oil companies have now declared force majeure to their clients who take liquefied natural gas from Qatar. That was according to Reuters today. This appears to be showing us at the moment that a large amount of oil companies like Shell, or oil and gas companies like Shell, Total Energies, and others are already deciding that they will not be able to fulfill their contracts to the purchasers that they have and their customers of liquefied natural gas from the island, or largely the nation state of Qatar. So for that reason, they're already declaring force majeure, meaning that they will not be able to fulfill those contracts, and that they're largely already pretty much ripping them up at the moment, is what that largely means. So it does show that a lot of companies are already predicting this is going to be a long-term issue, and they're already going ahead and preempting that by declaring that they will not be able to fulfill the contracts. Moving on out of that, though, and on into the United States, we do have to move y'all out of the region for a moment and get y'all into something that's really weird. I really don't know what to make of it, to be entirely honest with y'all folks, because I have no clue what is going on over here. But before we get to that, I do want to make sure that we cover another interesting situation that's currently going on right now with the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is going to be shocking to many of y'all, and I didn't know about this until it came to my attention today when I was putting together the news. But y'all wouldn't believe it. Even if I told y'all right now, Iran is still shipping oil out globally, and the United States has done nothing to stop any of their tankers from going to Iranian ports and loading with oil, and then leaving and going and selling that to people around the rest of the world. We have done nothing to stop that. And a lot of people are wondering what we should be doing about that, whether we should allow that to continue, or whether we should stop the Iranians from profiting off of their own oil trade while they're literally blockading the rest of the Western world from exporting the oil out of the Middle East and around the rest of the world. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so it's actually worse than that. Like, it's actually worse than what you just described right there. So here's how this is really going. Iran is actually increasing the amount of oil that they're exporting. They're exporting more oil right now after this war has started than they were before the war started. Make that make sense? But that's the report out there right now. So that's what's going on. But here's the catch. Here's why this is still happening. These Chinese vessels are going and loading up the oil straight from Iran's oil port. From the sounds of it, they're heading right now, and the U.S. can't do a damn thing about it, because what are we going to do? Like, attack a Chinese oil tanker and then get into a direct war with China? That's the problem. That's what we're seeing right now. So, what do you think we should do about this? Because this is a pretty interesting problem we're going to have to solve eventually. 45% said the U.S. should simply blockade those Chinese ships, while 27% said the USA should destroy Iran's oil ports and decimate all of it, while 18% said there's really nothing the USA can do. So this is tricky. I'll be honest. I would not want to have to make this decision right here, because this is a very tricky one. We have seen that, largely speaking, not all of Iran's oil ports have been destroyed. They've generally not been hit yet. So that is an option. But the more direct option would be to simply try to blockade the Chinese ships. But the problem is, though, that could start a major direct confrontation between China and the United States. So this is tricky, because if this keeps up, Iran can keep this Strait of Hormuz blockade going indefinitely, which is the worst case scenario for the West. If China can't get their oil, that'll force China to put pressure on Iran to lift the blockade and let the oil start flowing through again. So this is a tough one. I'll be honest, a very tough one. I'm going to say the USA should probably destroy Iran's oil ports. That's probably the easiest solution, but I'm not sure if that's going to stop it all the way together. But Enforcer, what say you?
You can actually see one of these very crude oil tankers right here. This one is actually bound for Qingdao in China. Do y'all want to know where Qingdao is? Let me go show y'all here really quickly. Should be down here on the... Actually, hang on. Oh, here we are. It's up here, actually, in Shandong province. Here is Qingdao. So currently this tanker right here, the Skywave, which is a crude oil tanker, which we can see in these pictures right here, the Blue Gulf, or as it's now been renamed, apparently, let me go get its current name. here really quickly again if I can get back to it. It is now the Skywave, but nevertheless, it is making its way right now to Qingdao in China. But it is flagged out of a country that I wouldn't know the flag of at the moment right now. It's not Chinese flagged, but it still has come from the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it's making its way out towards Qingdao, China at the moment to give the Chinese a couple of extra million barrels of oil. I would generally say that this is a tough decision to make because trying to get into a direct confrontation with the People's Republic of China over this situation will heavily complicate the matter a great deal, and we may see that Chinese support for the Iranians becomes far more overt and direct, and possibly even more considerable as time continues to pass, depending on how the Chinese try and respond to this. But I would have to say that the United States really has no options but to blockade the ships. There's no way in the world that we can allow the Iranians to keep economically enriching themselves in this conflict as they're conducting an illegal action within international waters and an international strait, and are conducting terroristic attacks on international commercial and merchant ships inside of the Persian Gulf, and then let them continue their oil trade as if nothing is going on. That would be absolutely insane if we did that. That means that China can largely sit this out, and while the price per barrel of oil will be high, they'll still be getting oil, and that also means that we won't be getting any oil, and the Iranians will still be profiting nonetheless like nothing's going on, which would be absolutely outrageous, considering that, one, that allows the Iranian economy to continue for the indefinite future without any real impact, and that also allows the Chinese, while paying incredibly high prices per barrel of oil, to still have oil. And that's an absolutely unacceptable strategic situation, given what we're seeing down there right now. So I think that
but at the same time, though, if you try to blockade those Chinese vessels, I mean, that's going to definitely get China going, because they're already having gas lines inside of China right now. There's people panicking that the oil price, because it's rising, that their gas prices are going to rise too. So if all of a sudden the flow of oil from these Chinese vessels stops, I mean, that's going to force China's hand to a large degree. And while it may be in our interest to do so, it could start potentially a direct conflict between the two. That, in my opinion, that might actually start a direct conflict.
It could start a direct conflict, but what other recourse will we have? Because if Iran can economically survive the conflict, considering that this is clearly now going to become a longer form war, that means that at that point, we're largely losing the war of attrition. We're going to be seeing that the U.S. economy is actually, crazily enough, going to be taking even more damage than Iran's small economy, which is entirely geared towards the oil industry only as its only source of income. And generally at that point, we're basically giving the Iranians the upper hand. So, I mean, regardless.
But couldn't we actually just hit the, like I was saying earlier, like the 29% sell in the poll? Couldn't they just go ahead and destroy all of Iran's oil ports, hit them all at the same time, just take it all out, decimate it? Who gives a damn if it takes them a century to build it back? We don't care. The point is to stop China from enriching Iran, basically, and letting them basically fund their entire war effort off the purchases to China, basically. So why not hit the ports? Because we could justify that. We could say, look, it's a war. We're at war with Iran. We struck them. That's a war objective. It wasn't necessarily intended to hurt you, China, but you're going to get indirectly hurt by it as well. But hey, what do you want us to do? It's a war. We're trying to fight it, and that's what we're doing. So get out of the way.
I'd have to say that that's definitely a possibility. You could definitely do that, and it wouldn't cause a direct issue with a Chinese vessel or a Chinese-owned or flagged vessel. You could certainly do that, and that might be the best move to make, because we can't allow the Iranians to basically continue on without any economic damage whatsoever at this point, because clearly, folks, this is going to become a war of attrition, kind of similar to the one we're seeing between Russia and Ukraine. And it's generally not a smart idea to allow an enemy's economic operations to continue, because a war is made up of two elements, the actual war and the economy. And if an economy of an enemy country is doing well and their military is doing poorly, technically they could keep that going for a whole lot longer than they would otherwise. And so we would have to see that their economy is suffering about as badly as their armed forces currently are. Otherwise, they're going to be able to continue on this war probably well into the foreseeable future.
Maybe so. We'll just have to see. It's a tricky decision for sure. So we'll have to see how they're dealing with it. So far, I haven't really heard the U.S. address this specific problem. I think they're kind of staying a little bit mum on it. They're really not wanting to directly address it because, of course, it involves China. So if they get dragged into it somehow as we start blockading ships or interfering with their oil flow, that could drastically expand the war to something that we're not really ready for, at least right now, because I would say we need to avoid a direct war with China under this circumstance at all costs. Like, we do not want to start a war with China in the midst of this stuff happening inside of Iran. That would probably be devastating. That would probably be devastating to say the least. We probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, we might not want to, but we'll have to generally see how that situation develops in the area, because as we all know, folks, it seems as though the general planning of the whole situation, at least surrounding this war, was just completely forgone. I would be entirely frank with you all at this point. It appears that the United States has done absolutely no planning whatsoever in terms of diplomatic fallout, the consequences of the Iran war, the possible recourses the Iranians could take, or even the key priority targets to hit, at least strategically and militarily. It appears that most, if not all of that, was just completely abandoned in U.S. war planning, and we generally just blew up Khamenei and killed him on the first minute of the war, and then everything else from that, we just tried to wing it, and generally winging a military plan every day, 24/7, generally starts to go poorly fairly quickly. And I know that a lot of people are about to say, well, no plan ever survives the first moment of contact, but generally you're supposed to have one anyways. I mean, you can't, just not have a plan and go, we blow up Khamenei and then everything else just happens. I mean, that's not really how you would fight a war. But who am I to know? I'm just some history major. I've seen a lot of people lose wars, and generally that'd be one of the key ways to do it. But I'm just some guy. Anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on over to the United States of America, because we now have a general warning that has come out from the FBI today that I'd be entirely honest with y'all folks, I don't even know really what to make of it, but I'm going to let y'all hear it because it's one that was officiated today, so it is actual news. Moving us on into California, and specifically the state capital, Sacramento, we were able to hear that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has issued a warning today to California police departments that Iran may retaliate against the United States by launching offensive drones towards the west coast of the United States. We don't know how in the hell that's even going to happen, but as Enforcer Matt put on Twitter, there is a couple of possibilities. Iran may have some sort of a merchant ship somewhere that may be able to launch these drones, say some sort of a disguised civilian merchant ship that may be able to conduct the attacks, or maybe the Iranians are able to conduct some form of a drone attack from IRGC cells or Hamas cells or some other similar group within Mexico, or the Iranians have been able to smuggle drones in through the U.S. border, and they may conduct attacks from inside the United States against other targets within the West Coast, meaning that generally there's actually an existent threat at the moment, at least according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, along the west coast of the United States of America. I gotta say, folks, it's a little bit of a wild one, and I'd have to say that generally just thinking about it, it seems to me to be a little outlandish, but the fact that the FBI truly did corroborate this today, and I want to make it clear, folks, after that statement came out, we got enough corroboration from official government sources to confirm that that actually is a warning that was issued to the state of California today and its state law enforcement agencies. We don't really know what to make of it. I wouldn't really know of how they would try and launch a drone attack against, say, a place like the west coast of the United States, but it appears that that is what the FBI is currently warning state law enforcement agencies in California about. And before we even get further on into that, because there's not really a lot more to elaborate rather than the warning was issued, a lot of people currently are talking about this development and this warning that was issued today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so this one definitely blindsided me as well. I was not expecting to hear this today because, according to what we know, Iran really doesn't have a very clear capability to strike California. All their attack drones have a limited range on them, and reaching California, that is well beyond Iran's range for their attack drones. So there's got to be something else to the story that we're not currently understanding, because otherwise this warning wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. But the warning is that California might get hit by Iranian attack drones at the west coast. And what are your thoughts? 48% said it sounds wild and I don't buy it, while 27% said it sounds credible and likely imminent, and 18% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So, it's a little bit tricky. At first, it seemed like a lot of people were discounting it, and then we saw statements coming out from, for example, the sheriff's departments of several different counties in California seeming to corroborate the information to a large degree. So, there's only a couple of different things it could be. Like the enforcer mentioned out of my tweet, it could have been a ship hidden somewhere off the coast, maybe like a disguised cargo ship of some sort. That could be part of it. It could be possibly some sort of agents or forces inside of Mexico that could launch something like that, or something along those lines. But basically, the big problem is the range issue. There is not a range ability to reach that far, so there must be some shortcut that these forces might be taking to pull something like this off. So, the concerning thing is, I did hear the president today. He came out and said a statement to the press. He said that they believe they have the Iranian sleeper cell situation tracked properly. I think, that he added the I think part at the end of it. And that kind of got me a little bit concerned. I was like, wait a minute, he thinks that he has them tracked. So they believe they know where all the Iranian sleeper cells are at. That's what the U.S. admin's currently saying, but they're not entirely 100% confident in that, it sounds like. So you never can tell with stuff like this. I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I'm with the 19%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, honestly, folks, I'd have to be with a 47%. I'm generally not buying it. Like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all. The FBI's leadership currently hasn't been the most on top of things and the most competent that I've seen, at least recently. And I think that this might just be some sort of a knee-jerk reaction to whatever the hell. I don't even know what. Like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all. The fact that this warning was put out today was something that was so crazy we had to put it in the headline, and the fact that it was actually corroborated by county officials that had gotten the warning within the state of California, like sheriffs and such, generally gave us the understanding that this was actually a legitimate warning issued by the FBI. But I just got to be completely upfront with y'all. I don't really know how in the hell they would even conduct an attack like that and what they would even try and target. I mean, there is a significant amount of military targets within the state of California that they could try and go after, and there's a significant amount of a civilian population within the state of California, but it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, you know? Like, to say that the Iranians could conduct a large drone attacks on California, y'all know how far California is from the Islamic Republic of Iran if we're not speaking about, say, some sort of a terrorist cell within the United States? It is about 7,600 miles away. The straightest line to California would demand that the Iranians literally launch a drone over Russia to the North Pole and then back down across the globe, literally on the opposite side of the world, to be able to even land a hit on somewhere in California. They don't have the range to do that conventionally. No drone in the world can travel 7,600 miles. That's literally the range of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The only thing that I could guess is maybe there would be some sort of a container ship that has false containers on board that would be able to launch the drones off of the coast. But at the same time, if we think that any vessels could be suspected of conducting an attack like that, customs officials could easily go out to those vessels, even in international waters, say the Coast Guard, and conduct a spot inspection of those ships or detain them until an inspection can be completed by the Coast Guard, meaning that that sort of an attack wouldn't really be that likely. Additionally, another thing that we have to consider is that sleeper cells in the United States are not going to have a cave full of hundreds of drones. I mean, maybe they might launch one or two of them. I mean, we do see the cartel using FPV drones down in Mexico, but the attacks wouldn't be that large and damaging to the point that entire sheriff's departments would have to be notified statewide that some sort of an attack like that could happen. So I have to say, folks, I think this whole thing is a knee-jerk reaction from the FBI. It sounds fairly far-fetched to me.
Yeah, also, by the way, I do see some people saying this. I've been seeing people say this all day. I'll admit it crossed my mind for a second, but then I kind of put it out of my mind because I heard some more details coming out from California about the situation. Some people are alleging that this could be some sort of false flag or some type of operation to maybe get more support for the war effort, possibly. Because, of course, if the American people feel that they're going to be attacked directly, that might cause people to support the war against Iran further. That's logical, but here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with the argument. The governor of California said he was made aware of this whole threat. He was made aware of it by the U.S. admin, and considering that he's not so friendly with the U.S. admin, he largely didn't say it was false. He just sort of said he was made aware of it, and he didn't elaborate whatsoever. So to me, that indicates they probably told him something a little bit deeper than what they're telling the public, and that's probably why he didn't comment too much on it. So I don't think it's a false flag. Like that would be a little far-fetched. I will say that's a little far-fetched. I know some people are going to say, "Well, Matt, don't be naive." The U.S. government has done things in the past that generally would sort of make people think that's a possibility. But under this circumstance, though, I mean, it would have to be a pretty deep conspiracy to pull something like that off under these circumstances. So, Enforcer, what say you about that whole theory?
It's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible that this could be a legitimate threat. It's just that it sounds so unrealistic that it's really hard to take that seriously. I mean, still, if they think there's a threat, it's best to take any and all necessary precautions that they can. But I mean, besides equipping everyone in the West Coast and the sheriff's departments with light machine guns and telling them if they see a large drone flying somewhere, try and shoot it down with a light machine gun, I really don't know what the sheriff's departments are supposed to be doing about a drone attack.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure either, to be honest. Also, by the way, like you were mentioning, what could they possibly want to target? There's several things in California. There's refineries, like you said. There's military bases there. There's all kinds of stuff in California. It's like it's one of the largest GDP states in the country, so it's got a lot to target. That's a huge problem right there. But also on another front of things, there's also other ways. The southern border was open for quite some time. Not trying to get political with that, by the way. If someone takes that political, I'm sorry, but largely there was a lot of people crossing the border a short while back, and we don't know exactly who crossed the border. So that's a concern as well. We don't know if maybe people might have smuggled drone parts across the border. They could have smuggled fully assembled drones across the border. We simply don't know, because the whole point of a sleeper cell is that they lay dormant until they're activated. Well, we just heard yesterday that Iran sent out a communique activating all their sleeper cells, and now this is a huge threat to California all of a sudden. So I would say, we don't know the full extent of the threat. That's why you really can't write much of this off right now, because we don't know all the details about the situation. So, that's why I'm 50-50 on it. I don't know all the details myself. Obviously, I'm not privy to classified information either. So all we can do is stay vigilant and hope for the best, pretty much.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I also saw someone in the chat say, y'all aren't imaginative enough. Well, I mean, generally being a little too imaginative is something that's a little bit bad, because I'll be entirely honest with you, a lot of people kind of live in fantasy land where they think Harry Potter and Narnia is real, and then they factor that into their analysis and they get everything wrong because of that. It's better to be a lot more realistic and pragmatic with analysis, because if you get a little bit too creative, you end up getting everything wrong because you're being way too creative at that point. But moving on from that, we do have some news coming out of the U.S. government today as well. Speaking of our news within the United States, before we go back to the Middle East and cover everything else that's gone on in the Middle East over the day, including the U.S. attacks on Iran. We were able to hear that the United States will be releasing around 172 million barrels of crude oil from its strategic oil reserves to try and maintain oil prices. And we also were able to hear that today the Pentagon is assembling a 30-person team of investment bankers from Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and the Bank of America to funnel $200 billion into defense deals over 3 years. So it appears that at the moment there's some sort of an attempt to try and bolster the war industry through increased funding. We've also been able to hear that the U.S. government is possibly looking into invoking the Defense Production Act to renew oil production off the coast of Southern California. According to information that came out today, cited by Bloomberg, the President of the United States is soon to summon authorities under the Defense Production Act to preempt state laws and ease permitting for Sable Offshore Corporation, a Houston-based company looking to restart significant production from a cluster of offshore platforms in California. This seems to be some sort of a long-range attempt, because restarting oil production in a largely inactive oil field can take months and even years. This seems to be some sort of a long-term action to see oil production domestically within the United States increase, which may be giving us an indication that it's expected that a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz may become a semi-permanent fixture within the Middle East and make the situation for global oil trade incredibly challenging. But with that, it is time for us to start moving back towards the Middle East and all of the other news that we have from this area that we have not been able to cover yet. But before we get to all of that, folks, I do have to say, a humongous, and I mean a humongous thanks to everyone who's been watching so far tonight. We've had 30,500 people here tonight at the peak, and we've had about 140,000 people watch this show in about an hour and 10 minutes. I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all watching this channel, and of course I hope that our news coverage has been incredibly high quality, well researched, and incredibly well covered. And although we're not really hearing the greatest news out of the region, I hope that we've still been able to let the U.S. public know, generally in really just black and white terms, what exactly is going on at the moment right now, whether it be good or bad. Still, we will be moving on to the second part of our news inside of the region, but if you've all been enjoying it so far and you're new to the channel, please do make sure to subscribe. We cover news like this every single day at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 days a week, except for Mondays. But I also have to let y'all know, folks, that due to some scheduling concerns coming up this weekend, there is going to be a major change to our streaming schedule on Sunday. This will not be a permanent one. This will only be affecting the upcoming Sunday, but we are actually going to be running a midday show at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time that day, and there will be no late night show at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on that day. There's some stuff that we have to tend to in the background, and it kind of requires us to have that Sunday night opened up, and it's a fairly rare instance where we have to do something like this. Like, we haven't done this in like what is it, like about 6 months or so, about a half year, having to like change the schedule of a show or cancel a show entirely for external circumstances. But we have to take care of some business, and so for that reason, we have to actually move that stream way earlier on in the day, so that way we can still have it, but it also won't be interfering with some other scheduling issues that we have in the background. So just to make that clear, folks, Sunday stream will be running around 2 p.m. Eastern time that day, which will be about 12 o'clock our time. So it'll be basically within the middle of the day. So with that in mind, it is time for us, before we move on into the rest of our news, to get a couple of questions. We're actually going to be getting 3 of them from the chat, and then moving on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so jumping into our first of 3 super chats. Also, by the way, make sure y'all stick around for the next part, because we have some news coming up about, it's actually some positive news, actually, that Putin is currently fighting for his life, basically, trying to keep a coup from happening inside of Moscow. So that's pretty big news as well, in addition to all the stuff happening in Iran as well. So jumping into our first super chat, this one goes to Fred Vreeman. And thank you very much, Fred, for the largest super chat of the night. You put in a $100 support, and we do appreciate you, Fred, very much for that support. He said, just now, I drew what seemed like a reasonable defensive line around the strait and came up with an occupation zone of a 300-mile perimeter plus about 250 miles of coast plus all the islands. And that cuts off all the roads and trails on the map. And a multi-nation force, question mark?
Generally, that could be done, but it wouldn't be the greatest idea per se, at least in my opinion, to have forces on the actual coastline physically. Because one, they'll have an incredibly small beachhead. They probably won't extend that far inland. And secondly, the entire Iranian military, at least the ground force, could try and focus all of its efforts on pushing them back out and into the sea. And that means that'll be a pretty difficult beachhead to hold. So I would say that, and also that'll probably result in a significant amount of losses, because if you generally fire into a location like that, chances are really high you're going to blow someone to pieces. So I would say that probably wouldn't be our greatest idea. I mean, I would have to say, by the way, it's getting to the point that that might have to be something that's done. But I would also say that's not the greatest idea, because it may lead to a significant loss of U.S. infantry and U.S. personnel on the ground that would have to hold that area. I would say that it'd probably be a little bit better, in my opinion, to try and be as much hands-off as possible and physically controlling ground in Iran at the moment, and just destroy their anti-ship abilities throughout the area as much as possible, and then along the entirety of the coastline afterwards, to try and see that the Strait of Hormuz can be opened up for convoy duties, and then afterwards we can extend our attentions onwards into the rest of the coastline in Iran, and then keep up some air cover operations around this area to be able to support the convoys that are passing through. I think that'd probably be the best move, in my opinion, but that's still not a bad idea. It's just that it would be a little bit more of a costly sort of a plan, and probably one that we would only want to use as a last resort if we had to physically take the ground to be able to try and to control the situation around the Strait of Hormuz. While I just stuttered through that whole thing, but a humongous thanks to you for the unbelievable and massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, Fred Freeman, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running so we can cover the news, good and bad, of each and every day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our second super chat, this one is going to go to Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, as well, for that $50 support. Very generous of you, by the way. He said, today's orb word is from Latin, sorbere, which means to sip. What a verb.
And I gotta say, I thank you for the support, Chris, and I thank you for sharing another orb board of the day. We are always amazingly thankful that you share the orb boards of the day. If we didn't have them, what would we do? We would be doing nothing. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news. Also, by the way, I see a lot of people speculating, because we usually make our stuff a little bit mysterious. I'm not going to get into direct details of what we're going to be doing that makes the schedule change on Sunday, but it's nothing fun. It's literally like a business related thing, and reluctantly we have to change the schedule because there's literally no way to make this work unless we push the stream way earlier in the day, because we have to get up literally at like the break of dawn the next day at like 2 or 3 in the morning to start dealing with business. So that's kind of why we're having to do that. It's nothing fun, sadly, folks. I see a lot of people coming up with a whole bunch of fun ideas, and I wish it was a fun idea, but generally it's a straight shot sort of a thing. We just have to get it done, and then we have to get back. And then once we're back, normal streaming schedules will resume on Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. But until then, we've got to take care of business, which I've got to be entirely honest with y'all, folks. I'm just going to be straight up with y'all. I'm not really looking forward to dealing with this. It's going to be incredibly exhausting, but we'll tell y'all more. We might tell y'all more about it once we get back. But anyways, with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on to the rest of the news. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one goes to Susan LUK, puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Susan, for that $50 support as well. And she said, I'm praying for peace and for the lives of all the soldiers in the conflict with Iran.
And I would definitely agree with you, Susan L. I'd hope that eventually we'd be able to see that peace is once again reestablished within the region and hopefully in America's strategic favor. And I'd also hope that we don't hear of any more soldiers that have been killed so far in the conflict. We've actually been able to hear that apparently, according to the Pentagon today, they have been understating the number of wounded, and they then came out with the number today, which was actually around 150. I got to say that that's a little bit concerning to hear that the Pentagon, which is largely, at least over the past 50 years or so, been fairly reliable with putting out any sort of casualty or fatality reports, openly stated today that they actually were holding out a lot on actually stating the number of wounded, considering that a lot of family members have a lot of service members that they know that are their sons and daughters or their dads and their mothers that are currently overseas right now and operating in the name of the Republic in our armed forces. I think that that's a little bit, that deserves quite a significant amount of criticism to hear that the Pentagon was openly concealing the number of wounded to the U.S. public, which is something not really great to hear. But I do thank you incredibly for the support, and hopefully we'll be able to hear that the number of wounded and killed will not rise that much greatly over the next few days or weeks or even months that this might continue. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And it's now time for us to move on out of the question segment and on into the rest of the news that we have from around the world. We actually saw within RAF Fairport today that a couple of B-1 Lancers were getting ready to go. Look at the little fella.
That is not. Can we show this, by the way?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think so. But it does look pretty cool, and they were loading up some delicious 2,000-pound JDAMs in this thing. So this is what the Israelis drop on, say some random people in Beirut about every weekend. That's pretty impressive. Moving on from that, it is time for us to move on down and into the area of Salalah in Oman. We were able to see that within Salalah today, things didn't go too well. The Iranians actually hit their oil loading port, and that's what it looks like right now.
Oh my God, that's bad. Oh, look, they hit those storage tanks too. Look at those on fire up there on the right.
Yeah, they hit a lot of stuff inside of this port. We actually have footage of them hitting the port. Let me show y'all. There's the Iranian drone diving into the Salalah oil port and hitting it right there. And right there.
Oh, man.
And this Chinese crew is
speaking
shocked.
Mandarin?
Yes.
Oh, so this is a Chinese crew.
Man, they
Are these the Chinese ships pulling up to get the oil right here, or who is this?
I don't know whose vessel this is. Actually, we can read the back of this guy's uniform right here. This says, let's see, Huihai Shipping. So this is a Chinese company that's actually operating this vessel.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, it actually appears they're going to Oman to pick up some oil, and it also appears that everybody had to whip out their phones to go put this on WeChat, because this is absolutely crazy what's going on right here. We also got another clip showing the oil loading facilities and the oil tanks on fire as well, in this clip right here, in the middle of the night.
Oh my God, dang.
Man.
That's apocalyptic.
Not really looking all too good. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear some further developments in other countries. For one, we were able to hear that unfortunately the United Arab Emirates did see that an Iranian drone directly hit the Grand Creek Harbor Hotel in downtown Dubai. We can actually see the hit up there on the very top of the building. And we also were able to confirm that the oil loading port at Fujairah port, further south of Abu Dhabi, is still on fire at this moment. And we actually were able to see the UAE firing off some of its Patriot interceptors, and unfortunately some Iranian missiles actually impacting the area around Fujairah port. Here's the clip. Oh, we have more Chinese sailors here.
A lot of interesting situations.
And there's an incoming Iranian missile right there.
Oh.
And it appears to have made it through. I'll have to mute that. I actually just started hearing music flaring up in the background. But that Iranian missile did make it through the air defense and hit directly onto the port of Fujairah below. We could see that right there. And we can see the air defense interceptors being fired off in another volley, it would appear. And actually, I believe that this is a loop of the clip, as a matter of fact, because it looks to be the same number of interceptors in the same missile. So we'll be skipping that part of the clip, but showing that they were able to hit the oil loading port at Fujairah once again today. Moving us further on up and finally into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we were able to get a little bit more information. Apparently, the Iranians have laid about 12 mines, about a dozen or so. It's not a baker's dozen. They didn't lay 13. They only laid 12, so this is a legitimate dozen somewhere within the Strait of Hormuz. And I like how this person said about 12 mines of this massive body of water, but let me put it into a way that will make more sense for everyone. The Strait of Hormuz is a room that is pitch black, and somewhere in that room are people who are wearing bodysuits that are solid black, and in each of their hands is a pistol. If you get anywhere in this room while you're walking through, and you have no clue where these dozen guys are, but they're all somewhere within the room just standing there, but if you get within arm's distance of one of these guys, they're going to extend their arm out and fire the pistol straight at you, killing you instantly. Would you walk through that room to try and get to the other side? And most everyone's going to say, hell no, that sounds stupid. I wouldn't risk my life like that. And that's what every single person right now on all these ships are saying. Because if you ever end up getting hit, it's basically an instant death, especially for the ship. The ship will be lost no matter what. The mines usually are large enough that they will completely break the back of the ship or the keel, and that means the vessel has been completely lost at that point. It's a wash. And then you have to basically abandon ship and pray to God that someone can come and save you without them also being attacked by the Iranians as well. So generally, when you put it like that, nobody's going to be going through the Strait of Hormuz because, 12 mines in a 30-mile stretch of water, it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you end up getting it wrong, you're going to probably end up dead. So, that's kind of the situation that's going on right now. Also, another thing, folks, that a lot of people don't know is that this is actually a common tactic in war, is to declare a minefield, and there's basically no mines in that minefield. If you just have like 5 mines and you put them over a square mile area, you can fence that off with caution minefield signs on the entire periphery of it. And you know what a military will do, and this has been proven a lot in real life, is that they will stop everything and go, hold up, we got a minefield, nobody can pass through here. And they'll send in minesweepers and miners or EOD teams to go in there and basically try and clear out the minefield. And they might find out that there's literally no mines basically anywhere in that field, but they still have to spend the time and the effort trying to figure out if a mine is somewhere in front of them. You don't just go walking through something that's declared a minefield. Nobody wants to die unnecessarily. But moving on from that, we also have been able to hear, unfortunately, folks, that it appears that according to an ongoing U.S. military investigation, they have determined that the U.S. is responsible for the Tomahawk missile strike on the Iranian girls' elementary school inside of the city of Manab, and it apparently was a result of a targeting mistake. Just about a couple of blocks over was actually an IRGC naval headquarters building somewhere within that area, and it appears that that missile actually had its GPS coordinates misinput or something along those lines, and it actually ended up slamming into the girls' school close nearby and killing about 175 people, mostly children. I have to say that that's an incredible tragedy to see, and generally stains the U.S. military operation, as I believe, much like many people would believe, that the United States should always be going out of its way to mitigate civilian casualties, and 175 people, mostly children, is not really a great thing to hear of, and I think that that should be further emphasized, that the United States of America should be completely mitigating or trying to remove civilian collateral from U.S. strikes within the region, and any such actions that are conducted in the future that conduct unnecessary and woefully large amounts of civilian collateral, such as attacks like those, should see some sort of a criminal prosecution under the UCMJ for some sort of false intelligence, or to find whoever the propagator was, either the missile battery operator or the intelligence providers that generally saw that that sort of a false attack was conducted, and to see that some sort of criminal prosecutions are conducted. We should not be seeing that civilian collateral is not exceptionally high like that, and of course, targeting children directly. I mean, that's almost equivalent to what the Russians did at the theater in the city of Mariupol, where several hundred people, mostly children and women, were also killed by a Russian strike on the theater. But moving on from that and on into southern Iran, we also were able to see some Iranian drone launchers operational in this clip. The Iranians have actually published this footage somewhere from the southern coast of the country, showing some different variants of their drone forces firing and conducting attacks throughout the region.
Also, by the way, I do want to add something of my own about the whole situation with that. That is obviously horrific. Like that's very terrible that that occurred, by the way. But at the same time, though, I will say this: it is a war, and there's obviously very dangerous munitions being dropped all over the place, and it is obviously, I would say, probably negligent at the least. That's probably what that is. But I don't necessarily think there should be criminal prosecutions over that because in situations like that obviously aren't intentional. I don't think the U.S. intentionally meant to hit a school for the most part. Russia, on the other hand, they might because they've done that so many times that it's hard to really argue it's an accident. So I would say that it's just very unfortunate. As long as they learn from it, that's the best thing. Obviously, it's hard to even like really making excuses for that. It's such a bad tragedy. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can start prosecuting people over it.
I'd say that you need to start threatening it. I mean, if you don't threaten any consequence for that, then you'll see that that might just happen again. Like you got to have some sort of consequence for actions like that. Like we don't say for police officers, if they go into, say, a church and they just end up shooting up the place because they heard there might be someone with an arrest warrant in there that's armed, and they end up shooting and killing 17 people, we don't give the cops a blank check and just go, well, that happens. Hopefully they'll learn from it. There's got to be some sort of repercussions, like, if you end up, if you end up providing someone false intelligence or incorrect intelligence, or a missile battery commander ends up putting the incorrect coordinates because they just weren't paying attention, and they end up wiping out a score of people, like especially innocent children. It's like there should be some sort of a possible criminal prosecution or a court martial at least for that sort of an action.
No.
Because if we're seeing that the Russian Federation does that and the Ukrainians went out of their way to kill every single battery commander and missile operator that was in charge of the attack on the theater, the children's theater in Mariupol, generally that kind of lays out the precedent.
Yeah, well, the problem is, though, I see a bunch of people saying, guys, this is a war crime. I mean, I'm not denying this is awful. Like, I'm trying not to, understate how awful this is. This is about as horrific as it can get, possibly. And I'm even thinking about the real reality of the situation makes me sick to my stomach to even think about it. But it's not a war crime, though, because war crimes are intentional acts of killing civilians. It's not intentional. So, I mean, I don't think anybody out there is arguing that the U.S. intentionally hit a school full of children. That would be insane to say that. So, the Russians, they're committing war crimes because they're intentionally hitting civilian areas. And it's been shown over time that they're doing it so often, it can't be accidental. They seem to be intentionally targeting the schools and also targeting civilian areas. So, I mean, I'm all for holding people accountable, but at the same time, though, to start, prosecuting people or something over something that was not intentional, that seems like that's going a little bit too far.
Well, it wasn't intentional, but I mean, still, if you kill someone in America, according to our own laws, that was an accident, that's still manslaughter at a minimum. I mean, that's still a crime. Like, for example, if you're, like, behind the wheel of your car and you're on your phone and you swerve onto a sidewalk and you kill a couple of people and they happen to be kids, you're going to be charged probably with 3 counts of manslaughter. You don't just get to, like, the cops don't pull up and go, well, I mean, like, he wasn't paying attention. Hopefully he learns from it. Like, no one's going to do that. I mean, even under the rules of war, it's like, sure, maybe it was, I would say highly likely it wasn't intentional. I mean, no one in the United States military probably has any sort of a strong desire to just see entire children's school wiped out, but at the same time there has to be some sort of consequences for those actions because people need to be more careful about the kind of intelligence they're providing to missile commanders on board warships or ground-based missile launchers, and also the missile battery commanders need to be more diligent in ensuring that the coordinates are actually correct and not just a couple of blocks over in, say, a children's school or something along those lines.
Yeah, it seems like an appropriate punishment might be like reassignment of that individual. Like, for example, if it was bad intel that caused the strike, whoever was in charge of that intel operation, then maybe they should be removed from that position and moved to something else that's not nearly as important or something of that nature. But to put somebody, in prison for a long time, because obviously I'd imagine if they get found guilty of something like that, that's going to be prison for a very long time, I'd imagine. But also, I mean, they got to prove it was intentional. There's a whole bunch of stuff they got to prove to actually successfully prosecute somebody for that. So I don't think, it's one of those situations where I don't want to make excuses for it, which I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying that we should take into account that it is war. Everything's not going to be perfect. And, to start prosecuting people that may not have been obviously intentionally done it. They didn't intentionally do it. I think that's pretty clear. That's going to jack up some people's lives for something that could have just been, an honest accident.
Well, yeah, I'm saying it could be an honest accident, but at the same time, people need to be more diligent with the kind of fire instructions they're putting in. Because I see a lot of people saying, "Well, it's war." Well, I mean, if one of your kids was in that school and they were killed, you wouldn't be saying that. And when the Iranians start conducting terrorist attacks in the soil and your family members might start getting killed, you're not going to say, "Well, I mean, maybe they were looking for military members that were in the crowd and they just accidentally fired on a whole bunch of civilians." Nobody's going to be saying that. Like when it comes to foreign policy, it's supposed to be inherently unfair to our favor. But when it comes to the rules of war, we're trying to make sure to mitigate civilian casualties, because we always sit here and whine and moan about how the Russians kill civilians left and right, and then when we end up killing civilians, it just is chalked up to a nothing burger. Well, what makes us different than the Russians, and why in the world are we versing against them when in the end of it all, we're basically barbarians like they are, and we really don't do anything to mitigate something like civilian collateral or something along those lines? Like, there should be a significant effort to mitigate civilian collateral. Civilians will die, it is going to happen, but slamming a tomahawk in the middle of a children's school and wiping out 170 of them in one fell swoop, I mean, that's such a significant thing that really requires some significant attention and some additional credence and warnings to say that shouldn't happen, and if it does happen again, there's going to be some significant issues.
Well, I'm going to stick to my guns on this one, but we'll have to see how it gets dealt with. I think generally speaking, they're going to deal with it the way I'm talking about dealing with it. They'll probably reassign somebody. They'll punish in a way that's not criminal, which I think might be appropriate. I'll run a poll on this one, by the way, a little bit later on in the stream. Right now, we currently have a current poll running, but it looks like people have different takes on this one all over the place. I can see both sides of the argument, but like people have to understand, like everybody's real quick these days to say, let's prosecute them and lock them up. But it's like, do we really like understand what we're saying here? It's like, if they didn't intend to go kill the school full of children, which I don't think our military men went out and intentionally killed children. I would not say that in a million years. We're going to lock them up and put them into like Leavenworth or something for the rest of their life. It's like over a mistake. It's like, there could have been multiple people involved in the mistake too. It might not have just been one person. It's just, it hasn't happened since. And if as long as it is an isolated incident, it's obviously horrific. But as long as it stays isolated, then I would say that proves it's probably just an accident.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's an accident. I'm not saying it's not. Like, it's not clearly intentional.
Well, yeah, but I'm making my final statement. That's going to be it.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to be moving on from that news out of Manab, and we're going to be moving further on north and on up into the area of Isfahan, as we have been able to see that there has been a significant amount of strikes within the area of Isfahan by Israeli or U.S. Air Forces. Now, you see those strikes in the city right down there. And moving on from that, we also have some additional clips of the strikes here as well. Generally from a very similar angle, but more zoomed out, giving you all a wider view of the cityscape of Isfahan during the attacks.
What are they hitting here on this one again? What was that hitting, like, for the most part?
We think it's probably IRGC or Besiege headquarters in the city or some other form of a government office.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like that was some pretty big hits for the government offices. They're apparently taking out the whole city's governance, I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking out, a pretty significant governance. We also were able to see within western Tehran, somewhere within the region. We don't know where this was, but we were actually able to see one of the underground railroad silos of an Iranian transport-erector launcher getting hit by a U.S. ordnance and turning into quite literally an easy-bake oven. Here's the clip. Man, talk about cooking.
That's crazy to me that they can hit these missiles like that, like into like facilities, like in the side of openings like that. That's pretty impressive. They've been doing that to the mobile TEL launchers. They've been doing it to the missiles in the silo. In fact, most of the strikes we're seeing are like these sidewinder strikes that go right into the side of a structure.
And it does appear that is the case. A pretty impressive thing, really. Moving us on up and closer towards the area of Tehran, we also were able to see a besieged checkpoint apparently getting hit by some form of a one-way drone. I gotta be honest with y'all, I don't really know whose drone that was or why that attack was conducted, but very interesting to see that there is some sort of a force using precision drone strikes to try and knock out besieged checkpoints throughout the country. The besiege pretty much operates like a people's armed police within the country, and generally has set up some roadblocks and checkpoints around the area of Tehran and other major cities to see if they can try and catch some sort of saboteurs or spies within the country. It appears that that group of besieged guys won't really be around to tell the tale of what they were doing in that checkpoint over the course of the night. Moving on from that and on up into Tehran, we also were able to see some video footage near to the Mehrabad International Airport, actually showing some of their transport aircraft being destroyed over the course of the night. And we were able to see that clip right here. When you see a C-130 of the Iranian Air Force getting hit, along with a P-3 Orion in this clip of the Iranian Coastal Patrol being hit as well.
Is that an infrared targeting site that was on the side of that aircraft that we were seeing in the IR?
And that thing right there?
Yeah, is that what that is?
Yeah, that's a laser target designator, so that's what guides the ordnance in.
Yeah, I was thinking that was probably the case, but I wasn't very familiar with how that looked in practice, so that's quite interesting.
And we can see the bomb actually landing right on the mark, right where that laser designator was at. And then in this last clip, we were able to see this one right here. And this one has been the point of discussion here between Matthew and me before the show started tonight, and has been quite an interesting one because this aircraft has an Iranian flag at the cockpit, but it also has a Russian flag on the vertical stabilizer. And generally, we've kind of come up to the deduction before the show that this is probably an Iranian clearly an Iranian IL-76 that the Iranians didn't really repaint, so it has a Russian flag on the vertical stabilizer. But it was a little bit interesting to note that something with a Russian flag was obliterated in the middle of the strikes overnight. But here's the clip of the IL-76 being directly hit, and the wing roots immediately giving way after the direct hit on the wing superstructure in the fuselage. But
also, what do y'all think about that, by the way? Because do y'all think that is a Russian flag on the back of that illusion right here? Because it's obviously in black and white, so you really can't see colors, just different shades of gray, basically. Not to quote, other things, but looking at the back of that tail section to me, that looks like a Russian flag at the tail, and it looks like an Iranian flag at the front of it. So it's kind of a strange situation with that. That was actually sparking a lot of discussion between us before the stream started. So sort of interesting here. I saw some people speculating that it could be maybe a Russian cargo aircraft that was simply left here, or maybe it hadn't left in time or something and it was simply on the runway. But it's kind of up for debate for me. I'm not really sure.
I think it was an Iranian IL-76. It's just that they didn't repaint it, but that is definitely a Russian flag on the vertical stabilizer. But that's also an Iranian flag right up behind the cockpit windows. So I think it is an Iranian-operated aircraft, and they just didn't repaint the Russian flag off of it, considering that they purchased this IL-76 probably highly likely from the Russian Federation. Moving us on out of that bit of news, though, and on into the rest of Tehran, we also were able to see that apparently the Iran SEPA Bank was directly hit, which apparently was responsible for paying all of the IRGC guys. Where are they getting paid now? But we could see them going in with the police.
I mean, the Iranians have a German Shepherd sniffing dog?
Yes.
Huh.
Man, they hate the West, but they gotta love the West. They got the German Shepherds and everything. But moving on up and into our government news, we also were able to hear that Mujtaba Khamenei, who's this guy right here, apparently isn't doing that well. Apparently he's in hospital at the moment with trauma to the eye, facial cuts, and a broken foot from the first day attack. So apparently he was near to the area that his dad was wiped out at, and he ended up getting some injuries as a result. A little bit interesting to hear that, and we can only hope that he'll have a speedy recovery. I'm sure the Israelis and the United States can help him out with a speedy recovery. I wonder what they would be able to do for him. But we also have been able to hear that the Iranian government is aiming for a long war of attrition at this point, and that they're wanting to.
What the hell is that? You see that video right there?
Man,
what the hell?
That's the Iranian Air Force, man. Don't you know?
What the hell? Oh my God. Now, I'm sure somebody's grandparents were fooled by that.
Someone was, but I mean, I've seen this before, and someone was like, behold, the Iranian Air Force, and I was just going to ignore that clip while I was playing below, but I mean, honestly, it is a pretty funny one, I'm not going to lie. But moving on from that, the Iranians are looking for a war of attrition, and they're aiming to try and destroy the global economy as really a consequence of the war so far. So that appears to be the new Iranian war goal, is to try and win via economic attrition. But moving on out of that bit of news, and on into the rest of our news that we were able to get near to Kirkuk, we were able to confirm that the United States and Israel has conducted airstrikes in Kirkuk, Iraq today on Iranian-backed, IRGC-backed PMU and Hash al-Shabi forces within the area. And we can see the damage in the aftermath of the strikes in this clip right here.
It's a very silent scene for a crisis.
Honestly, it kind of is. I mean, that was like the quietest fire response I've ever seen. Here's another clip of the fire from a distance. Moving on from those clips, we also were able to see further on up north and at Erbil that the MEM 104 Patriot air defense systems of the United States Army are still conducting air defense actions near to the area of Erbil, which we were able to see in this clip right here. Oh, nice intercept. But moving on out of that, it's time for us to move on out of Iraq in general and on over and towards Israel, everybody. It's time to get to the big news out of Israel. The Israelis are expecting significant attacks from Hezbollah and Iran simultaneously here in the near future, as it does appear that Hezbollah is now getting involved in the current conflict. The Hezbollah armed forces, which are a terrorist force sponsored and funded by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, have announced Operation Eaten Straw. Which I guess is their equivalent of eating crow. I don't really, like, apparently it's some sort of reference to a Quran verse, but what I thought of was it ain't much, but it's honest work. Like, I thought of that meme when I heard about this, and I gotta go pull this up for y'all, because this picture here, if I can get the image to load up on the full screen. Let me see if I can. Here we go. This picture to me makes me think of a phrase like eating straw, you know?
Shouldn't it be more like drinking straw? I haven't heard anybody calling it an eating straw. Like that's a little bit interesting.
No, it's like eating straw, like, straw, not like straws, but straw. You know what I mean?
Oh, like eating hay?
Yeah, like the product from farms, that those things that we don't see often, you know what I mean? Because we lived in cities basically ever since we graduated high school, but straw from like a farm.
Yeah, I got you now. I got you.
Yeah, so that's the eating straw that they're talking about. They didn't have drinking straws back in the Quran's day. Like when it was written back in like 500 AD. They didn't have any of those fancy schmancy drinking straws. They just had normal straw. But apparently they've declared it eating straw. And I gotta say that I don't really know if they're gonna be eating straw, but we did get to see them launching rockets at Israel in this clip right here.
That's those little cheap rockets too that Hezbollah likes to use, and the really like cheap ones that are not very huge, like when it comes to the yield of them, right?
Yes, these are the Qassam rockets.
Yeah, basically like larger fireworks with a little explosive on it, basically.
I heard Matthew, when they were trying to design one of these, they actually ordered one of the larger kits from like the Estes rocket company, and they brought it to Lebanon. And they said, "Inshallah, we can go very far with this kind of concept," and then they just supersized it and made it into this. I mean, it basically looks like a little hobby rocket, honestly. But they actually do pack a little bit of a punch. They have about, I think, like 30 pounds of explosives in the nose cone of the rocket. It's not a whole lot. It's even smaller than a Liudi, but they can do a little bit of damage. And we have been able to see that in Israel from time to time whenever they've made impact. And this one literally looks like it's at a school science fair. But
Yeah, it
this
looks like it's made out of paper mache or something, and that's got to be like a science project. That doesn't even look real.
Well, actually, reading the caption here, this is apparently the Qassam that ended up killing the residents seen in the background in a rocket attack. So these little hobby rockets actually can do a good bit of damage if they land in the right place. It was actually not too long ago, Matthew, to jog your memory, because this just came to my mind. It actually wasn't that long ago they conducted a rocket attack on that small town of Majul Shams, and they ended up killing like 20 people or so on a football pitch with one of those things. You remember that?
Yeah, I think I do remember that. That's the risk of these really cheap munitions. It's really wild that even though we invest so much money in the West, like into these really high end, and they are like genuinely impressive weapon systems, and they cost loads of money, and nobody else can really achieve them because it costs so much money to make them. They simply can't do it unless you're like China and they just rip everything off. So it makes it exclusive. But the problem is though, like they're very expensive. That's the problem. And when you have like little terror groups like Hezbollah that really don't have any scruples about doing heinous things, and they simply go get a whole bunch of like cardboard and like cheap components, and then they start launching thousands of these cheap crappy rockets, you have to expend multi-million-dollar missiles to shoot down these old cheap rockets for the most part, which is nearly impossible to cope with, which is kind of ironic because it's actually the cheaper solution that is the solution that actually works.
I would definitely agree. It is the cheaper solution. It usually works against these sorts of threats. And we did get to see that while the Israelis don't have those sorts of cheaper solutions, we did get to see them trying to intercept the incoming rockets in these clips right here. This is the Qassam rockets, by the way, the fleet of them that the Hezbollah forces fired tonight as they were coming in. And we can also see the Iron Dome attempting interceptions against them as they're also coming into northern Israel. We see the Iron Dome in the distance out there actually trying to shoot down the Qassams. Some of them, though, did make impact, and we can see that right there.
That is just insane that those crappy little firework things can have distance like that on them and range. It's hard to fathom. And also, they're going pretty fast as well. Also, what are they using for like targeting in those things? Do they say what they're using?
Oh, it's entirely crude. I mean, they literally just kind of aim it like an MLRS rocket and then launch it and just hope it lands somewhere.
Yeah, that's just wild to me that that cheap little nasty like firework rocket can actually do damage like that and actually hit a target. That's kind of remarkable.
It kind of is remarkable, but it also is fairly concerning to think that a force like that can just build hundreds of those and basically overwhelm most, if not all, conventional air defense systems. We even saw some of the Qassams making it through in that last clip, and in clips like these, we can also see what the situation in northern Israel was like as well after the attacks that were conducted by Hezbollah tonight. We hear the air raid sirens going off and explosions in the surrounding periphery. We can also see explosions of what appears to be impacts by some of these Qassams, and also a direct impact over there as well. We also have this additional footage as well, letting us see the smoke rising from another direct impact in northern Israel. We also have this third clip showing more smoke rising from another direct impact by a Qassam rocket within a residential neighborhood. And in this last and fourth clip, we can also see the Iron Beam firing off a larger amount of its short-range interceptors to try and shoot down the incoming Qassam rockets.
Also, someone in the chat. So I got to read this one. I don't usually do this, by the way. Like I'm usually like, don't read the bots, don't feed the bots. But this one right here is actually kind of hilarious. As somebody said, these guys are lying to you. They have actual real rockets, sophisticated modern tech. They don't, by the way. Even the Iranians admit that Hezbollah doesn't have that, and they always brag. They always brag all the time about, oh, Hezbollah has like thousands of these cheap, nasty rockets. But it's not about them being expensive. It's about them being plentiful. That's what they like to go out there and say. So just crazy right there. Do you think Hezbollah really has like a military budget? Not really. They're getting handouts from Iran, and they're using that little bit of money they're getting from Iran to go and buy these cheap crappers and put them together. So I wouldn't call that sophisticated.
Oh, yes, of course. Hezbollah, the guys who live in tunnels and eat the bugs that crawl out of the dirt walls in those tunnels, clearly have sophisticated and advanced rocketry that has guidance systems on board each one. Clearly, Hezbollah has that kind of money. I mean, that would obviously make only the most sense. You, sir, are a genius. You have completely collapsed our entire propaganda initiative here on this channel. Yes, Hezbollah does have advanced rockets. They also have more advanced weaponry than you can even imagine. They're the ones actually flying the orbs around we see on film that the Congress doesn't even know what they are, and they look like aliens. That's actually Hezbollah.
You haven't heard about it. You haven't heard about the Martyr class air defense yet. You haven't heard about that either. They have these remarkable air defense systems. They call them AKs, Kalashnikovs. That's what they call them. These amazing modern feats of modern missile air defense. It just happens to be the best in the world, they're telling me.
Man, and also they have this crazy thing, like they have this amazing ability. It's called the let's see, it's called the Aloha Snack Bar. And when they scream it out loud as they can into the general area, it actually causes hearing damage to their enemies and it makes their ears bleed. Especially if they do it a whole lot, they can actually cause aneurysms in the enemy's brains and lead them to collapse dead, inshallah. Like clearly, I mean, the Hezbollah is one of the most advanced forces on the face of the planet.
And then they have the worst weapon of all. They have their propaganda cartoons that they are literally putting pain on the minds of anybody that happens to have the unfortunate circumstance of glancing their eyes across the screen when you see Farfour and Inshallah mouse running across your screen, indoctrinating your children. Absolutely horrible.
They actually are the originators of what we would call here in the West, which is generally an unknown phenomenon and still being researched by psychiatrists, brain rot, which is capable of completely melting the minds of anyone that they put this towards.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, I'm feeling like I've lost brain cells already. The few that I have left after all these years, I feel like I'm losing the rest of them after seeing this mouse here that looks like it could have inhaled crack.
I gotta say, folks, truly, we are only at Hezbollah's whim in the world. The only reason that we exist here in the West is because of Hezbollah's benevolence, and we ought to all bow to them because this guy right here is absolutely right. All of their rockets are guided. They make them out of scraps like Tony Stark in a cave, and we need to be in fear of them, truly. I mean, truly something else. But anyways, all jokes aside, it is finally time for us to move on out of the Middle East, finally, and to get on up into the war in Ukraine, because we do have a lot of news coming out of the war in Ukraine over the day. By the way, folks, I do have to let y'all know, the war between Pakistan and Afghanistan is still going on, and the Pakistanis are literally mopping the floor against the Taliban. It's just that we can't cover that because there's so much other stuff going on that it's kind of a sideshow, honestly. But a lot of people are talking about this whole Operation Eden Straw today that Hezbollah launched on Israel, and a lot of people are wondering what's going to go on with that and how's that going to turn out. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Hezbollah essentially declared war on Israel today. They're calling it a new operation, but essentially it's the first major assault that Hezbollah has launched on Israel since the war started, at least in this type of volume. So, what are your thoughts about how this is going to go for Israel? 46% said Israel will put this down quickly, while 27% said this will be a very bad situation for Israel, and 20% said only time will tell on this. So on the air defense front, this is going to be bad. Not going to make any bones about that. But here's the catch, though. Israel is very good about dropping massive bombs on the enemy. So they will go directly to the source. Instead of waiting for the missiles and rockets, little cheap fireworks to be fired at their territory, the Israelis will simply bring the fight to them and go straight to their home where they're launching these rockets from, and they'll take care of the situation right where it basically starts from. So I have a feeling you'll be seeing some massive airstrikes inside of Beirut where these terrorists are hanging out, and also probably across the entire territory of Lebanon. That's probably coming up pretty soon. We're already seeing that in some of the videos, by the way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I think Israel is going to put this down pretty quickly. Usually, Hezbollah kind of gets smacked around pretty badly whenever something like this starts. So I have a feeling this probably won't last for too long. And unlike the other situation with Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, which is truly a quagmire, this is basically a small road bump with Hezbollah. They'll be dealt with pretty quickly. And right now, I can already hear it. There's some prime minister out there going, "Oh, I've been begging to drop a 2,000-pounder on those guys down in southern Lebanon. Hit them hard." I can already hear that one coming around. But anyways, beyond that though, I hope that we have been able to address that the best we can, at least at the moment. And also, by the way, we do have to cover that they did drop a couple of big ones on them in southern Beirut today in the Dahiya suburb. As you can see right there, a couple of Hezbollah guys are getting atomized in that picture. So I think generally we can get the idea. This is going to be pretty much a one and done sort of thing. They'll probably be done with pretty quickly on this one. But moving on from that, it is now time for us to get on into the war in Ukraine, or the coup in Russia. Let's get on into that news, why don't we? That one sounds a little special. Today, the Russian government arrested the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation on charges of corruption. Oh, buddy. That's a funny one, isn't it? Man, all these people, they always talk about Ukraine is so corrupt. Let me think of all the people in Russia who have been arrested on charges of quote unquote corruption.
Actually, real quick, just a correction. They arrested the deputy defense minister about 7 days ago, and then after that, they immediately terminated the mobile internet coverage inside of central Moscow. And ever since then, Putin's been panicking. He's been taking even further measures as well. But the guy was arrested a week ago.
Oh, whoopsie daisy, forgot to mention. But moving on from that though, we were able to hear inside of Moscow that apparently, according to what we're hearing right now, Vladimir Putin is said to be concerned about a possible coup by the Russian military, following the arrest of the former Deputy Defense Minister Ruslan Salykov. Mobile internet in the center of Moscow has been turned off for the past week. There's been no official explanation as to why. That sounds real interesting, folks. That sounds like Putin's getting a little scared. And I like how they use this picture of the former Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu, right there. And you can tell on the look in his eyes right there, he was already getting the idea that they were screwed by that point whenever this picture was taken. But that was many years ago. Maybe like a year and a half or 2 years ago. They're in a far worse situation these days. But outside of that, though, it seems like Putin is getting a little concerned that the anti-corruption campaign, which is basically an endless campaign to root out his political opponents inside of the military and the government, is going to get some backlash and might be leading to a possible brewing of a coup, a lot like the Wagner coup of the summer of 2023. I wonder how that's going to go. And I wonder what people are thinking about this right now. The thought is fresh. The moment it's young. And right now, some arising political opportunist within the Russian Federation might be trying to seize the day. Maybe. Maybe it's happening. Who knows? But a lot of people are talking about that at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is a pretty big story, by the way. This has been brewing for about a week. Unfortunately, we have not been able to cover this from the very start of this crisis that's breaking out inside of the Kremlin right now because of the start of the Iran war. This situation literally broke out pretty much when the Iran war got started. So that's why we generally haven't been reporting on it too much, and there hasn't been a whole bunch of breaking information about it, is because everybody's been distracted with this, regional war that's breaking out right now in the Middle East. But just to give you the lowdown real quick, the guy who was connected with Shoigu, the one that was just arrested, the deputy defense minister, he was arrested, and apparently he had friends. He had friends in high places, apparently. And when Putin arrested him, he pissed off the guy's friends. So his friends happen to hold positions in the Russian military as well. And in fact, they hold influential positions. And then now they're all murmuring with each other in the back rooms and saying, hey, wait a minute. Like, we're not totally sure if we like what Vladimir Volich, or however you say his name, we're not happy with what Putin just did to our buddy. So what are we going to do about it? So Putin got wind of that. He said, hey, wait a minute, what's going on? So he shut off the internet in central Moscow, like that's going to help anything. And then also on top of that, he started cracking down on all of his underlings that are immediately in his inner circle. So that's what Putin is doing. He's clearly panicking. And we'd already seen signs of that previously. We had seen that they were trying to force all the Russian military into this Max Messenger app, which is a state-sponsored Russian application for talking over text. They were trying to do that as well. So Putin is panicking bad. That's the bottom line here. So it looks like 44% said this is going to turn out bad for Putin, while 38% said this will pass and nothing will happen from it, and 11% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So it's a little bit early to tell right now. We don't know exactly how upset this guy's friends are about the situation. They might just be a little bit angry, and it might just sort of fade away. That's possible because Putin has generally survived a lot of stuff. He's survived assassination attempts. He's survived coup attempts, the most famous one being the Prigozhin coup of Wagner. He survived that one as well by basically taking the guy's family hostage for the most part. So Putin's very familiar with this, so I think he might end up surviving it. He's very deeply seated. He also isolates the hell out of himself too, so it's hard to get to him. And I think most of the people around Putin know that. So I think it might pass, possibly, but I'm kind of 50-50. It's just so early, so I'm with the 11%. But Enforcer, what say you?
Are we going to be okay? 50-50. What do you mean 50-50? Like we're gonna die 50-50? Like honestly, I'd have to say that in my opinion, I think that this might turn out badly for them. What they've been doing over the past few weeks is clearly showing that they're becoming incredibly concerned within the central government of mutinies or a coup attempt against the Russian government. And this is starting to show that they're believing that internal cohesion is beginning to fall apart at the seams because of the endless pressure that's been put on the Russian government because of the ongoing war and the Russian citizenry as a result as well. So I would say that this is probably going to turn out pretty poorly. But when I say poorly, I mean, it's probably going to take months for anything to happen. It's not going to happen like over the next few days because everybody always has a concept that things happen quickly. But from what we've learned over the course of covering the news, things actually happen usually far slower than anyone would ever anticipate. Things are really slow moving compared to what people would imagine. So I have a feeling that it's probably going to take a couple of months, but we may see that something that comes out of this, or that some sort of a mutiny happens on the front, a larger one, or some sort of a coup attempt as well. But with that, I hope that
Also, by the way, I gotta say, like, that I put that out on Twitter earlier today about the situation that generally has not been reported on too widely. I saw a couple people that are in the Ukraine space talking about it, so I kind of just amplified it on our Twitter page to a large degree. That Twitter post has about 1 million views on it at this point, so
dang.
people are very excited to see that the Putin regime might be experiencing a coup coming up very soon. In fact, big shout out to Brett Baer, by the way, from Fox News. He was apparently lurking around the Twitter page today. He left a like on that post actually, so quite interesting. We have some mainstream media folks lurking around from the looks of it. But yeah, hopefully it'll go somewhere. Like, could you imagine that in the midst of this Iran war breaking out, that all of a sudden Putin starts fighting off literally a coup from the Russian military? That would be insane.
That would be insane, honestly. That would be legitimately crazy. And also, folks, I mean, you never know who's watching. I mean, like, actually don't know who's watching ever. I mean, we're like over the past 2 weeks, really, since this war started, we've actually usually been in like the top 10 YouTube channels in America for live streams, or we've been in the top 20 at least. Yesterday, we were in the top 13. So we actually have no clue who's watching, like, there could be people from Fox or people from CNN. We actually know that like a decent amount of like the analysts from Fox and CNN watch. We didn't know that any of the main anchors watch, so that's pretty interesting to hear. But also, it's really crazy, folks, when you kind of get to know who kind of like lurks around their stuff, like on YouTube and on Twitter, because like the names that'll pop up are crazy. You'll be like, wait a minute, who? And it was like, what? Because Matthew called me, he was like, dude, that guy like is like looking at our Twitter, and I was like, dang, really? It's like, that's crazy. Like, who would have ever imagined, but regardless of no matter who watches, sadly nobody listens to our analysis, at least in the U.S. government. Man, if they had just listened to us, I mean, this whole thing with Iran, like with the Strait of Hormuz, hopefully could have been avoided or at least heavily mitigated. But I mean, what do we know? Anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on down and into the rest of the news that we have from inside of Ukraine. Today, we were able to hear that Zelensky had some very interesting words to say. I can't play the video right here, but I can read you all the paraphrasing of what he stated. He stated that he warned the president about World War III, and Russia was already supporting Iran with drones, missiles, and air defense. And the question is when troops appear, like the 10,000 North Korean soldiers right now in Russia, and the same thing could happen with Iran if Russia sends forces. So it appears that Zelensky is talking largely in the grander strategy of things and how it would work on a global scale. And I'd have to be entirely honest with y'all, it seems as though the U.S. administration should have listened to him a little bit, because he was kind of warning them about the drone threat, that the United States is currently under right now in the Middle East. That's posing a big issue. And nobody really listened to him. Maybe we should listen to our allies, because they usually have a lot of wisdom and are trying to share things for our better benefit. Maybe. What do we know, though? I mean, this guy clearly has got no good intentions in mind here for us in the United States. I mean, clearly the Russian Federation that's giving intelligence to the Iranians to kill our fellow citizens in the armed forces, clearly they are a much better intentioned country and love Americans more than Ukraine. Russia's killing our guys with kindness right now in the Middle East. Ukraine's trying to help save their lives. And what kind of sick-ass country tries to save Americans' lives? Now, that's really something right there. And of course, I'm being wildly sarcastic with that. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on out of Kyiv and on into the location unknowns, because we have the Russian casualty report for today. And it was quite a good one. Another Bobcat! Hey, look at that!
Oh, look at that. They got another one right there. A coup plus a bobcat. Unlimited coup and unlimited bobcat.
And I gotta say, is this unlimited soup and salad? But beyond that, Miss DC.
Where's the breadsticks, dang it?
Man, honestly, man, those breadsticks, they smack. Like, those are
I'll
probably,
tell you what.
I mean, the best thing.
Make sure you get some butter on them.
Man, honestly, man, straight up, you gotta get the butter. You gotta get the butter. But moving on, the Miss DC Keeper of the Record stated that 2,157 drones shot down is the fourth highest daily loss of the wire, and 281 vehicles destroyed is the third highest daily loss of the war. Now, let's get on into the deeper figures and get the breakdown. 990 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours. Whoops. We also have been able to hear 3 APCs, 281 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 61 artillery pieces, 2,157 drones, 1 MLRS, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. What a day. What a day. And you know, the Ukrainians shooting down over 2,000 drones a day these days. I mean, you know, that's really something right there when you think about it. You know, it's really something when you think about it, because the reality of the fact is, folks, is that America could never do that on a daily basis or for any sustained period of time, and Ukraine's doing that every day. Maybe we need to really help these people out in Ukraine, give them some weapons, you know, maybe some bombs to help them, you know, keep fighting the Russians, so that way, one day, when they end up finishing out this war and they end up surviving it, we can use their technology and their expertise and knowledge to refine our own armed forces into a drone master of warfare.
Yeah, indeed. Also, by the way, someone said, well, what about our U.S. companies, those startup defense companies? How come they're not providing stuff like this, like these interceptors and stuff like that for drones that are cheap? I saw one of the fellas today, one of the defense startup guys from a company here in America. He did not confirm or deny that some of his tech could be being used right now in the Middle East. He sort of alluded that it could be, but he wouldn't say that it was being used. So it's possible that there's possibly a production pinch point there, possibly, because the U.S. is still reaching out to Ukraine to get their interceptors. So it could be that we're trying to fill the gap by getting a whole bunch of stuff from Ukraine and then letting our companies catch up as well when it comes to production quantities. That could be part of it. But our companies here in America, they're doing very good work when it comes to being a startup. But Ukraine has actual years-long experience. That's the difference there. So the U.S. might be deferring to Ukraine just because of their years of experience.
I'd have to say that's probably the truth, but also the fact of it is that the Ukrainians manufacture drones in the thousands. And right now, all of the drone companies in the United States, even the startup ones, are all still on that idea of, let's make a batch of 50 of them and then charge a couple of $100,000 a pop. And it's like, well, that doesn't really work. You know, it's like, this is a type of warfare that requires mass production at incredibly cheap costs. This is a war of mass numbers. It's really not a war of, you know, high quality, limited batches like everything else that we've done in America. And that just doesn't seem to benefit the shareholders here in America. What the hell? What are you talking about? We have to put in some work? No. Let's create a limited batch of a couple of hundred. We'll charge a couple of $100,000 a pop, and we'll profit.
That company I'm talking about, by the way, is not public yet, by the way. It's a private company.
Oh, well, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the rest of them, Matthew. I'm talking about all the other ones. You know, the rest of the war industry. The ones that go, yeah, sure, we'll build, you know, a limited batch of this thing, but it'll cost about, you know, $800,000 a piece. You know, it's like, well,
what, you don't like making money?
Well, Matthew, I mean, I love making money. Everybody loves making money, but
you don't like 2,000% profit margins?
Well, I don't know about that kind of profit margin. That just sounds like straight up greed. I mean, that sounds like biblical levels of greed. Like, honestly, like that sounds not too bueno.
I don't know. You sound a little bit anti-American to me. I mean, talking like that. You're telling me that you're going to sacrifice the bottom line for national defense? Or are you? I mean, what kind of American are you?
Hold up 1 second, everyone. I got to point towards Wall Street and pray to Wall Street really quickly. Long live the shareholders. God bless the shareholders.
That's right. Remember the court ruling. The shareholders take #1 priority. Nothing else takes priority.
Man, screw those people. Like, man, we need that money. We need that bread. Let's get like 50 drones and we'll sell them into $500,000 a pop. Bam. There we go. Making money. Profits, baby. Let's
and
slash.
Better yet, let's not even make the production that high of quantities. Let's make it limited edition, so that way we can boost the scarcity and make more cash off of it. In fact, we've just added a dealer markup to these drones right here. It's a 10% markup because it's in short supply, not because it's necessarily hard to make, just because it happens to be limited run, so you have to pay extra.
Hold up, Matthew. I've got a great idea. I got something right here, Matthew, that's going to make all the guys in Wall Street cry. You see this right here? This is a wrench. But this isn't any wrench.
Get it off the screen. Get it off the screen. My God, this is my yearly salary.
Calm down. This isn't just any wrench, Matthew. This is a wrench that's made for the Department of War. So I got an idea. What if we make it like any other wrench, but because it's used on ICBMs, we jack up the cost of this thing by 5,000%. And instead of it being maybe like $5, it'll be $500,000. What do you think?
But you see, though, here's the problem, though. This is the problem with you naysayers out there about all this tech right here. This is designed with zero tolerances. This has the closest tolerances in the industry. Also, we make it with a reverse ionization polarization technology that only we can make as a defense company, and it's so hard to replicate. So for that reason alone, the R&D cost. Remember R&D. Remember the term R&D, research and development. You have to factor that stuff in right there. Also, we make it with a unique material that you only find on Pluto. You have to go all the way to Pluto to get it. So super rare stuff. So that's why it costs $500,000. And also remember, you have to remember our sales guy over here. He also needs a cut too. He needs a little bit of a commission. So you got to factor that in as well. And also the CEO's wife needs some new shoes. She needs a whole closet full because she's not happy without a closet full. So you got to factor all that stuff in. Don't be like that.
Listen, baby's got to have new shoes. 5 million taking a leave. But it's time for us to move on from that little bit of news, and time for us to move on up towards the Vovchansk. We were able to see the Ukrainians were out giving gifts today. I wonder if they were good. Oh, they were giving out that ominous music that makes you think of Chernobyl.
That one tone on the keyboard synthesizer.
It's like, oh, man.
I feel like I'd be good in sales. I was actually in sales at one point.
You know, Matthew, I was actually a sales coordinator and distributor at one point as well.
I was an importer exporter.
Art Vandalay? Like, is that you?
Look, Jerry, I live with my parents.
wait, let me think of that thing that you do, like that laugh. It was something like that. Like, I can't do it, but like that George Costanza, he was really something.
I tell you what, look at this though. These people are there's no importing going on here; it's just exporting.
Man, I think they actually no, man. This is actually an import-export business. The Russians import living Russian soldiers. The Ukrainians export them in boxes. It's an import-export business.
Jeez.
A little bit of a morbid one, but it's a factory. It's not all nice. It's not a warehouse. It's a steel mill, basically. Oh, look, they're about to get this mortar here as well. Oh, and this one as well.
Also, by the way, when I say I was in sales, like somebody said, "What do you mean at McDonald's?" When I was in college, like actually not too long ago, I was about to say back in the day. It's not back in the day. I'm only 25, but back when I was in college, I had a job at a outdoor clothing store that I had to learn. I learned everything in the store. Like I was actually somewhat of like a gearhead about the stuff, and I was like the #1 guy in the store when it came to selling the shoes. Anybody that walked in the doors, I could sell like the highest cost pair of shoes to them. Pretty much anybody that walked in. Everybody was always like, "How the hell did you sell those?" But like nobody could sell them. I was like, "I don't know. I just told them they were good, and they just bought them." I was like, "Oh, yeah." They're like, "Well, it works. The sales are going up, I guess." So, that's my sales experience. I'm no importer export. I'm just a shoe dude.
He's just a shoe dude. Also, by the way, I have to point this thing out. You see that right here? This is a 1K148.
Now that's something.
This is a $250 million radar system.
Damn.
You want to see one get blown up?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, let's take it. Well, there it is. Like there it is. And here's the Ukrainian drone right overhead. This is one of those $4,000 Ukrainian drones. And that's a dead-on hit on the $250 million radar. Well, guess that's so. Oh, look, they're trying to pack it up and move on out. I think that's too late now. Bro, they're like, go, bleat, get out of here. Like, man, they packed it up. They're trying to get out of here.
Damn, look at them go. I don't think they're going to make it.
Man,
who the hell is the guy Mike was talking about? Let's see here. Al Bundy.
Who the hell's Al Bundy?
I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is right here.
We can pull it up.
It says misanthropic working class father of 2. That's a very strange way to describe a character. What the hell is misanthropic? It's above my pay grade, this word.
Like a misanthrope. You know what that is?
What's benevolent?
What's benevolent me? Like a misanthrope is
a deep-seated distrust, contempt, or hatred for humankind, stemming from a belief that human nature is fundamentally flawed, immoral, or selfish. Huh.
I mean, that wasn't the way I was
Characterized by
going to.
cynicism, antisocial behavior, and social withdrawal.
Well, anyways, this radar got completely obliterated right here. I mean, look at that thing. That thing got cooked up into pieces.
I think the Russians are kind of misanthropic a little bit.
Nah, man, they have a love for humanity. They want to go around the world and destroy all of it and see every bit of it while they do it too. That's a love of humanity, Matthew. You don't understand. The Russians are the greatest people on the planet, Blid. Also, by the way, the 24th shot down this drone today.
Сука, зависає, падло.
Get it! Get it, boy! No! And they got it.
Holy crap!
Yeah. Чітко.
А де чують?
Nice. Moving on from that, we also get to see the Ukrainians helping out one of their fellow wounded soldiers in a evacuation here in the 30th Brigade near to the area of Konstantinivka. We see them here coming up to the drone. The drone kind of taking a slideshow. We can see them getting to the wounded man here on this trailer, and they're about to hook up the trailer to the drone so that way they can get him on out of here. We can see them loading up the wounded soldier, and now the drone is on its way to get him back out of the area into medical evacuation.
I'd feel a lot safer if this guy was under the drone net. Oh, I think the drone net might be destroyed, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, most of it sadly has been destroyed. And it seems like this drone has this weird thing of where it kind of like slowly goes to the left, and they have to keep adjusting for that. But beyond that,
It's a skid steer.
Kind of, yeah. Like, I suppose. We see them getting them on through the area. I mean, this thing's taking them on a journey. And now we can see fast forwarding a little bit. They were able to get him to the other unit that's now going to grab the wounded man and get him on to medical evacuation, which is great to see. Moving on from that and on into our next bits of news further down the front, we also get to see that the Ukrainians in the 3rd Operational Brigade of the Spartan NGU were able to take 25 Russians prisoner today. Take a look at this. The Russians are winning the war, they say, as they surrender in platoon-sized elements around Pokrovsk. Not really a winning sort of a strategy, if you ask me. Man, that's a lot of them. A little army of them.
It's like they don't even know the drone's there. Oh look! Look! The cops just showed up. Oh.
Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Okay, I really don't anymore. It's like that's easy. Oh, this guy.
If they ever put a megaphone on these drones right here, and you say like you hear the Ukrainians yelling, "Stop resisting!" I'll be like, "Oh,
man,
Russians better look out."
Man, if any of these drones ever show up with a state trooper hat and it's leaned excessively far forward, I'm just going to assume that my time has come. Like that's going to be my assumption.
Or the chin line they can cut like meat.
Yeah, one or the other. And also, if they're always wearing sunglasses too, even in the middle of the night, you can generally assume your time has come.
Or they could be a little sauce and they're trying to hide the bloodshot eyes, one or the other.
Excuse me, officer, have you been drinking? All right, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. What? Causing a disturbance. What the hell do you mean? Like, stop resisting. Man, like, oh, man. You know. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of that little clip in Pokrovsk, we also were able to see down in Kherson the Ukrainians getting a little bit of work in the 40th Marine Brigade. Oh, is that a Russian little bunker right there? And the bink, and there went the drone bomb, and there it goes. It went off right on the position. We see them now coming in for the next Russian position, which we can see right here.
This is a high-value target here. Look at that. Bam.
Oh, look, it's a... Let's see if we can read this, Matthew. Let's see here. This is a Poshkodheno Borohi Automobili. So this is something along the lines of an enemy automobile. I don't know what the first word is, but the other part is like enemy automobile. So that's what that says. We can get that part. That's easy. But they hit the Bohanka. And then they also dropped a bomblet on this Ruski. Easy said, easy done. Just like a one.
Also, Also, fun fact, by the way, for everybody out there wondering how it's going overall with the Ukraine-Russia frontline situation, Ukraine's still advancing, by the way. And in fact, I think they're advancing in a few different areas. Not like huge advances, but they are making some limited advances. But on the main front, though, show us that part where they were making that large advances, like the I think it was like 500 square kilometer, like advance or something.
Somewhere
Wasn't that
around
around Zaporizhia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was around this spot right here. They were making a massive advance here. They're still making that advance, and the Russians are still on the back foot. So overall, Russia is still getting pushed back, and they're also still desperate even at this day, and that is still going that way. It hasn't changed.
It's going quite poorly for them, really, in most ways. Generally, the Ukrainians have the Frontline initiative, and they've been able to keep that for about 3 weeks at this point or so. So they've been doing really good for themselves. And generally, while we can't cover a lot of that because we're still having to cover a lot of what's going on in the Middle East, the Ukrainians are still doing quite well for themselves in the war and are generally still holding in and keeping the Russians at bay and even pushing them back. But with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to round out this news segment because we finally, 2 hours and 20 minutes in, made it through all of the news that we had for the night. And I've got to say, what a news night it has been. We've had 200,000 people here with us again over the course of the night, and we've also had, at the peak, 30,500 people here. Before we move on into our question segment, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we've just gotten some breaking news that another container ship has been struck by the Iranian military in the Persian Gulf right off the coast of the UAE. It looks to be in the exact same spot that the other ones were hit, or at least a couple of the other ones were actually hit. So they're saying the ship suffered a minor fire, and the full damage assessment isn't being impaired by the darkness. So it's unclear what projectile has hit the vessel. We did see before that the Iranians were using the drone boats with explosives to hit these ships. This could be a smaller one. This could be an aerial drone from the sounds of it, because they're saying a minor fire, and that would generally not line up with a massive drone boat attack that we've seen before. So it could be an aerial attack this time, possibly, but it is another one that we've seen so far. So, Enforcer, what say you?
This is now the 6th ship that was attacked today, and it also is showing us that the Iranians are keeping up a significant amount of damage so far on commercial ships that are currently stuck within the area of the Persian Gulf and generally the Strait of Hormuz as well, which is unfortunate to see. But with that, I hope we have been able to cover that breaking. Go ahead.
Also, one other piece of news as well. It looks like the oil price is surging once again. Of course, there's two different ways to look at the oil. There's Brent crude, and then I believe there's normal crude oil. There's two different metrics to judge the price of oil. Right now, the crude oil futures are sitting at about $93 or so, but the Brent crude is currently over $100 as of right now. It surged about 9%, and it's now sitting at $100 a barrel after these attacks. So the trend is going up, and I really doubt that it's going to reverse anytime soon, unless there's maybe some statement that the U.S. is going to be calling off the war or something like that, possibly. So we'll have to see how it goes, but expect probably more rises would be my guess, I would say, probably in this situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I gotta tell you, these rising oil prices here don't really look too good. I would tell y'all folks to go get some gas while you can, while it's still a little bit more affordable, because this is going to start affecting U.S. gas prices here soon, or at least companies are going to start pre-pricing the fuel to try and expect or more so wait for the rising price of crude oil. So I'd have to say this isn't really looking too good right now. You know, I gotta say that the whole U.S. military planning side of things here in the war didn't really go too well. And that's kind of what happens, when you have people who don't really know what they're talking about, kind of playing the war, It's like, I know a lot of people are going to get angry even hearing that, but I mean, that's just the truth of it, is that when you have someone who knows more than everyone on every single topic in the world, and they don't listen to anyone, I mean, it's like, that's what's going to happen down here, But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. Concerning development, to be sure, and we'll have to watch it as the days pass by. But with that in mind, we do have a lot of questions to get into, and it is the end of the news, folks, officially as of right now. We might have some more breaking news coming out here in the near future, but for now, it's going to be only questions, and we cannot wait to get into them. And so, Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
All right, so jumping into our final question segment of the night, we're going to get our super chats, our live chats, and Morse code decoders. But first of all, let's get our super chats. Our first one of the last segment is going to go to none other than Con45, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Con, for that generous support and helping to keep the channel running with that super chat. He said, Camp Kalsu, Camp Delta, Camp Falcon, Camp Spitzer, Camp Liberty in Iraq. Bagram Airfield and the defense facility in Parwan in Afghanistan. I was stationed at all of these bases from 2004 until 2014, and this war is just getting started, and insanity.
And I thank you so much for the support, Con. And I'd have to say that it's really been something so far with how the war's been fought. I really don't know where in the world the strategic prerogatives were at when they were creating the military planning. Because I'll be honest with y'all, folks, it just seems like this was the plan. Kill Khamenei, and that was it. I think everything else has been just like knee-jerk reactions since then, because there was no real larger plan. I mean, they kind of piecemealed the Iranian Air Force, and they still are. And then they ended up hitting the transporter erector launchers pretty heavily, so they generally muted the threats that were posed to Israel by ballistic missile attacks. But then they really didn't attack any of the drone forces. They really didn't attack the Iranian Navy enough to knock them out quick enough, or to try and keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And they really didn't conduct any actions to ensure the flow of oil. I mean, it was basically like they only went with the whole "let's kill Khamenei" thing, and then they just didn't plan anything else. And that's quite interesting. I mean, I'll have to be honest with y'all, folks. There's been a little bit of a trend here going on with this whole thing, and it's a very Hollywood-esque sort of a trend. And this is kind of giving me the idea that whoever's the one actually in charge of telling everyone what's going to be done doesn't really have an idea of what they're doing. When we went down to Venezuela, what do? We grabbed Maduro, and that was it. And what do we do when the war with Iran started? We bombed Khamenei and killed him, and that was it. Notice the trend there. The top leader of the country was removed or killed in both instances. Now, that would seem like a cool idea if we were living in a Hollywood movie script. Because in a Hollywood movie script, how it works is that whoever's in charge of the thing is basically like the head of the snake, and if you chop off the head of the snake, the rest of the thing dies right afterwards, and then the whole thing's open and shut from there. But the thing is that in real life, that doesn't work that way. And we saw that with Venezuela, because right now, Venezuela's government, just to make this clear for everyone, because this is something I think a lot of people need to know, is that Venezuela is operating off of a socialist government framework that was laid out by a president back in the late 2000s that was elected in Venezuela called Hugo Chavez. And he was the guy who generally started the major socialist trend, at least within Venezuela. And that's what Maduro and everyone else has been a part of since then. So we removed Maduro out of this Hugo Chavez style sort of governance. And then who in the world took over after he was removed? Delcy Rodriguez, who was his vice president, who also is a heavy believer in the socialist ideals laid out by Hugo Chavez when he originally created the very socialist framework the Venezuelan government works off of today. So in reality, there was absolutely no change in Venezuela, rather than a change in name of who's running the country, which is basically no change by any measure. So then moving on over to Iran, we end up killing Ali Khamenei because it was too dangerous to go and grab the guy and rip him out of Iran. So then what happened afterwards is that the entire Islamic regime, which existed without him before he was the supreme leader, still existed without him after he died. Because it's a entire government system. It's not just one guy like a Hollywood movie. It's an entire governmental framework. You can't just rip out the top guy and then it all falls apart. That doesn't happen. And so then they killed Khamenei, and then the Iranians elect Khamenei to replace Khamenei, and then nothing has basically changed. I mean, like, their government has not collapsed. It doesn't even appear to be at a threat of collapse, because killing the top guy or the top guys doesn't really do a lot, because they just get replaced by other people. They get promoted. So I would generally have to say that, in my honest opinion, whoever in the world's coming up with the military plans doesn't really know what they're doing, because their whole entire game plan, both times that they've actually gone into something, is let's just grab the top dude and yank him out of their governmental system, and then the whole thing ought to fall apart, and that hasn't happened in either instance. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Con45, and I generally greatly thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Doha59, and thank you very much, Doha, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that. And also, by the way, I wonder, since your name is Doha, I'm not sure if this is the proper connection or not, but I wonder if you're in Qatar. I wonder. I have a feeling about that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the incredible support, Doha. And I gotta say that it's an amazing thing to know that folks like you are helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that it's dressed up well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Robert Betancourt, and thank you very much, Robert, as well, for that $50 support. He said, battery check on 2020 Bolt EV battery good, and are there charging stations and Dugway Proving Ground? 2027 Bolt with 30,000 with VEG. Interestingly enough, at the very beginning of the Dugway base itself, there's actually a small, like, little town at the front of it. There's a hotel in there. They've got actually some creature comforts up there at the very front of it, by the way. I think that's for visitors visiting the proving grounds, because, of course, they bring in experts from around the country to go to the place to go witness some of these tests. So there's actually probably some charging stations there, actually, at the very front of it. If you went on Google Maps, you could probably spot them, probably, like, right beyond the front gate.
No, because dang.
Oh, bless you.
The thing is that there's a checkpoint gate well in front of the base. Like the checkpoint gate's right there, and so you wouldn't be able to see charging stations. Basically, if there are any, they're going to be in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be in the town right here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you really can't see the town though if you drop down on Street View. Is what I was trying to say. Because if you look at this right here, there's the let me see here. Yeah, that is the gate. That's as close.
That's
as
an LDS church right there, by the way.
Well, that's the
outside
gate right there. Like, well, yeah, that is true. There is the LDS church right outside the gate, but that's the gate right there, and you can't really see into the facility from here. So sadly, you can't really see them if they're there. Like, I don't know if they're there, and they're certainly not going to be probably at the front gate. They're probably going to be.
No, I'm saying they're in the town. They're in the town, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if they're going to be there, it's probably going to be right in front of that. See that little center building that's right in the center of the town right there? Go drag it over to the center. It's probably going to be in that parking lot right there if they're going to have charging stations anywhere.
Oh, Shibon, I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying now. I thought you meant they were going to be at like the front like gate to the base. I was like, I don't know about that.
I said they were in the town. I said they were in the town.
I thought the way you said it, I thought you meant they were up here. I was like, I don't know about that. Also, it looks like they had a whole bunch of houses here before that they demolished. Actually, a lot of them. Dang, there's like a load of them that used to be here that they just ripped down.
That is crazy. Also, Hokey Redneck said LDS Church right outside the base. Go set the man down in front of that. By the way, let's make sure that is an LDS Church. Yeah, it is an LDS Church. They're like the LDS Church. They put like these. I don't know if they call them temples or what they call them. But they put those things. Yeah, churches. I guess they call them. But they put those like on every street corner. Like they were on every street corner. Like everywhere you go. They even have one literally out here in the middle of nowhere in Death Valley in front of Dugway's main gate. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, it really is something crazy. So actually, folks, the Mormons have two different types of religious buildings. They have these churches here, and then they have the temples. And I'll go and show you all their most famous one. This is actually basically like the temple, which is at Temple Square right here. This is a Salt Lake City temple in Utah, and this is different than a church because these buildings, I think, according to like LDS ideology, are specifically for certain ceremonies of reaching new heights within the religion, and generally aren't used for normal services. The churches are used for normal services, and the temples are actually used for special ceremonies. But let me see here if I can. Here's what the inside.
I think it's Skull Valley, by the way. I think I said Death Valley. That's in California. I meant to say Skull Valley, I think.
Yeah, you did say Death Valley. I was like, hey, I guess maybe it is. But beyond that, though, this is what the inside of it looks like, and they have these different little chambers and stuff for different kinds of ceremonies. I forgot which ones are for which, and apparently they have a whole bunch of cattle down there at the bottom. Don't know what that one's about. But beyond that, though, it's a really interesting sort of a thing. And they have a million, I mean, literally a million of the little churches, and they're all built identically. Like, they all look the same. They have the same little spire in the middle. They have the same little entrances, the same layout and everything. It's really interesting, honestly, because you would think there'd be a little bit of a differentiation in them, and there isn't. The temples do look different, though, from temple to temple. They look almost completely different sometimes, but the churches are literally built with, like, the same, like, base layout or concept model, which is really interesting, honestly. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, Robert, I think they might have electric charging stations. You know something, though, that I find funny, speaking of this? Back in the day when electric vehicles were new and the government was kind of pushing for them to become a mainstream thing, there were a lot of people out there who would say stuff like, oh, electric vehicles are so stupid. The government can just shut them off or shut off your electricity where they can't charge. And I was like, I don't know if these people know this, but gas stations literally don't just like stick a straw in the ground underneath them and just suck the gas straight out. It's like, like technically the government could just not supply the gas stations with fuel, and do the same thing that way. You know, and also it was really funny to me where people were like, there's no electric chargers, which kind of was true at the time, but it's also acting like they can't be built. It's like, you know, the gas stations didn't just exist here at the time of the pioneers, you know, like when they were rolling out west, they said, Jeez Louise, Sue-Ann, the damn oxen's dying. Let's whip over at that gas station and shove a gas pump inside of its mouth and fill it up with 93 octane. It's like, that didn't exist, you know, they had to build those as well, you know, so it's like, I always found the argument about those to be a little bit like odd and kind of like just to be a little bit upfront, a little bit ignorant, because it's like, you know, it's like, do people not realize that back in the day when cars were brand new, like there was no infrastructure for them? Like here's an interesting fact for y'all. Matthew, where in the world did you buy gasoline before gas stations were a thing?
I don't know.
At a local drugstore or a pharmacy. Because gas was actually considered to be more of a medicinal item back then than anything to be used for, say, an automobile or transportation.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so then finally gas stations actually became a thing, and then they started started to see that those became highly widespread, usually under the Standard Oil brand, and then a whole bunch of other brands popped up once Standard Oil was busted up into a whole bunch of pieces in the antitrust actions. But anyways, I hope that is an interesting side note, and I do thank you so much for the support, Robert, and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just for the people asking, I'm personally not Mormon, and neither is Andrew, by the way. Also, just because you live in Salt Lake City doesn't mean you're Mormon. Like many people have this perception that the entire place is Mormon. It's not like that. Like only 49% of the place is Mormon. That's still quite a lot, but considering it's literally the headquarters of their church, that's not as much as you would think. So out of the 1.1 million people that live in Salt Lake County, only about 500,000 are Mormon, and the rest are not. So it's actually quite interesting. Many people don't know that, but. Moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Bass Reeves, who puts in a 50. And thank you, Bass, as well, for that $50 support. He said, I've been listening from the start, and y'all are the best. And thank you, Bass, for the kind words. He said, when will you make the LSA flags again?
Hey, I gotta thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And when will we make LSA flags again? Probably within the next year, because we're planning on having them out, and also a special edition version of the flag out for the 5th year anniversary of the LSA's founding, which would be in March of next year. So it should be sometime around then, but I can't give you an exact date because we're going to have to work on that, and we haven't really even broken ground on getting the merch store up and running again at some point in the future, because we have to make it to where it's a little bit more hands-off than it was last time, because last time it was wildly difficult to keep say the thing running, to be entirely frank, because it took a lot of effort on both of our ends to make it happen, to be honest. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And moving into our next one here, this one is going to go to none other than Robert Krogan, who put in a 20. And thank you, Robert, as well, for that support. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support, Robin. And I got to say a good evening to you. It's great to have you here. We hope you've been enjoying the place. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
We have a live chat question from Scott Wright. He said, why did the ship's captains that went through the strait or near it think that it was safe to proceed before they got hit?
I guess they just thought that the Iranians wouldn't really hit them, and then they got hit. Maybe they were told by the country, maybe their company that they were from, and the country that they were from, the country's government said, it probably is safe, they probably won't hit a Thai ship. And then the company told the captain, it's probably safe, they probably won't hit our ship because it's Thai flagged. And then they went through, and then it turned out to not be the case. There's a million reasons why they could have done that, but that could be one of the likely reasons as to why that happened, which is very unfortunate to see that such a misstep was made. But a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring the live chat, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But before we do, I saw someone say, what country did y'all go to for your mission? We're not Mormons. We're like Protestant Christian folk from South, this place called Alabama. But Alabama is a land kind of like where Superman's from, which is this planet called Kal-El. It's kind of like turning into hell, basically, and like everybody's shooting each other mostly, or they're just like really angry, and the place is like really poor, and nobody really has like a lot of money there. And so it kind of got a little bit tough to be around that, because it's basically like living in depression, basically. And all the nice folks that are there, they're like really nice folks, but...
I'll tell you, the way that was worded, man, I'm not sure if you know how that sounded.
But, well, it was kind of just depressing, honestly. And so we was like, well, we just gonna pack up and move somewhere real nice, like, somewhere that makes you happy to be. And Alabama just sadly wasn't the place. And really, the Southeast, it's like there's nice people down there, but I got to be honest with you, Alabama just, it's a rougher and tougher place. And we've had about 22. Well, actually, for me, it was like 23 years, and for Matthew, it was like 24 years of it or so. And after enough of it, you just kind of get tired of it a little bit, like the constant road rage and, having to avoid entire parts of the city because the gangs basically run it. And then you go in the country and, you deal with like jaded people and everything. So, we wanted to move. There's great people, though, in Alabama. I want to make that clear. But generally, the experience, due to a lot of other reasons that we really can't get into. Some people that are very close to the channel kind of know about it, but it's just more bad than good for us. So we decided to pack up and move. And so we went all around the country. We looked at Seattle, which was a no because it was too damn expensive. And then we looked at Miami, which was a no because it was pretty damn bad off. And then we went to Salt Lake City. And Salt Lake City was one hell of a place. Super nice. And since we moved here, we've been here for how long, Matthew? What has it been? About 5 months, 5.5 months or so, something like that.
I've been here for about 5 years in my mind.
Oh, well, he's been about here 5 years in his mind, but in reality, it's only been about 5.5 months. And I got to tell y'all that every single day over here has been swell. The people are really nice. The scenery is really nice. The city's really nice. And generally, I mean, people aren't, like the majority of people around here just aren't, absolutely angry and just looking for a fight. So it's honestly really pleasant to go out in public because you're not dealing with, a whole crowd of people who just hate life, just being honest. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. But no, we ain't Mormons. I just want to make that incredibly clear. We ain't Mormons. I actually had some missionaries show up like twice at my place. And both times I was about to go live, and I just opened up the door and be like, hey, I'm about to go to work. See ya. And then I had to like close the door and then get to work. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, someone said SLC's been cool for Matt because they haven't found him yet. No, they found me. I didn't answer the door. That's the catch. I didn't know who it was. I was like, I don't know who's at the door. Someone was pounding on my door like they were law enforcement. I was like, who the hell's at the door? I'm like, I don't know who that is down there, but I think it was the Mormons at the door. They came around a couple of times actually, and they know how to beat on that door. Like they are like putting some weight into those hits. Yeah, I'm like, dang, man, like they are trying to like pressure people to come to the door. I'm like, I am not coming down there to the door. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. But I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm like, I'm not trying to insult the Mormons. I'm not trying to get like into a debate about it. I'm like, people can believe whatever they want. It's a free country. But I'm like, me personally, I'm not a Mormon. I won't probably ever be a Mormon. So I don't know. I was just sitting here shaking. Like I was just in pure terror. I was in fear. I was like, oh, they're at the door. I was like, I'm not going to the door. But anyway, so we're moving into our next super chat.
Before we move on, I just saw DJM say, how is Miami bad off? It's really bizarre. Like it truly is bizarre. There is like this humongous wealth disparity down there in like the Miami area from West Palm Beach all the way down to Miami. And if you're on the beach, like if you're on the first 2 blocks closest to the beach, it's like Billionaires Row. There's like these super huge mansions. They're like well maintained, but oddly enough, like the road to them isn't even like paved, and in some areas it's literally crumbling apart. And then if you go right across like the breakwater in most areas, which would be about right here, and you go over here to this larger city area, it is the only way I can describe it, it's like a sun-bleached version of downtown Birmingham, which is really shocking because nobody ever tells you that about Miami. Like, they always make it out like West Palm Beach is super nice and Miami's super nice. And in some, like, in this little stretch right here on this little sandbar out here, that's true. But once you cross that bridge, it starts to unravel pretty quickly to the point it's like, what the hell? And it's, like, expensive, too. I mean, it's like $3,000 a month to basically live in what would be the equivalent of like Compton or something like that. And it's like, that's just really bizarre. And a lot of people don't know that until they go there. And a lot of people really don't know what a lot of American cities are like until they go there. I can tell y'all personally from our own experience, like the rap that LA gets, like with how bad it is, it's kind of like mixed because some parts are truly bad, but other parts are exceptionally good. But then it's also insanely expensive no matter what, no matter where you're at there. And then Seattle's pretty nice, but it's also wildly expensive as well, and it's also got like this whole other thing going on with it in some areas that is, like kind of seedy, to be entirely honest. But it's really interesting. Like, you really have to travel around America and see these cities for yourselves, because like usually the reputation they get nationwide isn't exactly true, and usually like the actual impression that you'll get will be usually a lot different than what people tell you the place should be like. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Mace Star Citizen, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Mace, for that 20. He said, USA, USA.
USA, and I gotta agree. Long live the Republic, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Niels Hansen, and who did not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Niels, for that $20 support and helping to keep us running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Niels Hansen, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from My Trucking Travels. He said, good evening, ladies and gents, and thank you guys for the wonderful job you do, and thank you for the kind words. He said, LSA forever, Austin, Texas to Phoenix, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and I got to say a huge thanks to you for the support, My Trucking Travels. Once again on that Interstate 10 grind, and I got to thank you so much for the support and being here with us tonight and helping this channel to keep on running. It's folks like you that make this show possible on the day-to-day, and we're massively appreciative and thankful for folks like you, because you help us to be able to keep this thing running, and also help us to be able to stay up there in the top of the ratings. We're number 13 in America yesterday. That's pretty good right there. Look at that.
Oh, damn, look at that. Oh, wow. Like, that's crazy work right there. Did we beat any mainstream news channels out there? Did we happen to hit the ratings pretty good?
Oh, we did. We did. Let's see here. Mainstream news companies. Well, Fox was at number 70. And PBS was at number 72. And then we also have, let me see here. Oh, CBS Sports, but that's not really news, at 92. And basically nobody else from the mainstream made it even in the top 100.
Yeah, you got to be careful checking these ratings, though. Like, after you're checking them, for some reason, like, my voice feels like it's changing. It's like, it's changing into something totally radical. They're not sure what it is. They're like, sir, go get checked out by a doctor. Your voice sounds a little bit harsh, a little bit harsh. They said, check the ratings, sir. The best ratings. That's the best, sir. They said, who cares about if it's substantive or not? It's all about the ratings. That's what they say. The ratings, sir. The ratings.
People are always saying, sir, you have to up the ratings, and we can't up them anymore. I know more about ratings than anybody else, and we do great at the ratings. People come flooding in from all over the country, and they go, sir, give us the news. We want the good news. And I say, there's no better news than here. I mean, everything that we say might not sound that great, like with how the news is really going, but beyond that, though, we deliver it really well. It's very professional, and anyone else that says otherwise is fake news and needs to be banned and even criminally prosecuted for the desecrating of our great channel. Truly, I mean, it's absolutely unreal. The haters that come out of the woodworks, they always go, oh, I hate this channel, I hate these guys. And it's like, well, you hate us because you ain't us. Nobody knows how to hate more than we. I mean, really, I mean, honestly, we make our entire thing on hating the enemies of the Republic, like Russia and China, and that whole Russia thing, and Iran. It's really hard to do that one in repeat, though. It's really, really hard, because when you try and do Iran multiple times, you just sound like some sort of a crazy tweaker on the side of the street in LA going, Iran, and it's like, well, you know, you need to lay off on the ice a little bit. But beyond that, though, we have plenty of ice for your sweet tea.
And don't forget about Puerto Rico. You can't forget about them. They're down there doing their own little thing. They're down there in Puerto Rico. That's what they say, sir. They said, sir, they're down there in Puerto Rico. What are they doing, sir? They said, sir, I don't know what they're doing in Puerto Rico, sir. It's a crazy thing what they're doing down there. They're down there making that beautiful music. They said that Bad Rabbit, he's down there doing that song. He's doing that, oh, Papa, look at that Papa. He says, sir, he knows how to sing, sir. Oh, my God.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't really know about that one. I mean, Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny might be kind of popular, but I kind of listened to his music and it was kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I'm one who really appreciates music in every language, but also at the same time saying to the VIP, it just doesn't really do it for me, you know. Like VIP, we're always in the VIP.
I resonated with that strongly when he said that. He's that bad rabbit. He said to the VIP, and I said, I like this guy. He really knows what he's talking about. He said to the very important person. That's what VIP means. Very important person. And that describes me very well. That when you pull it up in the dictionary, I'm right next to the word. They said, look at it there, sir. You're in the Webster's. You made it to Webster's. My mother would be proud. I made it to Webster's.
You know, I got a great question though. What's this Webster's stuff? Like, does that mean that they spin webs like Spider-Man? Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. But beyond that, though, I like that song. It's a great song, wonderful song. I remember it from my childhood. I remember being in New York City when my dad was involved in construction with the Bambinos and the Gambinos, and we would always think about Spider-Man, a great neighborhood hero. Honestly, I don't really relate with him, though. I mean, that guy was broke as shit. My dad had a couple $100 million. But beyond that, though, I mean, it's a really interesting thing.
Indeed, that's for sure.
Well, I guess that's Matthew's message that he's had enough of doing this because he stopped doing the voice. So it's time for us to start moving on before the ratings start dropping. We love our ratings. So with that, we're on to the next one.
So our next one goes to Matty Matt, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Matty, for that support. He said, y'all are the best in the industry. And I love how the enforcer of schools, the fellows out there, and some of those folks out there that are political, it makes me laugh hysterically. And I wish I could super chat more frequently.
And I thank you for the support, Matty Matt. I got to say, that's a wonderful thing. I thank you for the kind words. But generally, we have to get into schooling. Well, not really schooling, but more so speaking about what really reality is. To a lot of people, we've been doing that over the years. Back in the day, back before the current president was in charge, we were actually known. This is the crazy thing, folks, about being politically neutral, is that you just become the enemy of whoever's in charge. Back in the day, we were known as Radical MAGA. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Because we would criticize the prior administration. Nowadays, we're known as snowflake libs, or something along those lines. And it really is just whoever's in charge. Like, whenever we point out that they're doing something that's not the greatest thing, and it could be improved upon, or generally we should be doing something else, people don't like that. Like, it's really funny. But these days, you know, that's kind of the thing in vogue, because they're the ones in the executive list who are in charge now, not the other group that was for the last 4 years. And so now, obviously, we're the enemy to that group of people, because we don't just, you know, sit there and praise, you know, whoever their guy is endlessly and say that he can do no wrong and do no evil. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joe Desk, and he said, keep grinding, boys, and roll tide.
And thank you so much for the support. And I guess since we're out of the area, roll tide. But then we get our oak trees poisoned. We said that while we were down there. Y'all would get the joke if you're from Alabama. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Robert Betancourt. He said, do you think Ukraine already has a U.S. patent on the Hornet drone to block the other folks who want to get involved in drone making here in the United States?
They might, but they might not, like the U.S. courts might not respect the copyright or patent, well, actually it would be a patent from Ukraine. They might not, depending on how that would work. So we'll have to see, but I have a feeling they probably do have that here in America already. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Frosty Rotor X, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Frosty. They said, I know you guys are passionate about the U.S. being behind on drone warfare. I want your thoughts on Anduril, the U.S. defense contractor who is not only making good anti-drone weapons, but in a way that is mass-producible, like World War II. So that was actually, just for a little bit of transparency here, the fellow who's in charge of Anduril, his name's Palmer Luckey. He's also the guy who came up with the whole Oculus virtual reality headsets and stuff like that. He left all that stuff and he went on to do Anduril, which is a defense startup, which is pretty, I'm a big fan of that company. I think they're doing pretty good work. They have a similar device that Ukraine currently fields. Like the Hornet drone is what Ukraine has. Anduril has something called the Anvil, and you can actually pull up a picture of it, by the way. It's an interceptor style drone that's designed to take enemy targets out of the sky. So it's something similar. And like I was saying earlier, I don't think he would confirm or deny that these drones are in use in the Middle East right now. He wouldn't really commit to the statement really, from what I was hearing. But it's possible that it could be being used. But it's very similar to the Hornet in some ways, but you can tell there's some design differences there between the two. But Enforcer, what say you?
The Ukrainians make theirs like a bomb. The anvil literally looks like a flying anvil. I think that's where it got the name from. Because, I mean, this thing is literally just a block, like a straight up block of explosive with a couple of propellers attached. This one actually has a bit of an aerodynamic shape to it, which I think is the difference. But beyond that, though, I would say that Anduril is a pretty good company. It's just that they haven't gotten off the ground well enough at this point to mass produce drone defenses to be able to pretty much cover the entire U.S. armed force in the Middle East, because if they had, then we wouldn't be seeing that we would be needing to go to the Ukrainians to get stopgap Wild Hornets in the meantime, because the Ukrainians mass-produced a Wild Hornet in the hundreds or even the thousands every day at this point, and Anduril, I think, is still kind of in the artisanal batch phase of their company's history right now, and that's why we're not seeing so many of them in the Middle East, or really seeing them heavily present to the point they cannot be ignored, like they kind of are being ignored right now if they are being used. So I hope that does.
So actually, just to quote this real quick, it looks like, according to the AI overview at least, and I would have to obviously fact check this a little bit deeper because the AI overview is sometimes wrong, but it says here that the Anduril Anvil is in active production and deployment, and it looks like in March, which is obviously, well, actually March 2025, Anduril was allegedly awarded a $642 million Marine Corps contract to deliver, install, and sustain the counter drone systems, which I'd assume is the Anvil. So they are making them, and apparently it sounds like they could be fielding them too, but we're not really being told too much information about how they're being fielded. But I would imagine, since we're having to go, rush to beg Ukraine for drones, we must have a shortage in some way or another. Otherwise, why are we going to Ukraine to beg for more?
Well, I mean, the fact that it looks like it's carried around in a case like this, and I guess it's only carrying two of them at a time, kind of gives me an idea that that's going to be a lot more expensive than a Wild Hornet.
Well, I mean, the whole point of Anduril, like the company itself, is to make stuff that is more on the cheaper side of things. That's the whole point of the company. That I believe that might be an optional base station that you're looking at right there, because the idea behind the Anvil is it's being used as counter UAS defense. So, for example, if you put this base camp somewhere around a secure facility, this drone right here can autonomously respond and intercept an enemy drone that's coming toward your facility. So, I think you don't necessarily have to have the base station, I don't think, but I'm not totally clear on that. I think you can just generally field it by itself, I think.
I mean, like, you might be able to, but, the fact that, I mean, like, this thing looks like it would be fairly expensive, honestly. This thing looks like it's built like a Pelican case to carry two drones. It's like that
It
kind
looks
of.
nice.
It looks nice, sure, but it's like, does it look cost effective? And I mean, like, just up front to me, I don't know the cost of the case and the drones, but generally two drones in a case like this, I'd assume it's probably not cheap, like a Wild Hornet.
Maybe. I would love to have Palmer Lucky on here, by the way, to talk about that stuff. Like, if he would be willing to come on the show. I don't know if he watched your show or not. I'm not really sure about that, but that would be cool to. That's one guy I would like to interview with stuff like that, because he's actually in the know with like how this technology is proceeding, because he's literally involved with it. So I'd be curious to like actually hear what he had to say about how it's truly progressing, because we don't really get to hear about that too much in the public. I don't know how much of it's classified that he wouldn't be able to talk about, but there's probably some things that we could probably get some more insight about how truly behind or how advanced we are with our drone tech, and if we're on the cusp of it, are we far behind? Like, I'd be curious to know.
That would be interesting to know. Honestly, that would be a neat sort of an interview to do. But I mean, the Wild Hornets literally are just thrown about basically like in a mass-produced factory, and they just hand them out, and you just send them out there like this guy is. You just hold them out with your hand, launch it, and then it's on the way. That seems a lot more cheap than having a specially made case to carry only two of them.
Yeah, it does. And also, Hokey Redneck said he couldn't talk about it. I'm kind of like fearful that he couldn't talk about it, really, because there's a lot of the stuff he's probably can't talk about because it's probably secret or classified or something like that. So if he could talk about anything, though, that would be cool. Like, that would be cool. Also, that guy has a pretty cool collection of stuff. Like, he has like a bunch of cool like little like retro cars and stuff like that I've seen. Like, and the dude's very unique for the defense industry. Like, usually they're very. You know how the corporate types are that are usually in the defense industry. You know what I'm talking about, Enforcer? The types that show up in the white button-up shirt, and they're very corporate. They're more like office dudes than necessarily defense guys. That's generally like the stereotype for a defense like executive of sorts. This guy is like the complete opposite. He wears like floral shirts. He's got like a whole bunch of like neat toys that he plays with, and obviously he's got a gaming background too. So very odd dude to be in that industry, but it seems like he's having success in his company.
Yeah, that's true. I also saw someone say, "Do you care if it's scratched in transport?" I mean, honestly, no. I mean, like, it's like this thing's about to go blow up on some drone. It's like, who cares if it's scratched? Like, who cares if it looks perfect when it's blowing up? Like it's basically a flying bomb, and so it doesn't really matter if the things get scratched or not. And that's really why I don't understand these kinds of cases. Because I mean, look, it literally deploys the drone in a little cradle that extends from the box when the door opens, and this thing only carries two. And we know from drone warfare in Ukraine, if someone's attacking you, they're not attacking you with just two drones. I mean, you would have to have dozens of these little boxes sitting around waiting for any moment for one wave of an attack, and then you would have to go and reload all of these boxes right after that attack ended, because a second wave is probably coming in at that point with probably the same number of drones in it or an even larger number. So it's like at that point, it's like you don't really need something like a little cutesy box that pops open and then pushes the drone out, because it's just overcomplicating everything. You just get a whole bunch of dudes who just walk outside with their bare hand like the Ukrainians do, launch the thing, and then take down the drone. That's far more efficient and cheaper and a lot more realistic, especially on a rate of fire sort of side of things, because you literally just have to walk outside and launch the thing. You don't have to wait for the box to open and then launching the drone from the box and then go back out to the box afterwards and reload it. This seems a lot more efficient to me and also cheaper.
Yeah, maybe so. I just think that base camp things you're looking at there, that's for that's mainly for like secure facilities, not necessarily for like huge drone swarms coming at the thing, but more like for example, let's say like some goofball like shows up and sends up like their DJI drone or something like that, and it flies over like a sensitive site. This thing right here is designed to go out and take it out of the sky. So it's not made for swarms necessarily. It's made for more like individual drone incursions.
Yeah, I mean, and also I see someone's very angry. What kind of argument is this? Like, we're brainless monkeys, we're the best in the world. Really? How's the drone warfare thing going down in the Middle East right now? Is that going well? Best in the world. Well, we're best in the world because we take notes from other people and we improve, Like, we don't just sit here on our hubris and get everybody killed in the millions because we're a little bit too confident and too brash to say that we might need to learn a lesson from someone else. That's what's made America great for centuries, is that whenever we see a good idea somewhere else, we take that idea and we don't copy it, we then improve on it. And making something to where it's even slower to fire and more expensive and more complicated, especially when mass production and mass use is the end goal, is making an idea from overseas worse in our own practice if that's the only way that these things can be launched. And I don't really know a lot about the system, but the fact that this case keeps showing up in a lot of the promotional content, except for this one. This one doesn't have the case, but most of the promotional content is showing this case, is making me believe this might be a step backwards if that's the only way these things are actually launched normally. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to none other than Hokey Redneck, who put in a 20. He said, have either of you siphoned gas? Now, siphoning gas, I'm not sure how you would siphon gas unless you were stealing gas. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's like stealing gas. I've never personally stolen any gas in my lifetime personally, and hopefully I never steal any gas. Hopefully, I don't know why I'm saying hopefully. It's not like it's something involuntary, so I won't ever steal any gas. I'll make a pledge. But Enforcer, what say you?
I've never siphoned gas before. That is that's something that I've just never really done. But I do think it was important. I would this channel to keep running, and we are on to the next one.
Sometimes you can get overly wordy with things. I think I just got overly wordy, so I kind of had to like back out of that a little bit after I realized I was basically saying I might one day steal gas. Basically, no, not really, not trying to. Also, Hokey Redneck said for a lawnmower. Why would you siphon gas for a lawnmower? Like, I'm not understanding that. I did like some yard work back in the day, and there used to be a yard around my vicinity. So I've never had to siphon gas for that. I usually just got out of like the red gas can. You go to the gas pump at the gas station. You fill up the red little tanks, and then you come back and put it in the lawnmower. I've never had to siphon it, by the way. Maybe I'm just unfamiliar with that. Have you ever siphoned gas like that?
No, I never have. Like, we just had like the little red gas can, and we go refill the mowers and stuff, and then just keep going. Like, we never siphoned anything from any vehicles ever. Like, we just used the gas cans that we had.
Yeah, and also I hate those stupid gas cans, like those stupid gas cans with that new safety nozzle on it.
Oh my
I'm
God,
talking about
yeah.
the type
Yeah.
you have to like push the gas can onto the gas hole thing, and you have to make it work. It's like, and it never works. Like, it always breaks like every time you try to use it. So you end up having to unscrew the entire like nozzle thing on the gas can and just dump it in there like with no nozzle or no nothing. It makes it actually unsafe. Like, at least the ones I had, it felt like it was not very safe because you had to take off the whole nozzle and everything for it. But anyways, though, I'm bitching about old times. The next one here goes to Robert Betancourt, who put in the 20, and thank you, Robert, as well for that support. He said, second North Salt Lake City is the Catholic Church. Nearby is a convent constructed by Brigham Young, 1870.
Let me see here. Where in the world is that? So let me see if I can find that here. Second north. So that would be, let's see, 200 north. So that's around here somewhere. Let's see here. Does it continue over here? It does. It does. So let me see. We're now across the tracks, and we're over here, and there's the stadium. Sadly, I can't find this thing because I'm on second north, and I'm not able to find it. Maybe it's over here somewhere. Let's see. Here's Second Avenue. Yeah, I'm just unfortunately not finding that one. I do thank you for the support, though, and that's very interesting to hear. And, you know, it's really interesting how the Mormons showed up here and they did their thing back in the day when they founded Salt Lake. Because one thing that's wildly interesting, folks, about Salt Lake City is that the city blocks are actually 660 feet by 660 feet, because the idea back in the day was that all of these city blocks, like this one here, which has City Creek Mall on it now, would be encompassed by, I think it was like 4 households or so, and each one would have like an entire acre or more to their plot. And so basically it was kind of like an urban city street sort of a layout, but simultaneously it also allowed for subsistence farming to exist within the urban area, which is a really weird concept that didn't really exist anywhere else in America. So the city blocks here are exceptionally long. Like, most city blocks are 660 feet by 200 feet or so. I think that's what an average New York City block is like. But out here, they're literally giant 660 by 660 foot cubes, which they're absolutely massive if you ever go and see one. I mean, they're so big that 2 city blocks right here literally fits the entire City Creek Mall in it. And like, it's just 2 city blocks. And if you ever been to the City Creek Mall, that thing is massive, actually. It's pretty big. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that quite well indeed. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Patrick Cooper, and thank you very much, Patrick, as well. He said, I live outside of Birmingham, west side. West side. Wait a minute, let's see. West side. Oh,
it's
man.
Like Bessemer.
Yeah, I think so. He said, what part did you guys live in? And we lived in the southern part, by the way. We lived down, like, sort of like, I guess it's technically Hoover, I guess, but it's not like Hoover. It's like over there toward... I guess Chelsea is the best way to say it. I'm sure he probably knows where Chelsea's at. Sort of near that area for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
We were kind of like around like the Hoover, Chelsea area, somewhere around here, that general area, which I would say is probably like the nicer part of the city. But I mean, 280, like, we actually were on 280, so that would narrow it down for everyone. We were like around the Acton Meadowbrook area, kind of, but it was basically like 280 is hell. That's the only way I can describe it. Nobody knows how to drive on 280, and the road rage is endless, and the car crashes are endless, so the gridlock is constant. And then it also smelled like raw sewage down the whole of 280 every day, every year. Never stopped. Like, I'm sure that you've probably been down 280, and if you roll down your window, you'll smell that sewage smell. And I don't know what causes it. Well, actually, I do know what causes it. I have to show you all this. This is one that I know of quite well. This is the shit diffuser. I kid you not, that's what it is. The methane gas in this area of the city builds up in the pipes to the point that it might create like a backblast or some sort of a rupture in the pipes to where they basically explode or they break. When repairing them is always costly because you have to dig them up and replace them. So what they did is that they created these methane distribution centers, like these little things right here, which I call the shit diffuser, because when they vent the methane gas, because it's a safety valve for the gas pressure in the pipes, it literally vents out the shit smell with the methane. So it smells like just straight shit down the whole highway. And these things are literally at like basically every single intersection where these little pipe works or pipe accesses are at. And it would smell like that all the time, in the day, at night, no matter what. Whenever we go out for food runs at night to go like get Taco Bell or something after a show, you would smell that everywhere. In the day, it was slightly better, but at night, it was horrendous. Like, as soon as you walked outside of the like, the little house that we were in, you would smell it, and it was horrendous. But terrible stuff. But what?
Everybody's saying methane. You mean methane?
I think let me pull it up. How to pronounce it?
I'm saying, I'm afraid it's methane. Everybody's like methane. Oh man.
So it's, let's see. Let me.
Methane.
And then hold up.
Methane.
Methane.
It's British.
Who the hell's saying methane?
It's
Oh, you
the
saying it like
British.
the British?
Like
Technically, they say the car park, and they say the frunk, or like what's the other thing they say? It's like the
They
boot.
call it-
That's what they say.
They call it the boot and the bonnet of the car. But the reason why I was calling it methane, folks, is because for years I called it methane, but then I listened to the Mythbusters a couple of years back, like 2 years ago, and they said, we're using methane. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, haven't I been saying it wrong this entire time? And then I started changing my pronunciation because of that. So apparently it is methane, and they were just using the British pronunciation. Oopsie daisy. But
Man, that's a methane.
man, that's that me thing, man. That's that me thing. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris Webb, and thank you, Chris, as well. He said, will the Saudi pipeline to the Red Sea alleviate some of the pressure of the oil backup in the Persian Gulf?
Sadly, no, because it's a Saudi-only pipe, and it only transports 5 million barrels of crude per day, and it's basically been at 100% capacity before the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So it basically means that 5 million barrels of oil is still getting out, but the Saudis produce about 12 million barrels a day. So that means that only about 40% of what they make is still getting out like normal, but the other 60% and every other country in the Middle East and its oil transports are completely blocked off at the moment. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Darren Quinn, and thank you very much, Darren, as well. He said, I've been watching you guys for 4 years and not bored yet, as you make it an interesting way of the news and wacky funny facts, and keep it up. And thanks for always keeping even us Australians interested in the wacky brothers. Slava Ukraine.
You know, I always thought we was a little wacky.
The wacky bros. You got a milder wacky bros. They get on the air and they say the most preposterous things that people wouldn't dare say in other avenues of the world. They wouldn't even dare say it, but they get on there and say it without shame.
And we say it without reservations. And I got to thank you so much for the support, Darren Quinn, and the kind words, because we always try and make the news informative and interesting at the same time. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $14 support from Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, who said, old paratrooper here. When planning your must war game worst scenario, smart guys acting as the red team, the enemy always gets a vote. And they seemed to use AI only. I think you two guys are doing amazing work, by the way.
And I thank you so much for the support, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, and I thank you for the incredibly kind words as well. And that's what people don't get in the public. Like we've talked about that on stream before, actually, a couple of times, at least me specifically. And I'm always like, you know, folks, like if we ever win war games 24/7 here in America, the war games are designed wrong. We're supposed to lose every war game. Like people don't get that. And it's because when you lose, there's something to learn. When you win, you've learned nothing. And defeat is a very strong learning lesson. And it's better to have defeats that endlessly happen in war games than having them happen in real life, because we basically made the war games as feel-good exercises. And I would definitely agree with you there on that. Like we have to always assume when we war plan, the worst case scenario is going to happen. And that's what we were talking about the Middle East as well before this war started. I was like, we have to assume the worst case scenario. We have to assume the Strait of Hormuz will be attempted to be blockaded. And a lot of people would go, oh, that's just so stupid. America's strong. We'll be through there in 4 hours. It's like, no, it's like, that's not how you do war planning. It's like, if you do it that way, you're begging to get screwed. Like, it's like, you can't do that. But you always have to assume the enemy's going to be stronger, the enemy's going to be faster, the enemy's going to be more dangerous. Because then when you plan off of that sort of perspective, they can never be stronger and faster than us, because we basically accounted for all that already. So I definitely agree with you right there. And I thank you incredibly for the support, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, and also being an ex-para as well. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I put out a Twitter post earlier, right before we went on the air, asking people about the whole situation with the Russian flag on the back of that Aleutian IL-76 that we saw get hit by the U.S. forces in the side of Iran. It looks like, because I told the enforcer, I said, let's just put this out there. Let's ask people if they see it too. And I know all the OSINT people that follow us, they'll put in the heavy lifting. And they sure enough did, because they can't help but have a mystery on their hands and solve it. So thankfully, they did some heavy lifting. So it looks like the consensus right here is, let's see here. Habitual line crosser put in a GIF and said he should have been standing there. I mean, that's true. They should have been standing there. That thing got blasted. Let's see. Defense Politics Asia. They said it's Iranian. They searched for the images. They said the dark blue tail is Iranian style in the third image. And they provided some images here, which appears to match up actually with what we're seeing there in the grayscale. But they also admitted it kind of looks like the Iran or the Russian flag at grayscale as well. So it was kind of on the fence. Let's see here. Who else weighed into this? Let's see here. Evergreen Intel weighed in and said that it's the same livery as another aircraft that she took a picture of. So it looks like I can see that. I can actually see that now that they've done some looking into it. This does appear to be most likely. I don't know though. Like I don't know. Some people are saying it is the Russian. It looks like OSINT Defender said that it's a Russian-provided IL-76, which might explain why there's a Russian flag still in the back of it. That's what you said earlier, Enforcer, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
Yeah, it looks like OSINT Defender says Russian-provided IL-76. So that's probably the most likely explanation because it does. I mean, it looks like a Russian flag to me personally. Like obviously it's in grayscale, so it's kind of hard to tell what the colors actually are. But it seems like that's a white stripe at the top, and the Iranian flag does not start with a white stripe. It starts with a green one, which generally would show up darker in a grayscale. So I think it is. This is obviously not a Russian plane, but it has a Russian flag on the back of it.
Yeah, because if you all look at this, folks, this is black and white, sure, but in black and white, you can still kind of differentiate some colors. This is a bright color at the top, dark color in the middle, and then some sort of a color that shows up brighter at the bottom. That is definitely a Russian flag. There's no real question about that, because if you looked at it like the Russian flag there, white field on the top, dark color in the middle, and then a brighter, warmer color at the bottom, and it shows up like that even in the thermal vision. But then there are Iranian aircraft, and also you can actually see an Iranian flag at the front of this aircraft right there. There's the red field at the top, the white field in the middle, and the green one at the bottom. And when we go to an Iranian aircraft, actually, sorry, correction, everyone, I got that wrong. That's actually the green field at the top, white in the middle, and red at the bottom. But still, it shows up completely differently because the colors are in a different sequence on their flag. And so I think what this is, folks, is that this is a simple rebranding thing. It's where the Russians gave them an IL-76, and because the Iranians didn't want to go through the process of having to repaint the whole thing because it might cost a lot or they just didn't have the time to do it, they just slapped an Iranian flag on the front of it, and the Russian flag on the back is still there. I mean, that's something wildly common, actually, that they do in the railroading world. And let me go and see if I can show you all one of those examples here for people who may be in the know. Like, for example, right here, if I can get this picture to show, this is an ex-BNSF Gevo that's just had the logos painted over, and then they put a Norfolk Southern number registry on the thing. You know, this kind of stuff happens when people are in a bit of a rush, and they're just getting a new vehicle, and they're like, hell, we don't want to repaint the whole thing, so, you know, just paint over the important markings and then put ours on it. That happens a lot. I mean, it happens in American railroading basically every day for every major company, and even the smaller ones. So I would say that's definitely not out of the question for the Iranians to do it, considering that they probably didn't want to put out the money to have the whole thing repainted. So I'm thinking that it is a Russian-provided Iranian IL-76, but it was not a Russian plane that was directly hit.
Yeah, it seems like it. Also, by the way, I love that. I told you before I put that tweet out, I said, I guarantee you all the OSINT people are going to weigh in and they're going to be doing the heavy lifting. Like, didn't I tell you that? Like, there they are, like, jumping in the comments down there. I tell you, the very, very typical, like, very predictable personalities of the OSINT people that do that type of work as a hobby or for their job for some people. It's like the same type of personality. They will always jump on something when there's like a mystery or something like that. They will never fail to do that. So I appreciate it, actually.
Yeah,
I appreciate the consensus. Indeed. Also, by the way, we do have some breaking news, actually. It's happening right now. We are hearing that Iran's launched a new wave of missiles at Israel, but that's an ongoing situation. We're waiting on footage to come out of that. So far, I haven't seen any. But also, we have gotten a crazy video showing those sailors from that ship, that the ones that were in shock, the ones that we saw in that picture. We've gotten a video of them actually floating in a life raft right behind the burning ship, which is crazy.
Let's take a look. That's crazy looking, honestly.
Look at that.
Man.
I guess this was before they even got rescued or something. I don't see any rescue ships anywhere. It's just those life rafts, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's something interesting. You know, you can actually still see that ship right here. That's the one.
Dang, they got hit like right in the middle of it.
Yeah, literally in the middle. That's what we've seen the Iranians do almost every time, is that whenever ships try and pass through this area, they literally hit them once they get to the dead center. So I guess, I don't know why, maybe it makes evacuation of the crew a lot more difficult for whoever comes out to try and help them. Maybe that's what they're looking for. But they pretty much hit them every time they're about to crest the northern part of Oman right here and make it around the strait itself. So pretty wild sort of a video right there. And also, by the way, we have to make sure to get back to the questions because we have a minute to answer. Little time. But with that, it is time for us to get on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Live Animal, who said, coincidentally, California has a large migrant population.
That is true, but I mean, you know, I don't know. Like, it might factor in, it might not. Like, I know that that is the case, but still at the same time, I mean, you know, the only attack that we've seen so far was from, I believe it was in Austin, Texas, like the only one that we've been able to confirm. That was the bar incident, by the way, if y'all don't know, in Austin. And I believe that was a U.S. citizen who had been naturalized, and then he conducted the attack. So, I mean, you know, it could come from anyone. You know, it's like that's kind of the thing about domestic terrorism, is that literally anybody could be a domestic terrorist. It could be an undocumented migrant, it could be a naturalized citizen, it could be a U.S. born citizen, it could be any one of the three. And you really have to more so look at their mental profile and their ideological background to try and get an idea of who might be the key suspects. Because, you know, there's a lot of undocumented migrants in California, but I mean, most of them are from Latin America. We would be able to make a couple of clear assumptions. I mean, statistically, most, if not all of them, are at least probably going to be Catholic. So generally, they wouldn't fall within the kind of religious ideological framework to listen to radical Islamic ideology. Then if we were to try and take some other examples out of them, a lot of them are trying to work to send money back home, most likely, or they're just here trying to make a new living for themselves. So they're not really going to want to stick their head up to get it, you know, chopped off in a rhetorical sense. They're going to want to keep their heads low and keep working. So if you take a look at the majority of them, say the migrant laborers from mostly Central America, South of Mexico, a lot of those guys just really aren't going to fit the profile to be a domestic terrorist. A lot of them just want to get paid, get to work, and not get shot at by some cartel or some other group of thugs in their own home country. Some of them might. I mean, you know, there is groups of people, say like Chinese nationals and such, which would pay to try and cross the border. But those are in fairly small numbers. And I would say that the risk probably would be even greater, honestly, just because of the statistical pool of people involved from either naturalized U.S. citizens or U.S. citizens. Because historically, back in the mid-2010s, when the attacks by, I guess you say, domestic terrorists inspired by ISIS were going on in larger numbers, generally it was actually from usually U.S. citizens that were born as U.S. citizens that would conduct those attacks and had been radicalized. So I do thank you for the support. I mean, it's still a consideration, and hopefully they're looking at all avenues, but you always have to make sure to make a proper profile of the suspects, because just because they may have illegally crossed the border without going through a port of entry doesn't always mean that they're going to be a key suspect for domestic terrorism. They just might not fit the proper framework for that. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Live Animal, who said, it seems the IRGC leadership might, let's see here. Sadly, I can't read this one right here for YouTube reasons, sadly. But thank you very much, Live Animal, for that $10 support. We also have a 10 from Cyprian, who said, good evening, brothers. And when do you think the Iranians will take their country from the IRGC, and what conditions will allow that?
And I would say, I don't really know. It doesn't really seem like a lot of them are getting out in the streets. I think they might be incredibly scared or heavily demoralized because of what happened in January. Unfortunately, I wouldn't even really be able to tell you at this moment, because the Iranian government has been a lot more cohesive than really anticipated, even on our end, or at least on my end. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45. He said the order to start this war was given on a 2 a.m. tweet. Hello. Was it on a 2 a.m. tweet? Was it really though? Was it? I can't remember. Like, I thought it started during the middle of our stream.
It started during the middle of our stream, but I think around that time it would have been 2 in the morning over in Washington.
I don't remember a tweet going out at that time.
I don't remember that either. But I do thank you for support and very interesting sort of an input there. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Always Reason, who said, that's it's California. Makes me think that we have to declare emergency, which would, of course, necessitate the voting data. I think that's a political one right there. I don't even think we want to get into all that. But we also have a 10.
But I like, even if it is political, I don't even know how that would happen. It's not like, oh my God, look, there might be a drone attack. Quick, give us the voting records. Like, that doesn't even like line up. That's like, oh my God, the bank's being robbed. Quick, let us search your house for drugs. It's like those things don't line up. You know, it's like that doesn't really like. I can't make a correlation to where that there would be like steps to action that would lead to that happening in that event. So I do thank you for support, but I think that might be a bit of a stretch trying to make political sorts of thoughts and ideas kind of connect. I don't really think that would happen. But with that, we were on to the next one.
Also have a 10 from Tiny Sparky, who said it could be closing the strait was part of the strategic plan. Not so much to hurt Iran, but to hurt Russia and China as they are a strategic enemy. And that's definitely not the case. I can promise you that. Like that's one of the very few things I am 100% certain about. That is definitely not the case. The strait being open was something that was obviously understood from the very beginning by pretty much anybody that knew anything about the commercial shipping situation and the oil exports. You had to keep that open. That was just a given. Everybody knew that. Even the admin knew that. So the fact that they kind of overlooked the situation kind of says something. Also, it doesn't hurt Russia. It actually helps Russia. The fact that oil prices skyrocketing and going through the roof, that helps Russia because right with the oil prices low, they were already having a hard time selling the oil due to sanctions. But even with the oil prices going lower, that made it even more difficult because they really couldn't make much money off their oil. They were pretty much breaking even or taking a loss. So the oil price going up helps them. So, sadly, that's not the case. But Enforcer, what say you?
China's largest oil trading partner in the Middle East is Iran, and Iran's oil exports to China have been unfazed. So while the price per barrel of oil might rise, and it definitely will, and they'll still have to pay that difference to Iran, they're still going to be able to get oil, which is the big thing for China, or at least stop the hemorrhaging that they're suffering because they can't get oil from the other Middle Eastern states. They're still getting it from Iran. Russia, on the other hand, has seen that their sanctions have been almost completely lifted at this point by the president, which is counterintuitive because we were wanting to do them damage. One, seeing the price per barrel of oil rise is definitely not the way to damage Russia. That's actually helping them. And two, basically lifting all of the sanctions off of Russia is literally giving them an unlimited free reign to go make as much money as they want at this point, which is certainly helping Russia. So I would say that we're not trying to hurt Russia and China by doing this. I mean, if anything, the only people who are going to end up getting hurt quite badly out of this is going to be our allies in East Asia and Europe, and also us here on the home front as well, but not to the degree that the Europeans and the East Asians will be feeling the hurt after a while. So I would generally say that so far the I just got to be a little bit frank. So far the strategy is absolutely abysmal, and not really looking too good within our interests, to be completely frank. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Exo Care, who said, remember what Ukraine did with drones and mere semi-trucks, and imagine what Iran could do with an entire container ship or even multiple ships.
Generally, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that's what I was saying. Maybe that's the threat that would be posed, but I mean, if the U.S. suspected a vessel of possibly doing something like that, we could just try and track down the ones we would think would be the highly likely threats. Like, say that one, it's like, say, for hypothetics purpose, not saying this ship is doing that, but let's say this container ship is carrying drones on it. Well, I mean, the Coast Guard can stop this thing out where it is right now and start conducting a spot inspection if they wanted to. We generally have the authority to be able to do something like that. And so, like, I would say that's probably the only real threat where a drone warning like that could be issued, where it's significant enough to let basically every law enforcement agency in the state know. But at the same time, we also would technically have the ability to try and thwart it, or at least mitigate the threat highly, by using the U.S. Coast Guard to be able to go out there and try and flag, stop, and inspect any vessels that may be suspected of being engaged in such an action. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tony, who said, do we have full air supremacy? And if so, can we have swarms of drones over Iran and the strait loitering around the clock hunting for targets?
We do have air supremacy, but sadly we just don't have drones to be able to have a swarm like that. And also, they would eventually run out of fuel. battery charge, gas, whatnot, and they would eventually have to land, meaning that they wouldn't be able to loiter indefinitely waiting for targets. So, sadly, I don't really think that'd be possible at the moment, even with air supremacy being achieved. And so, big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Superstar, who said, our moral scruples do us credit, but don't punish soldiers risking everything to defend our civilians. You can't prioritize humanitarian blah blah or international law over victory. Now, I don't feel like that now. That's not my position I was trying to take earlier. International law should be definitely respected. And also, we should never start, throwing out, like, for example, the Geneva Convention or following the rules of law or the rules of war just because it gets in the way of, being inconvenient, basically. We should never do that. That's what Russia does. Now, that is actually, that's engaging in war crimes if we're intentionally doing that. But the point I was making earlier was I highly doubt, in fact, I could pretty much rule it out with decent certainty, that our forces did not intentionally hit that children's school. It's obviously horrific, but they definitely did not intentionally hit it. Like, that's not the way the U.S. military operates. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that generally is not really a good sort of a moral outlook to have. And I got to say this really quickly. I'm not going to get religious here, but the whole thing about international rules of war was created because people were supposed to have compassion for the meek and the indefensible, those who were vulnerable from enemy forces. Because back in the day, war in Europe, which is really where international law, especially this kind of rules of war, came from, back in the day in Europe, warfare was a horrendously nasty business when we're talking about the era of the Renaissance, which is basically just the late medieval era. Whenever an army would come into an area, they would pillage, they'd violate women, they'd do anything and everything under the sun that you could think of as basically living in hell at that point. It was a horrendous sort of a thing. And so the idea came about around the time of the late 1700s, but then it was really codified in about the mid 1800s, that a military should be a moral exemplar. While it is in war, it shouldn't be descending into the depths of barbarism and depravity and just going around doing whatever in the name of its sovereign or its political masters, whatever those may be, whatever government that is. And so the rules of war were created. So that way, while war was waged, it wasn't going to be something that would just start to conduct absolute barbarism on civilians. And that would be as heavily mitigated as possible. And the U.S. has been a strong believer in that. In the Civil War, like the Civil War in the United States was near akin in most instances to a gentleman's war. Both sides were treated incredibly well by the other, as much as could be afforded, except for the stockades in the South because they couldn't handle all of the Union prisoners, and such things like that. I mean, like truly every effort was made during those periods of time to be as civil as possible to the enemy, even if you hated them so. And even the civilians as well. You couldn't go around just exacting whatever you wanted on people. And that is an idea that generally separates, in my opinion, civilized countries from barbaric ones. Because if we always chalk up, say like that school right there, 170 kids getting blown away by a tomahawk, and you just chalk it up to whatever, who gives a shit. I mean, where in the world is really our argument about the Russians killing Ukrainians at that point? It just basically becomes as well, who gives a shit? I mean, they're basically just trying to win a war, so, whatever happens, happens. And then we start going back into the depravity that war once was, to where it affects everybody, the guilty, the innocent, and everyone in between. And that's something that we've moved far beyond in the modern day and age. And while I'm saying at the same time that there should be punishments for such actions, there also should not be a general laissez-faire attitude to where, it's a defender of the republic. Well, go at it, soldier. Because, that's what the Russians do. They sit there and go, that Ukrainian woman that looks like a little tasty piece of something right there is not letting you rob her house and steal everything from her. Well, go on, soldier, defender of the Federation. You get at her. And, they just let whatever happens, happens. That's not the United States of America.
But on the punishment side of things, though, I would say, this is something I failed to mention earlier. I would say it's punishment enough that those soldiers that probably were involved in that decision are going to live with the rest of their life the fact that they had a part in taking out 140 children like that in a very horrific circumstances, to say the least. That's going to haunt them for the rest of their life. People have this view in their head that soldiers are just these killing machines or something like that. I mean, these are still people. And the fact that 140 children were killed wrongfully because of an accident or a mistake, that's going to haunt them. So, That's why I say earlier, like I don't think it's necessarily good to start trying to ruin their life on top of that, like trying to prosecute them because it was not intentional, and they're going to be living with something horrific for the rest of their life.
But here's what I'm saying, though, because I think a lot of people misunderstood me because I couldn't get into the weeds. Right now, CENTCOM is conducting an investigation on the incident, which is a good thing to hear. And it's also a great thing to hear that they basically owned up to it and said the American forces did do it, because we could just outright deny it even if we did do it. So those are good things. But the investigation needs to go further, and it needs to find out why that happened. So it needs to find out who in the world is generally the point of fault as to why that was targeted. Is it a missile battery commander? Is it the enlisted men that put the orders into the missile? Or was it the intelligence that was provided that made that some sort of a target? And why in the world was that intelligence provided? And then once the investigation is conducted, if it was just a series of unfortunate incidents, then nobody's going to be held responsible because it truly was a just sheer accident of a one of a million kind. But if there was something like, say, the intelligence knew that it was a school, but then they gave the targeting information anyways, and there was some sort of malice put into that, or say a battery commander just wasn't paying attention, and they told the coordinates wrong by just a slight degree where the missile landed a couple of blocks over, then at least at some minimum at that point, there should be some sort of charge brought up for negligence or something else. Because, like, I understand that it's a war, and war is always going to be a nasty business, and there's always going to be civilian collateral, but we don't just sit there and let all of that slide just because then at that point, we're basically just letting people go and conduct war crimes as they wanted to at that point, and as long as they're doing it in the name of the Republic, then we'll let them do whatever they want, and that's not really the kind of image that we want for the United States. Like that's not good at all. Back in the day, if y'all don't know, back in the Second World War, whenever anyone in the U.S. Army would conduct a crime, like say any sort of a malicious act against women, I can't say the exact word on YouTube. You know what we would do to those guys? We would try them, and we'd hang them. Because it didn't matter if they were a soldier of the Republic. They had sullied the Republic and its name by conducting such a heinous act against a citizen of a foreign country that it was such a high crime it should be punished quite severely. We did like
Intentional. I mean, that's obviously intentional, though. I mean, you can't accidentally do something like that. That's intentional. Like the intent is with the act. Like there's no avoiding that. It's not. You can't argue accident. Like I can't go into more details than that. But I mean, this situation. I mean, there could be intent, like in theory. But I mean, there's no obvious intent to hit the school children.
Well, I mean, like it doesn't matter if there's intent. There could be negligence involved to where intelligence said, these are the coordinates that you need to hit. And then some battery commander said, okay, it's this, that, and that. And then they got one coordinate off by one number. It's like, with this kind of amount of loss of civilian life, I mean, that's negligence to the point that something would probably have to be done. Because it's like you can't sit there and make mistakes that end up getting hundreds of people killed, even if there was no intent. You can't make such an egregious mistake to just wipe out a school of kids and then everybody just chalks it up to nothing at that point. Like, if there was any sort of an error that was made in there probably should be some sort of prosecution, because you have to think about it, folks. We're not Iranians, but think about all those kids that got killed. What if that was a school with your kid in it that got killed and the Iranians hit an American school with an Iranian missile? Would y'all just want to hear that the Iranians sat there and applauded the guy? And I know a lot of people be like, well, yeah, the Iranians would applaud the guy in real life if someone did that. But we're not Iranians, we're Americans. We don't hold ourselves to Iranian moral standards. We hold ourselves to American moral standards. And that's what I'm working off of. Like, if it was truly just a freak accident by every degree and it was just an unfortunate incident, and maybe even the Tomahawk had something wrong with it where it just hit that school instead of something else, well, then nobody's going to be held accountable because there's nobody to hold accountable for that. It was truly just a mistake by every degree by the results of the investigation. But if there was any negligence or somehow, some way, some form of malice involved, whoever was responsible for that should probably be, at a minimum, at least held on a court-martial for a slap on the wrist. But, we can't do nothing about it. I mean, it was a horrendous sort of an incident.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. Also, by the way, real quick, I don't mean to jump off the topic here, but I was looking on flight radar because we were talking earlier about the possibility that there could be like some situation, maybe a ship hiding off of California's coast. I just saw that there's a P-8 Poseidon and also some Stratotankers that just appeared on Flight Radar 24. It appears it's been around the California coast near San Diego and the Baja Peninsula. For the most part, the Baja California, that is. It looks like it's been circling around down there for a minute and just turned its transponder back on from the looks of it. So I'm not sure if that's related possibly to something that they're getting intelligence-wise or not about something approaching the coast, but that is quite interesting.
That is interesting. There it is right there. It took off all the way up near, let's see, Whidbey Island Station, which is a naval air station. It's flown all the way down here. It's conducting racetracks at the moment. That also might be some anti-cartel actions, because Southcom is still, blowing up a couple of narco boats here and there. So it could be something like that too.
Yeah, it could be possibly, but it looks like there's strato tankers along with it in the area. So I'm not sure. Like, I don't think there's fighter jets in the area. I wouldn't think, but those tankers are out there.
Yeah, I would have to say that's. I don't think there's fighters out there. I mean, if something was going on like that, we'd probably send a drone out, or we'd send the Coast Guard out and some helicopters to go board a ship and inspect it, or even a Coast Guard cutter to go out there and inspect the ship. But interesting to see that going on. But I hope that does address that well. And also, I've got to say, folks, that the poll right now on this Manab incident has actually. Interesting enough, it's almost a neck and neck poll. It's kind of going more towards the yes at this point than the no. For a long time, there was literally 50-50. But Matthew, do you want to cover that poll really quickly?
So yeah, so the question is, should the U.S. prosecute those military officials responsible for the Iran school disaster? Right now, 52% said yes, they should be prosecuted, and 48% said no, they should not be prosecuted. So I'm going to stick to my guns on this one right here. I don't think there should be a prosecution. There should be some form of accountability, but prosecution and putting someone on trial and basically having them fight for their life, basically in a court over something like this that was, in my opinion, clearly not intentional. That would be going overboard. Basically, I mean, these things can happen to anybody. By the way, like there are mistakes that can get made. Like people are people, and in military operations, they're all high stakes. All of them involve human life. So humans being humans, if they happen to make a mistake and something tragic like this ends up happening, I lean on the side of leniency in these situations. I generally am not a hardliner on stuff like this because we don't want to make it to where our service members get thrown under the bus the instant a mistake is made and they instantly have their life ruined because they're not getting paid a whole lot to be in the military. They are serving the country, so I think there should be some leniency. Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that generally relies on the results of the investigation that CENTCOM's conducting right now, but if there was any sort of malice or negligence that is found in the results of the investigation, then whoever is in charge of that malice or that neglect to some degree that led to this incident, if there is any found, there should be at least some minimum of some form of a court-martial at least for the action that was taken. Because if it truly was a freak accident, well, I mean, heads can't roll over that, and that would be absolutely absurd to try and just find a fall guy for that. But at the same time, though, if someone truly was negligent to the point that they basically manufactured the incident through their own negligence, say a battery commander or something else along those lines, or if there was some sort of faulty intelligence that was provided due to negligence or malice, then someone probably should be held accountable, because these soldiers, regardless of how well they're being paid and how they are fighting for the country, they're still a representation of the United States, and we don't really want the representation of the United States to be that our guys basically get a pass, even if it's something irreprehensible that was conducted, because they either didn't care enough to follow their orders to the letter on coordinates that were to be given, or, for example, they just didn't like something around the area and they ended up giving faulty information, possibly due to malice. That's a bad sort of a message to send. We never sent that in the Second World War. We certainly wouldn't send that in the Gulf War. I don't believe that we should try and set the precedent today that even if there is something at fault, we give them a pass just because at that point, what better are we than the Russians or the Chinese that would give their own guys passes? What are we then as Americans? We're basically the same at that point as our enemies that we deride for doing the very same actions and giving a blank check to them. But that's depending on the results of the investigation. And the investigation says it was truly a freak accident. I mean, that's very unfortunate that happened, and we need to be more careful. That's all that will come out of it. But if they see something was a little wrong in any way, I think that there needs to be someone held accountable for that, because, if y'all saw, we've seen it a lot in Ukraine, but if y'all saw a whole bunch of kids dead in any spot in any area, it's scarring. And to think that that might have happened to people in Manab that supported the U.S. conducting our actions against Iran, and now their children are dead, you've got to think about that kind of stuff. These people might be living in a foreign country, but we can't end up just doing that sort of action, and if there was any wrongdoing, just let it slide. That would be a bad precedent to set, and it would be not really a good look for us here in the States or around the rest of the world. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also a 20 from Bring Me My Hassenpfeffer. And I've never heard anybody use that word outside of a cartoon before, but thank you very much for that $20 support. They said, I'm 64 now, and I've always had a voter registration card. I have my birth certificate and marriage license. And also, but soon it won't be easy to get them. And heart your show.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I gotta say, one thing that I haven't really been a big fan of, I'll just be kind of upfront with y'all, is the whole real ID thing, like sort of a deal. I just know I'm not a big fan of that. Like something about that, like I can't even put it into words, folks, but something just feels off about the real ID thing. I just liked it back when the states issued the IDs, like in Alabama, but now you have to have the star and you have to go through a million things to get a license. Like, I just don't like that at all.
You don't
Like,
want a real ID? So what do you want, a fake ID?
no, I mean, like, no, man, like a normal
I'm
ID,
joking.
like the ones we had back like a couple of years ago. Like, I
Yeah,
like
it's
those.
absurd. It's absurd to call it a real ID. That implies that the license that you had previously was a fake ID. It's like the state issued license was a real ID. It's like, so we're gonna call this new one the real ID. It's like, well, the other one was real. It's like, what a goofy name.
I mean, honestly, man, it was stupid. And then in Alabama, it's called a star ID, which is totally different than real ID. Like when we would say star ID to everyone, everybody would be like, "What the hell's a star ID?" Because literally, it was only I think called a star ID in Alabama and maybe a small number of other states, but everyone else called it a real ID. But I just don't like that stuff, folks. And like some people are going to make it political, but that was way back in the day from the Bush administration, and finally made it through the courts and everything to where it could happen now. But I just don't like the concept of it. Like, it just feels like an increasing of the whole police state thing. And also, it's a little bit ridiculous that to fly, you have to have one of those or a U.S. passport. It's like, why the hell do I have to have one of those to fly? Like, don't we have
Now
the
you got to
freedom?
pay a fee. Now you got to pay a fee if you go to TSA and you don't have the real ID. You got to pay a fee if you show up and make them do all the extra steps to make sure that you're a real person, a real citizen. You got to pay. I don't know what the fee is, but there's some like money amount you got to hand over to them.
Yeah, it's like, don't we have this concept in the United States of the freedom to travel? It's like at this point, it feels like I have to show my damn papers in the Soviet Union to travel around on a commercial airliner. I don't like that kind of stuff, you know? You don't have to do that on the
Papers.
train.
Papers, please.
Yeah, it's like literally, it feels like papers, please. To this point, it's like you have to have your papers in line. You have to have the stamp from your commissariat in your local oblast, to be able to travel. It's like I don't like that stuff, to be entirely honest. And I love how people will be like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" And it's like, "Oh, come on." It's like I remember back in the day, people would go, in the Soviet Union, you had to show your papers. Nowadays in America, you have to show your real ID, or you can't fly, or they charge you extra. It's ridiculous. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Always Reason, who puts in the 10. They said the whole war is an isolated incident.
I would have to say it kind of is, but it looks like it might not be in the long run. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And also, Hokey Redneck said you have to have a real ID to get a passport. Actually, you don't. Like, I actually got my passport recently because my passport, the first one that I had, was actually given to me as a kid, so it expired when I turned like 21 or something. I had to go get a new passport, and I had to get it during when the real IDs had gone into effect. And I was able to get it without a real ID. You just have to show a couple of things to prove that you're a citizen. It's like your birth certificate and a couple of other things. But you can get the passport without a real ID, interestingly enough. But with that, we're on. And actually, what's funny, folks, I'm going to tell you all the funniest thing. It takes less to get a U.S. passport in terms of paperwork than a real ID. I'm not even kidding with that. Like, it took me less paperwork. I had to bring like maybe 2 or 3 things to get a U.S. passport. You have to bring like 6 different pieces of paperwork to go get a real ID. Make that make sense. Like, you can't even use a real ID to travel around the world. You can do that with a U.S. passport, and it takes less to get a passport than a real ID. The stupidity of that astounds me. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And moving into our next one here, this one goes to Matthew Perry, who puts in a 10. He said that there's an acceptable civilian casualty calculation for HVT targeting packages, and believe Israel's is like 50 for 1. And I believe the US is like 20 for 1, and Russia is 100 for 1, and all military have a metric.
And that is true, Matthew. I would say that is definitely true. But I think that in America, we should always be striving to see that civilian casualties are mitigated to the minimum, because America should be like, I believe that America should be the exemplar of moral excellence in the world. Our soldiers will be as professional as they can be. They will mitigate civilian casualties as much as possible. Like, when our soldiers come through, people, normal, innocent civilians shouldn't be cowering in fear that this is the U.S. Army. They could mess me up at any moment if I look at them the wrong way. They should feel that army of saints have just walked into their city if they ever come into contact with the U.S. military. That's my true opinion on that. And some people be like, this guy never served. And I mean, I got to be honest, like, I got to say this kind of up front. Like, I get that civilian collateral is going to happen, but saying that doesn't really sound that good, because it makes it sound like if you're in the military, you just get the, just being honest, this is how it kind of comes off, that greasing civilians might just be okay. And it's like, I mean, like, that doesn't sound too good. Like, it's like, I get that civilian collateral is going to happen and war is messy, but making it sound like that's just a fact of life and who gives a shit, that doesn't really come off that good either. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, I see everybody talking about the real ID being hard to get. It was a lot of documentation I had to bring to go get real ID out here in Utah. I had to bring a whole bunch of stuff, like proving pretty much everything from where I lived to the utility bill. Like, they wanted a whole bunch of stuff. And then also when I got there, they were like, prove you're a real citizen. You aren't harboring enemies of the state, are you? And I was like, I was like, excuse me? And then they said, oh, nothing, just a little slip up. And I was like, oh, I was like, okay, yeah, interesting. But, seriously speaking, also, I'm joking about that, by the way, but also, like, it was weird too, like, coming out here to Utah, they took my motorcycle license away. They didn't let me keep it. They didn't honor the motorcycle license from Alabama. So now I got robbed of my motorcycle endorsement. So if I ever want to go, get a bike again or something, I got to go retake the whole test and everything for it, the whole written test, the on the bike test, all this stuff. I'm like, dang, man, why'd you have to do that? Like, literally, like, took my motorcycle endorsement. They let me. They took my vessel endorsement too. Like, I had a ship. I had a boat license too.
Bro, Blood's gonna drive his boat out on the bottom of the salt flats, bro. So you're gonna see like a pile of salt flying up behind the boat as you're skidding along.
Man, they took everything, and then they added to my license that I needed to wear my glasses too. I was like, dang, man, they put on there I'm blind. Yeah, they are very strict in Utah. They said, hey, look, now he's blind. He's got to wear his glasses. Like, okay, fair enough. But also, we're taking your boater's license and your motorcycle's license. I was like, come on, man. I was like, now I only have a driver's license.
The funniest thing is that the driver license qualifications for where we first got ours, which was Elmore County in Alabama, it was basically like this. You walk in, they'd be like, welcome in, have a seat. Do you have 2 legs? Yes. Do you have 10 fingers? 6. Oh, that's good enough. Can you fog up a mirror? I guess. You got a driver's license. It was that easy.
They didn't even make me take the motorcycle test in Alabama. Like, I think he was supposed to do like an on motorcycle test in Alabama. They didn't even make me do it. The guy was just like, oh, you're good, or something like that. I was like, oh yeah, hey, I'm not going to complain. Like, I'm not going to complain. Like, I was very good on the bike. I could have done whatever, like, figure eights or whatever they wanted me to do anyway. But it's like, I didn't have to bother with that. Like, they just let me take the written test, and that was it for me.
You know what's crazy, folks, is that they didn't even make me actually show to the the DMV guy that I could actually drive. Like, I asked the guy, I was getting the license, like, and I was like 17 when I got mine. It wasn't because like I was bad at driving. I just literally really didn't want to get one. I didn't really care. But I finally got it at 17, and I asked the guy, do I have to do a driving test here? He's like, no, you're good. I trust you. I bet you can drive. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, I mean, if that's what you're saying. And I just got my license. I never had to actually prove I could drive. The guy just said, I trust you. And then he gave me one. I was like, oh, okay. Like, honestly, like that's like, it's kind of nice in a way, but it's not so nice when you actually drive in Alabama, because basically nobody knows how to drive. In Utah, I do have to say this, though. While they are incredibly strict, sadly, also nobody really knows how to drive around here. Like, they're very nice. Like, they're very nice about driving. There's not a lot of road rage that happens around here, but they also, like, cut you off and stuff, too. So, I mean, like, it's just not as hostile. That's, like, really the only difference.
Also, someone listed Catherine Hooper said, do you think that's why they took it away? I mean, maybe so. Maybe they don't trust Alabama with that whole thing. Maybe they're on that like good old boy system in Alabama with the whole license situation. We're not going to honor it. I don't know if that's the reason why. I don't know if it's a way like to generate revenue possibly or something. I don't know what it was. But when the lady at the DMV here in Utah said, okay, so you're going to have your driver's license, but we're taking the boat and the motorcycle. I was like, you're taking the boat and the motorcycle? What do you mean you're just taking it? And they're like, well, you have to retake the test for this. I said, is it hard to get the motorcycle? motorcycle test? Like, what's involved with that? They're like, oh, well, you gotta get the learner's permit. You gotta wait 6 months and come back to do the on the motorcycle. I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm like, I've been riding bikes for like 5 years. I've been riding like sport bikes, like the big ones, 200 horsepower. I've been riding these things for like 5 years. I gotta retake the learner's permit and everything. It's like, I'm not a learner. It's like, hell, I've been know how to ride bikes for ages. That's crazy though. I gotta like go back and do tests and everything for it.
Here's a good one. Andrew Honeycutt said, is Andrew serious? I had to take a written and driving test before I got my license. I'm completely serious. All I had to do was go in and take the written test, and they never gave me the driving test. Literally, all you had to do was do the written test, and as long as you passed by the skin of your teeth, you got the license. Like, no driving test involved or anything to see if you could, like, parallel park or do a 3-point turn or, indicate properly and understand everything else about road signs and stuff. None of that. It was just, all right, you made a 70 on the test. Here's your license. Do I have to show you I can actually drive? Hell no. I believe you. And anyways, that'd take too much damn time out of my day. I need to go fishing. See you. Like, and that was it. Literally, that was all you had to do. Wasn't that what you had to do, Matthew? Because you also got your license in Elmore County, like your first one.
Well, I took the driver's ed course in high school at our very backwoods high school. So it was the gym teacher that ran the driver's ed course, and he was a doozy. I remember they would put like four kids in the car or whatever. Like I remember doing this distinctly because it was so weird. Like I was in disbelief during the entire driver's course. It was like this old Chevy Impala that they had, like this old beat up Chevy Impala. It was like the poor thing had been through hell. Like I think these kids at the school had been like wrecking it and hitting curbs and stuff. But I remember going out you had to go driving through the backwoods and stuff because the school was in the backwoods. So we were like driving through the boonies and stuff like that. And this guy was like, yeah, just pull right over here. And it was like just some random house. I was like, okay. So I remember pulling over. The guy got out, the driver ed guy, he got out of the car, he walked up to a house, like just some random ass house, and I dropped something at the door, and then he got back in the car and was like, okay, keep going. I was like, what the hell just happened? Like, what the hell did you just drop off at this house? So we just kept driving after that. And I remember looking back at everybody in the back of the car, like, what the hell is going on? Like, what does this guy just do? Like, at this house? I'm not even asking any questions. I'm like, just keep driving. The guy was like, okay, you passed. I was like, okay, good enough for me.
Bro, meanwhile, some guy opened up his door and looked down at the back. And he opened his mouth. He only had 1, 2. And he said, oh, boss, free man. Like, it's like, oh, no.
Oh, no.
Like,
I don't know if there's anything quite like that.
No, I'm just kidding about that, folks. But that, I remember Matthew telling that story when it happened. He came home that day and he was like, Andrew, this weird thing happened in like driver's ed today. I was like, that is really weird, dude. Like, I wonder what the hell he dropped off. And then we basically never really brought it up again much after that. But I did that little driver's ed class thing too. But I remember being told at the end of it that it wouldn't count towards getting a driver's license or something like that.
It counted for me. I took it straight to the local backwoods DMV, and they was like, "Yep, this is I know Billy or whatever his name was, and he's good with me." And they was like, they just ran with it.
Man, I'll be straight up with y'all, folks. Like the driving qualifications in Alabama are exceptionally low. Like if you need to get a driver's license, and you can't get it from where you're at, I mean, you can go to Alabama and probably get one pretty easy. And it's really weird, folks, because another thing about it is that Utah has a lot of public transport, especially in the Salt Lake metro area and like the Wasatch Front and everything. You don't even need a driver's license to get around here. Like in some cases you might, like if you need to go outside of the city to like say Park City or Heber or something like that, but if you needed to just go anywhere in between Provo to Ogden and everywhere in between, you could get there via public transit to literally any corner of each city. Which is something that is shocking coming from Alabama because we basically had no public transport. Like they would run a bus, but like the bus would come like every 2 hours, and generally it was like filled with tweakers, and it wasn't really a frequent bus service, and it really wouldn't go anywhere. So it was basically non-existent. Here in Utah, you can literally take a bus from wherever you're at in the city, and you can hop on like a Trax and a train and everything, and you can literally get anywhere else without having to drive in a car, which is crazy coming from Alabama. But anyways, we have to get on to more questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
So our next one here goes to none other than damn, I hate this. I was about to start rolling with the questions again, but it looks like we have some more breaking news coming out.
Dang.
Not that I hate breaking news, by the way, but we're just running extremely late. But we have to cover the breaking news, though. We can't skip it. So we've gotten some more information here about the California drone threat situation. So apparently, According to a new report, Iran could use drones to make a deadly strike on California at any time. A top U.S. Army expert has allegedly stated Iranian forces have the tech, the ability, and motivation to launch withering drone attacks on targets in California. They named the guy here, but I'm going to hold off on saying his name as I haven't read the article myself yet. But he says, allegedly says, America's enemies almost certainly trying to launch an attack on Californian shores with the use of drones. And that shows how serious the threat is that the FBI made a warning about it. So I do agree. If he said this, I agree that we are vulnerable to these type of attacks, by the way, because we don't really, nobody's ready for this. I mean, look at the Gulf states. I mean, they're not even ready for it. They had air defense. So, we'll have to see where this goes, but that's a bit concerning.
Let's see here. I'm looking into his background.
What the hell's a withering drone, by the way?
A withering, let's see. Withering drone
drone attacks. What does that mean?
Like, like wearing us down by like the intensity and the waves of them coming in. That's what that means. Like withering fire, basically. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah. So I'm looking into this guy's background because I do have to do a little bit of a background research on folks because I pulled up the guy's name, by the way, Matthew, to go and look at him. So this guy doesn't appear to have any connections. Just to make it clear, we always do a background check on sources to see if they have any connections to, say, Russian or Chinese state media. This guy actually doesn't. So he looks to be a fairly solid source. He actually was heavy into the use of drone warfare and is apparently a retired member or operator of Delta Force. So he's pretty well versed in specialized drone operations, at least how we do them here in America. So it appears that the guy is a fairly credible source, at least an expert witness, if we want to call him that, on drone warfare. So it appears that according to this our Army expert, he's saying that there is a significant threat that could be posed. So we'll have to look into this and see what more we get out of this, but this is fairly news even to us, and we cover the news. Mm-hmm.
It's got to be the disguised cargo ship situation. It's got to be that, because outside of the whole cartel thing, and also, by the way, we don't even know, like, the cartels have allegedly been working with some folks that are from the proxy groups that Iran works with, but we don't have any information stating that they have like a Iranian proxy group army down there. Also, the cartel's not going to be attacking America on behalf of the proxy groups. I promise you that. They will definitely not be doing that, because that'll mess up their entire enterprise. They're not doing that. So it's got to be like disguised cargo ships or something.
I think so. Like the cartel attacking us, folks, wouldn't be good for business. And at the end of the day, the cartel is a money-making operation. And nobody wants the U.S. government coming down and trying to interfere in the money-making operation, so they're not going to do that on behalf of Iran or anyone. But with that, I hope we've been able to address that information well, that new news that's coming out at the moment. And with that, folks, we're actually going to start speeding up our answers to questions, because we are running significantly low on time, and the news keeps coming out. We keep on having wildly interesting questions and wildly interesting side stories, so we're going to have to speed it up, unfortunately. So with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Hokey Redneck, and Hokey said, good question for someone in the chat, excuse me. He said, could you bring your hole punchers with you? Also, if you had a CHP/CCP, does that work there?
Maybe. And I thank you so much for the support, Hokey Redneck, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, Hokey, Utah and Alabama are constitutional carry, so no need for the whole concealed carry permit thing anymore. And also, hole punchers, maybe so, maybe. But also, we have a 10 from ResolverBot, who said, I built an app that pulls OSINT, maps it, creates briefings, and lets you ask questions on the conflict using AI. We have a little link here for it as well.
And I thank you so much for the support, ResolverBot, and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hokey, from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, from what I understand, the 20 or so mini subs can lay mines as well. So is there info on them? And have we engaged any of them? And do we know where they are? And are they a legit threat? LSA all the way.
We haven't really heard of the mini subs being targeted a whole lot. We know that most of them are still in port at the moment and haven't been operational, possibly suggesting they've been abandoned by the crews. So they could be operational, they could be laying mines, but most of them are in port at the moment. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to, let's see. Also, by the way, a big shout out to our California viewers, by the way, praying for you. We also have a 10 from Daniel Kerber, who said, Church of Auburn or Alabama.
Oh, Lordy Lord. We never got into football, really. Because Alabama was so heavy into football and they basically made it their whole focus while we were in school, like the Alabama school system, like it was just basically football worship. It honestly pushed me away from football to the point I don't really care about it or watch it, really. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kyle Padell, who said, Enforcers, can we get a hood segment?
Oh, we can. We'll go to Bessemer really quickly, and we'll just drop it down somewhere in Bessemer. That'll do. That'll do the trick. Ah, yes, here we are. Bessemer, Alabama. This wasn't far from where we lived. Oh, lordy. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that is dressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kyle Padell, who said, I drove through Birmingham, Alabama about 5 years ago. They had construction on a major road, and I got lost while heading to Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah, I think that was probably when they were rebuilding all of those interstate overpasses in Birmingham, because I think the U.S. Department of Transportation told the city they were literally crumbling and possibly prone to collapse, so they had to fix them. They were literally mandated that they had to finally fix it, and then they started to fix them. And then they put lights under them in parks and everything, and you can hear all the road noise while you walk your dog. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal, who said, it just dawned on me that they laid 12 mines as a taunt for another 12-day war, 1 mine for a day each.
Huh, that's interesting. Maybe they did do that for that reason, maybe. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also by the way, like everybody's saying, is that why you guys moved to Utah? Because you were trying to get away from the coast? Actually, we didn't plan that, by the way. We had no foreknowledge of anything like that happening. So we just happened to move inland to Utah, way away from the coast. We just happened to move inland
at the right time.
Yeah,
It's convenient.
just perfectly. We just happened to move right out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the desert in an oasis called Salt Lake City. But anyways, we have a 10 from Kyle Padell, who said, fun fact, the shopping cart was invented by Sylvan Goldman in 1937 in Oklahoma City. He owned a grocery store chain called Humpty Dumpty Grocery Store Chain.
And that's really interesting, Kyle Padell, but you will never be able to beat, let's see, what was his name, Matthew from Publix, man? What was his name? What was his damn name?
Mr. George.
Mr. George. You'll never beat Mr. George, because Mr. George, he got $100 from the gas station, man, and the newspaper, man, and he opened up a store, and he had the music pipe through the store. But anyways, a big thanks for the support, and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from DWRB, who said, what happened to the Russian naval vessel in an Iranian port? Does she still float, and is there damage, etc.? And LSA.
She's still floating, and she floated on away. We don't know where it went, but it's gone. It's disappeared a while ago. So big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Logos, who said, if we don't hold ourselves accountable for mistakes, how are we the good guys?
That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm not saying make heads roll just to make them roll in the military. That would be wildly unfair. But if anyone is truly responsible for it and it was some sort of malice or negligence, there should at least be a minimum a court martial at least, so that way we can at least keep out the pretense that the actual fact that the United States does have moral standards that we adhere to and follow, and that's what truly makes us American, along with our great Constitution and laws that we have. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Zunit, who said coffee.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Zunit, and thank you so much for the coffee fund. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Andrew85. He said, where do I sign up for the LSA Army?
Oh, you're already a part of it. If you subscribe,
We don't have an army. We don't have an army.
Oh yeah, we're a disorganized group, a collective of individuals. like if you want to be a member of the Leaf Spring Army, subscribing to the channel is how you become a part of it. It's just the community. The army part isn't a legit thing. It's not like the People's Liberation Army or anything like that. I mean, it's just a name. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from John Cap. He said, did you see the 60-minute segment about the Havana Syndrome and the microwave weapon? And is it possible the U.S. used that weapon on the Maduro raid? And also, by the way, we don't know if discombobulator is a code word for the Havana Syndrome weapon. We do know pretty much everything about the weapon at this point. It apparently uses pulsed RF radio frequencies to apparently incapacitate subjects. It is backpack portable for the most part, and it uses an effect called the Fry effect, which generally causes vertigo. It causes a clicking in the ears or a high-pitched whining sound, which most victims of Havana Syndrome will describe right before they get really hit by it. So we generally know most about it. I don't really buy the whole backstory on it about it being bought from the black market and stuff like that. I think that might be like a cover story or something. I think the U.S. might have developed it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with Matthew on that. And so big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal, once again, who said, how likely is the IRGC going to obey order of a random leader, and could only Ayatollah bring them under control?
I mean, they're generally doing their own thing at this point. Like, even if they don't like the new guy, they'll just still keep doing what they're doing right now. So I think as far as the Iranian government is concerned, they're well within control on conducting and continuing the war, whether or not they're directly giving the orders or not, at least for now. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for if y'all did watch the 60 Minutes documentary, you'll have heard the people in that documentary speaking about lifelong incapacitation from it. From the sounds of it, it sounds like it creates like a pressure wave in the human skull, like these RF pulsed waves. This is my guess, by the way, because I don't know all the details about it. Nobody really does, unless you're in the intel community for the most part. But it sounds like it creates permanent brain damage if you're exposed to it at a strong enough level. So it can pretty much give you a lifelong disability if you're exposed to that weapon. So extremely dangerous, and there's no way to trace if you got hit with it. Generally, the symptoms are the only way to generally match up if you've been hit with it, but nobody knows who did it or anything like that. It's not like getting hit with like a gun or something like that. If you get shot, there's rifling, there's the bullet itself, there's a whole slew of things that you can generally use to trace back who shot the gun. You can't trace back who shot the combobulator. Like, you simply can't do it. Very dangerous. But also, we have a 5 from Prestige, who said, at least in my part of Florida, as long as you pay $300, you'll have your motorcycle license.
I mean, that's pretty much how it was kind of in Alabama. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Martial Law, who said, I think the market reaction is just fast because of the speed of information. But as soon as the spice flows, the markets will rebound just as fast.
Hopefully, I'd hope, but it looks like the spice is not going to be flowing for a minute, really, sadly, at this point. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal once again, who said, IRGC has only put 12 mines because they want to be able to demine it in case a deal is struck.
Maybe. I have a feeling they're probably not looking for a deal at this point. I think they're looking at trying to inflict some damage because they don't really seem to be willing to negotiate from what we've heard in the background a couple of times that they've tried so far. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal yet again, who said, a 12-day alert and be on the lookout for an abrupt end to this conflict with a face-saving deal for both sides. Sadly, Live Animal, I don't think it's going to be the case. I really don't think that will be. If it happens, I'll be proven wrong. But I have a feeling that Iran knows they kind of have us in a choke point right now with the Strait of Hormuz situation, and they're going to try to take advantage of that because they're a terroristic regime. So that's their goal, is to exact terror. So they have a chance, and I think they're going to go for it. So it's up to the U.S. to find a way to breach that and change the calculus a bit. That's about as good as a plan as I'm hearing at this point. So we'll have to see what they come up with. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree with Enforcer Matt on that one. I don't really think this thing is going to be ending anytime soon because while they keep saying, look, we declared victory, we're going to keep it going. You know, it's like, oh, that sounds like the double speak the Russians are doing. We love peace. And then every time they go to negotiate, they'll give us what we want or to kill everyone. And then they keep going to keep the war going. So big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flat for Life, who said, did we forget about Shadow Fleet tankers disguised as drone launching platforms?
No, we haven't. And yes, we can. But I'm just kidding, by the way. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from 82JD Brooder, who said, another individual here who is making the rounds on YouTube, who happens to be a former CIA agent, who I know about, has been talking about this for years, and they're already here. I have heard what she has to say, by the way. I won't say the name. I think people may have seen the super chat, but I have heard what she has to say. I'm not totally on board with what she's saying necessarily, but it makes sense, but I'm not entirely convinced. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, generally, I got to be honest with y'all. The former CIA people who go out there and say stuff, I don't really know if they're credible. Because, like, I'm not trying to discredit all of them, but how in the world do we know that they're still not working with the CIA? Like, I'm not one of those people who is like highly suspicious, but still at the same time, how do we know that they're still not working with the CIA? It's just in a less official capacity, and they're still working to spread a message, possibly that they want to send. And also in some other examples, like for the ones who have gone to basically working for like Russian state media and stuff, how in the world do we not know that everything that they're saying is just made to generally try and discredit the United States even unduly, just because of the fact they're being paid by another foreign country, like say, Russia Today, which is a Russian state media agency, or something like South China Post. It's like, who's to say? And that kind of, like, I just kind of got to be straight up with y'all. Like, generally, whenever I hear anyone who's ex-CIA say anything, I kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, well, if you're the way I understand it, because obviously I don't work for the CIA, neither one of us do. But the way I understand it is, if you're in an organization like that, it's a very tight knit community for the most part, and also because of the nature of the work, it's classified. Most of it is, so you have to make friends within the agency, because it's not like you can go out and talk to just some random people about what you're working on. You'd be violating the law, and you'd go to the pen for that. So it's like they marry within the agency. They have friends within the agency. So when you leave that agency, you generally never really lose touch with that community for the most part. So you're never really truly out of the CIA, because that's basically your like work family. That's the best way to describe it. So you're never really truly out of that agency, to say the least. You're not technically a part of it anymore, but you're still within it to a certain degree, if that makes sense.
I saw someone ask if I was taking a dig at a specific person, and I'm not taking a dig at anyone in particular. I'm just saying that's generally kind of like my modus operandi when it comes to the former CIA agents that are saying stuff out there. But I will have to say, I mean, like, on that particular one, I'm not going to say who it is, but I am going to say some things that have really kind of like set off some alarm bells to me. This guy seems to really kind of take the anti-American outlook at most everything. Like, for example, that specific guy that this person has mentioned said that Iran has the capability to easily destroy our aircraft carriers and their strike groups in the Middle East, because he was told that by another friend who also worked at Russia Today. And you can generally assume that any quote-unquote American military analyst that's working for Russia Today isn't an American military analyst. They're a Russian bullshit artist that happens to be American. And so taking something like that and then running with that to the hills and taking it to the bank, I mean, that's the thing that made me go, I don't really trust this guy too much. Just going to be kind of upfront on that. Because if someone...
Although with certain people though, if you become an outcast from like an agency like that, like for example, you've done something to piss off all your buddies or something like that, because you went out and said things that you weren't supposed to be saying in the public, that might change the calculus a little bit, because now you're an outcast. You're basically an untouchable at that point. So you may not really have that same connection that a normal agent that retired or left or something like that would have, because at that point you're basically an enemy.
Sure, but then they also have an ulterior motive, like this particular case, which I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just that we're not saying their name. Like, they basically like get like the disgruntled employee thing going, and then they just kind of say whatever that paints the former employer in a bad light. And that's kind of how that's looking at this point, because it's like, it's one thing like when we say something like, well, clearly we didn't plan for what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that's not anti-American, that's just the truth of it and something that needs to be fixed. But with that guy, he'll say stuff like, Iran has the capability to obliterate all of our carriers, which they don't have the ability to do, and they probably wouldn't even be able to possess that ability for probably the next 20 to 30 years, maybe, if they ever even got it. And, and it's like, that's kind of the thing where it's like, to me, it's like, I don't really trust the people who are former CIA that are in good graces with the CIA, because they might still be working for the CIA and putting out specific stories and narratives that they want out. And then the people who are the untouchables, who came out of the CIA because they gotten basically fracas with all of them. It's like, I don't trust them either, because then they basically become the disgruntled employees, and then they go out of their way to just make everything sound like it's not that good. And it's like, you really can't take either of them at their word for different reasons. But it all boils down to take it with a grain of salt, basically. But with that,
although that one fella you're talking about though, I think I know the dude you're talking about. He was done kind of dirty though.
Well, yeah,
like
yeah,
that's the thing. He was done kind of dirty. Like they didn't just try to punish him. They also tried to make him suffer on top of it. So, under circumstances like that, I'm a little bit on the fence a little bit. So what's with that is, I mean, if it's one thing to punish somebody for speaking, classified information, it's another thing to try to make them suffer and also try to make them basically have a miserable life for the rest of their life because they did something that you didn't like. There's a big difference.
Well, I would agree, but the thing is though to me is that it's like sure, like that's true, and I get why the guy is, as I'm calling him, a disgruntled employee. Like I definitely get it. He was given a very raw deal, and he was basically screwed over for doing the right thing, which was whistleblowing on illegal actions. But also, like as far as him being a reliable source, it's like with the whole disgruntled employee thing going on at this point, kind of, it's like, is he really a reliable source? And it's like, 50-50, kind of a deal. Like, I don't really know if he would be a reliable one. And with his analysis on the Middle East, which was basically just painting America in the most negative light possible, but not in a realistic way. It was more so in just a way to make it sound like we were going to be completely swept off of the earth by Iran. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I would generally say the source might not be entirely credible. I get why he doesn't like the United States and he's disgruntled and quite frustrated about it all. But as far as using him as a reliable source, like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't really do that.
He actually did a lot of stuff he talks about, though. Like, he actually was station where you spoke about and stuff like that. So, he's the real deal. Like he's not making all the stuff up. He might be exaggerating just for like entertainment value a little bit on some of that stuff, I'd imagine. But like there's actually like weird crap that goes on and stuff like that. Like he's describing, like from what I've heard from people, there's actually weird crap that happens like that. So I mean, he's not just making stuff up. I think some of those stories that are interesting, at least to me, are actually legit.
He's a great storyteller, and his stories of what he did was really interesting in the CIA. But also, like what I'm saying though, like I'm not saying that all of that's untrue and that he's lying about all of it and everything. It's just that like with his sources of like what he was saying, like these days, like, oh, we're going to war with Iran on a Tuesday. Remember that one? Like when he said we're going to war on a Tuesday at 10 local time. It's like, I don't know about that.
He was he was listening to a dude that had no credibility.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like when you take a source like that though, and then you just cite it like the Bible and then stick by it, it's like that kind of like degrades credibility on that end as well. It's like I will say the guy is one very charismatic. He's a great storyteller, very interesting career, and I greatly respect him for whistleblowing what he did back in the day that got him in all the trouble that he got into. But at the same time, as far as using him as a reliable source of information coming out of the Middle East right now about what the U.S. is doing there and what Iran's doing, I kind of take it at a grain of salt because so far it's kind of like batting, like 5-0 at this point right now. I mean, like we're maybe batting like 4-2 or something like that, 4 correct, 2 incorrect. But that's better odds than like basically like 3-0 or 4-0 or something.
Yeah, possibly so. But on that note, though, we're getting very late. So we're going to move on to our next one, which goes to Robert Planting, who puts in the 5. He said, please speak on the water shortage in Iran. Follow that water.
And the water shortage is still ongoing. We understand that it's spread to a larger sweep of Iran at the moment. It's currently in Tehran. I believe it's also in Mashhad, but I wouldn't really be able to tell you about any other specific regions at the moment. We only know about Tehran and Mashhad, and they're still having to ration the water within those areas. And so big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
In our next one, also, by the way, everybody had already picked up on who we were talking about, by the way. I love those short videos that are going around, by the way. It's like, we were in the Middle East, and they told him get on the table and sit there and be quiet. And then I went to the Middle East, and that made him like a viral star overnight. Like I'd already known about him like a long time ago. Like the moment he got on YouTube, I was watching his stuff from the moment he was there because I'd already known about his whole whistleblowing stuff. I was like, oh look, he's on YouTube and stuff now. So I started watching him. But the whole like short like thing with like these voice changing, like tone changes and stuff is like that is like propelled that dude into like crazy levels of virality for the most part.
Also, I want to clarify before we move on, just one more thing. I respect that guy a whole lot, like for his whistleblowing and also his time and what he did in the CIA. He did a great thing for the United States, and I also think that he did an amazing thing whistleblowing what he did, because we should hold ourselves to a higher moral exemplar, or at least a higher moral standard in the United States, because of the fact we are the United States. But the only thing I'm saying, though, I just want to make this clear. While I respect the guy and I think he's a really cool dude and he has really interesting stories, as far as a source for the Middle East, like, I've just heard him say some stuff because he's listening to another guy who works for Russia Today that's just, like, full of crap, and he's kind of taking it and running with it and hedging his own credibility behind it. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I wouldn't take him as a credible source for the Middle East, but he's a really cool guy and he's got a lot of interesting stories. That's one thing I will say about him.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Live Animal, who puts in the 5 and said, the U.S. admin probably told General Kane, I want this war to be over in 2 weeks.
Maybe, but a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mark Dixon, who did not leave a comment. And sorry for choking through this, folks. I got to get a little water here in a second. But thank you very much, Mark, for that 5. We also have another 5 from Live Animal. He said, are they keeping Mojtaba Khomeini alive in public memory, even though he might not be, so that the IRGC will obey ceasefire orders given on his behalf?
They might. I mean, maybe. Like, that's definitely a possibility. I would say that it's more or less of a possibility because generally the IRGC is kind of running out of control, and they kind of put a lot of pressure on the council of experts, or like it's like the panel of experts or something like that, to pick him. Although most of them died, they still picked him. And so generally he's more so there as a figurehead, more so than a direct leader. So that might be the case, kind of not, but we'll have to see. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And we are going to be on to the next one, which is a 5 from Levezzi. Huh?
You would never believe who just followed us on Twitter. Like,
Who?
you would never believe it.
Who?
I can't tell you on the air. I'll have to tell you off the air. But you would not believe who just followed us.
Way! Hold up, I just saw it. Hang on, let me go look.
Holy smokes!
No way, that's the dude. Oh my goodness,
Oh
that's
my
crazy.
God.
That's actually his
Bro.
real Twitter. Should we tell him?
You never really know who's watching. You never really know who's watching the show, man. Like, I'm telling you, like, we don't know. Like, sometimes they get a little like sketched out, like in who's watching the show. Because I'm like, sometimes like we don't hold back with our commentary. Like, if there's something that we want to criticize, we criticize it. So it's like I don't
That
know.
is
Like, well, I think you gotta
That's
hold off.
actually
Hold
crazy.
off.
Should we tell people about that? Like, that's actually like
I would
crazy.
hold off.
Yeah, we're gonna hold off on that one. I think. I mean, that's man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. That's kind of like hype. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, like seeing that's pretty crazy. You gotta admit.
Yeah, so that's wild.
I mean, that is
Oh, boy.
crazy. I mean, like, that's like one of the that's like one of the biggest voices in America right there. That's really crazy right there. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Levezzi, who said, Israeli American here, and we're lucky our enemies are having some trouble. At the same time, those rockets are killing people coming from Hezbollah. Don't take them lightly. They're a real threat in LSA.
I would definitely agree with you, Levezzi. The rockets are a significant threat, and we always need to make sure to try and defend our airspace as much as we possibly can. Also, by the way, it is not Kiriakou. That's not the person who followed us on Twitter, by the way. Just got to make it clear because everyone's like, "Is that guy?" It's like, no, it's not. Like, honestly, it would be really cool if he did follow us. I think that'd be really neat. Because while I'm saying, what I said prior, I still respect the guy. He's a very commendable guy, stand-up guy, stuck to his beliefs and his values. That's a respectable person for that reason. And it would be cool if he did follow us, but it's not that guy. But anyways, through that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Sarabura, who said most references say that Russia have around 5,500 tanks. And if so, then how have they lost 11,000? Thanks, guys, an avid watcher.
Actually, interesting enough, before the war, they actually had, I think, something like 13,000 tanks on paper. And right now, they're down to about 2,000 of them because they can't build any new ones, and they're basically using older Soviet stockpiles. So that is what we generally know at the moment. And I believe right now, Oryx is still making a live count of those figures of the remaining armor that they have in APCs and MBTs, and it's wildly low at this point. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Andrew Honeycutt, who put in a 5. Also, by the way, I have no idea how people are like looking through and finding out that information so quick. Like, do you see that?
Yeah, can we tell them now? I mean, like, basically, they all got it anyway.
I guess so. I don't really know why I'm like holding back from saying it anyway. I guess I'm just somewhat surprised, actually.
Yeah, so to let y'all know, just like 4 minutes ago, and we were like, "Yo!" Like we were like, "That's crazy." Joe Rogan actually just followed us on Twitter, like just like 4 minutes ago. So that's really crazy, honestly. Like that's mind blowing. It's like I don't know if he watches our live stream. But he's definitely looking at our Twitter and found it interesting enough to follow. I mean, that's just mental, honestly. We always kid around folks about you never know who's listening, and I mean, like we say that legitimately because it's every single day we become more and more surprised who in the world is really listening and following our stuff, like Joe Rogan. Like it's like you wouldn't like. In my days, man, like in all of my days, I would never expect that we would be followed by Joe Rogan. Like to be entirely honest, like that kind of seemed like like as y'all know, he runs like the largest podcast in America, if I'm not mistaken. So I always would be like, you're probably like small fry business, probably not like being watched or paid attention to by folks like that. But interesting enough, we are. That's crazy. Big thanks to him for following our Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, big thanks as well. I wonder if he's watching the YouTube show or is he just seeing the Twitter? Because the Twitter's been going berserk recently. Like it's been going wild. Like the tweet I put out like just a minute ago is already up to like 500,000 views on it, which is insane, by the way. So I don't know if he's just watching the Twitter or not. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's just wild though. I mean, that's really crazy. Honored to see it. We love to know that people enjoy the show and also enjoy the Twitter and would follow it. Like I'm so curious, does the dude watch our show? Like I'd be very interested in knowing that now. Because generally like the people who follow us on Twitter, they also like watch the show and or sometimes they just follow the Twitter. So we don't really know. Like but that's really cool. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
So our next one here is going to go to none other than Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in the 5. And thank you, Andrew, for that 5. He said, every time the enforcers say, also, by the way, an angel gets its wings, lol. And is there any instance in history when a sub torpedoes another sub, and I can't find one?
I think there was one instance of that in the Second World War, I think. And that's like the only time that sub-on-sub warfare really ever happened and it was successful. But throughout most of history, submarines have very rarely attacked each other from what I would know. But that's off of my top-of-the-head knowledge right now, and that might be incorrect. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ryan H. on Wheels, who said the first gas station was a Gulf station open in Pittsburgh in LSA.
That's really cool, actually. And I gotta thank you so much for your support, Ryan H. on Wheels, and sharing that interesting fact with us. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Waka Waka What, who said, slab that butter on a breadstick. Olive Garden stick, he said. Best news in the biz.
And thank you so much for your support, Waka Waka What. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Nico Hudson. He said, if you could live a day as any type of animal, what would you choose and why? I would choose a honey badger. Right off the bat, with that. Honey badger is probably my favorite animal at this point because that thing can literally get chewed up by lions and stuff like that, and it still keeps going. So the honey badger is pretty cool, I would say. Also, are the honey badgers known as intelligent or are they known as stupid? Like it seems like people are half and half on that.
The honey badgers are like generally intelligent, but they're also considered to be stupid because they're just so unbelievably like brave to the point of putting themselves in great danger. So they kind of like are in the middle ground.
Interesting. So yeah, I guess maybe possibly smart. Depends on the badger you come across. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I'd probably be a bird because I like to soar. I like to soar up to great heights and see the world from there, the way a bird would see it. You know, like you can kind of see it from a plane, but it's just not the same thing. Like if you were physically detached from everything and it was just you up there floating around and flying like a bird would, I feel like that'd be really cool. So I'd probably pick something like probably a bird that would soar to great heights. I wouldn't know of one off the top of my head because everyone always picks falcons, but falcons are generally precise killers. They don't really fly high from what I know. But I'd like to pick a bird that would fly incredibly high, maybe as high as Lone Peak around here. That'd be really cool. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have let's see here. Let me make sure I got them all. Let's see. This one goes to Simon Baker, who puts in a 5. He said, wait a minute. Hold on. He said, give Somalis letters of marque for Iranian ships and service drones. Oh. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Look at me. I'm the captain. Man, imagine. Dude, like, I'm not going to lie. That is one hell of a mental image you've just given me right there. The Somalis being given letters of marque against Iran. Bro, it's going to be speedboat on speedboat action right there. That's going to be hilarious. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ronan Declassified. He said, if an Iranian attack on LA turns out to actually happen, how do you think we would respond? And I personally think the gloves would have to come off. I think immediately what we'd have to do is we'd have to put air defense on the coast, like immediately, because right now we don't have any air defense on the coast. Of course, we have heard in the past the president talking about building the Golden Dome defense system, but I'm not sure if that's made for drones specifically. I think that's for medium to short to long range ballistic missile interception. That's my understanding of it. So we'd have to deploy air defense. I'm not sure where we're going to get that much air defense from, as we simply don't have that much. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, yeah, of course, first off, you have to get air defense in the area. Second off, I mean, taking the gloves off, though, and just bombing Iran harder really doesn't do us much of anything. At that point, we kind of just take the lick, and we have to kind of keep ticking to go with the old saying. I think at that point, we ought to just start raining hell on the Iranian coast, honestly, and clear out the Strait of Hormuz, and then also start trying to conduct spot inspections of container ships that may be mysterious or somewhat suspicious is probably a better word to put it, that are off of our coast. I think that probably would be a pretty good move to make. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from my trucking travels yet again. He said, I really love when y'all go off the deep end and start cutting up whenever you get to my super chats. Funny as hell. And don't forget to take one from the chat this time, LOL.
And we
did we forget that earlier?
Did we? Why the
I
hell
thought we got it.
Like, if we did, why in the world is it all? I don't know why it is with your super chats. I think your super chats are just like something that like I just really like get into, like the whole idea of like Interstate 10 in the desert and stuff. I just completely forget about talking about the live chat. So if we missed that again, I'm very sorry about that, Mike Trucking Travels. But I also got to say your super chats are pretty cool. And also I think it's really cool that you are on that Interstate 10 grind, because like I have never driven a 18-wheeler at all, but I have driven one in American Truck Simulator, and it's a really cool place. Like, it's a really cool place in American Truck Simulator, like the desert and all. But I do thank you so much for the support, and we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. And so what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat goes to Alex, who said the Chinese are the only ones who cares about the Hormuz being open. Is that right?
No, we all care. Like, no. We all care, because global, like, oil prices are set globally as a flat standard. Like, it doesn't change from region to region. Gas can change from region to region. Oil does not. So if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, oil prices are rising for everyone, including the United States. And that's really wherein the issue would lie. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope we were able to address that live chat well, my trucking travels. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Treesaw, and thank you, Treesaw, for that 2, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 2 from Mama Mentality, who said, don't mess with the U.S. Rhymes for a reason.
And I suppose it does. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Data Relay, who said, let's see, I don't know, what does this mean right here? You see this?
Let's see here. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know what that means either. It's setting off my alarms in my head.
I do thank you for the support, blood. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Kay, who said LSA and 6 and 7.
Oh, God. 6, 7. Oh, God. Oh, no. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, someone just said, this has to be bot views. No, it's all organic. It's all rock organic. I can tell you that. You know, like honestly, like we don't really know how it got here either, but we're happy for it. I mean, you know, we're not.
And you couldn't even pay people to watch this show.
Shit, you could. Like, you probably couldn't. Like, but anyway, I'm just kidding. By the way, we thank you all for watching. We really are honored that y'all are here. But no, there's no bot viewers here. This is all grinding for basically 4 years straight to get to this point. Like, you're here at the apex of what we've been doing. Go back to when we first started. Well, when I first started, because Matthew wasn't even here when this all started. He came in a month later. But go back to the beginning. I mean, literally, you can watch the channel grow over the last 4 years. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also have a 2 from Kay once again. He said left-handed wrench.
You know, those are the really expensive ones right there. It is those left-handed wrenches. Matthew, you know about those, right?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. There is no such thing. like a wrench is ambidextrous by design. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from King Timmy, who said Enforcer Al Bundy. I guess so. Apparently, he was a shoe salesman. Apparently, when I said earlier that was that my earlier job in college was selling shoes at the outdoor clothing store. Apparently, that was Al Bundy, I guess. But thank you for the support. We also have a 2 from Matthew Perry. He said the school used to be part of the base.
Interesting. And I guess if that is really the case, then I guess it would be an unfortunate accident due to faulty intelligence. Um, So I guess that kind of is what it is at the end of the day. Unfortunate and a tragedy. And I think that we need to, at that point, work on our intelligence gathering to see that it's a lot more astute and more refined, in my opinion. So that way we don't see such unfortunate incidents like that happening again. But a big thanks to you for the support. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brooke Tiger Girl, who puts in a 2. And thank you for that support, by the way. They said, okay, and I have to shout out my alma mater, War Eagle. Now, me personally, I will say respectable. I actually know a lot of people that I knew from high school that went to Auburn, by the way. I personally went to UAB, so I went to Alabama, actually. But I was never into football and all that stuff. I was never a football person ever, which is kind of a strange thing for someone from Alabama not to be into football. But I just never really truly was. So I never really rooted for a team. I just kind of went along and just said Alabama if somebody asked for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, we actually both went to UAB up in Birmingham for our university. So technically it's an Alabama university, not an Auburn one. But actually, no correction. We actually went to both because we went to AUM originally in Montgomery, and then when we moved to Birmingham, we switched over to UAB. So we actually went to an Auburn University and an Alabama one, but it wasn't the real Auburn or Alabama both times. But I would generally say I just don't get into football enough to actually have an opinion on them. Like, I know that Alabama is generally the one I think that has always ended up getting to like the finals in the college league football sort of a thing. And then Auburn had their time for a little bit, but generally Auburn and Alabama are some of the best teams in the country from what I know. Because Alabama prided itself on that. I mean, good lordy, football! Like, you heard that every day. But I do thank you so much for your support.
You know what? You know what's weird? The lady who's on CNN, the reporter. I don't remember her name right off the bat for some reason. I see her face, but I don't remember her name. It's the one that covers the White House. I think you know who I'm talking about. The one on CNN, the lady reporter.
I know who you're talking about.
I can't remember her name. Yeah, she actually went to Prattville High School, actually. So she went to high school just down the road from us, actually. The what's her name? What is that lady's name? Hold on a second.
Her name. I really can't.
CNN reporter. Caitlin Collins, that's her name right there. To my understanding, she went to Prattville High School. So she went to high school right down the road from us, by the way. We were over in Wetumpka, and she was over in Prattville, but at a different time, though, not the exact same time. So that's kind of weird. A lot of people going into media out of the area that we grew up, including us. But we kind of went the independent route a little bit, sort of unintentionally, but it kind of worked out.
Yeah, it worked out quite well, really. I mean, compared to what could have happened. Like, yeah, I'll tell you what, it turned out okay. But that's really wild because I'll show y'all, folks. So there's Prattville over here. That's where Caitlin Collins is from. And we're from over here. And the distance between the two towns is about 12 miles or so. So this is about the distance from, like, the top of Salt Lake City, like downtown, all the way down towards like Orem or something. About the same. Actually, this is like half that distance while my esophagus almost collapsed right there. That's about half the distance, actually, but not that far, really, at all. For some reason, though, Matthew, that drive from Wetumpka to Prattville always felt like a million miles.
Yeah, it really did, honestly. It felt like a very long way.
Yeah. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Ryan H. on Orbs, who said, maybe he'll have y'all on the show.
Maybe. I mean, like, if he ever asked us to go on, I mean, we probably would give it some serious consideration. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I have to say, though, that we usually stay on our show only, because if we ever do something, it's got to be the both of us, because the show basically is Enforcer and Enforcer Matt. It's not just Enforcer or Enforcer Matt. So that might be really weird for someone else's format to bring on like 2 people simultaneously. And also on top of that, we have like our thing just ironed out, like how we like do the show and how we interact and stuff. But I mean, we would still probably give that very serious consideration. Matthew and me would have to talk about it, but that would be pretty cool. Like that would be pretty neat if we were invited. That'd be really, really cool, honestly. But
That would
with,
be pretty cool. I'm not sure what we would talk about, but I mean, I guess we could talk about something. I
mean,
guess possibly.
we could talk about the wire. We could talk about the world. Of course we wouldn't talk about politics, because that's just we never talk about that. Someone's about to be like, "Oh, to hell with you, you're political." It's like, no, not really. It's just like, I would find it really interesting to be invited to the show and go on it if we ever did. But that's a pretty big stretch. I mean, all he did was follow us on Twitter. I mean, like he might just, like respect the show from a distance, or he might like it a whole lot. I don't know. I'm not him. I can't say.
It could be that my manic tweeting has paid off. My tweeting at all
Could
hours
be.
of the night and day. Maybe it paid off finally. I've been tweeting like a fiend recently. I've a couple of people have reached out to me and said, "Matt, what are you doing tweeting at like 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning? Like, are you good?" And I'm like, "Well, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Like, this is the way I kind of do it. I do this all the time, so I don't know. Like, kind of manic tweeting, but it appears to be doing pretty good. So maybe being a little bit manic about the tweeting is not too bad."
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's actually an amazing. I never dissed on it. I was just like, dang, he's like going to town over there. Like I get on the Twitter here and there, and I'll repost things every once in a while throughout the day. But the show, like the live show here that we do on air, it's like I try and play it off, but it's mentally exhausting for me every day to do this. Like I wake up the next day and I'm just like kind of like half spent from doing it. So like this is kind of like the only thing that I really like dig into and do every day, because monologuing for 4 hours, 4.5 hours like it is now isn't easy. So it's exhausting. So Matthew's really the one who does basically all of the Twitter. But that's its own thing, its own animal, and its own, and we both get exhausted doing our own things on this. But with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Pretzel's Garage. He said, any Rapido trains that you might add to your collection? I'm thinking of the U-30C.
You are talking about, let me see if I can show it here. This one. This is a Burlington route, U-30C. I've seen the Rapido ones coming out, and I got to say they are absolutely neat. But I heard word on the street is that Scale Trains is going to be coming out with an SD70 Ace, and they make Gevo this and Gevo that, and they make great Gevos, by the way. I love them to pieces, and they're really great. But I really am looking forward to the Scale Trains SD70 Aces. Like, that's just going to be incredible to see, because I have some Broadway limited ones, but they're die-cast, and I think if I heard right, Scale Trains is going to do theirs as plastic molding, so that's going to be super cool. So generally I'm looking forward to that, but I love Rapido stuff. It's super cool, and I do want to get some of it. It's just that I don't know if I'm going to do anything that's era appropriate for a U-30, and if I did, I probably have to do a whole bunch of work to it to make it look like a worn out, beat up, like second gen diesel that's on a modern railroad somewhere, but still really cool. I like the U-30s. I like the U-boat series. It was a really cool one. But still, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also have a 2 from David Ford, who said, guns don't kill people, the government does.
Well, I mean,
Not our government.
not ours. We try our best not to. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, folks, it's now time to jump into some live chat questions and our Morse code decoders, because we are fresh out of super chats. But once again, a huge shout out to everybody once more for donating to the channel tonight and helping to keep it running. But jumping into our Morse code decoders, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroya Fluffiness, Coach Cooperterry, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse code says, it looks like no one is safely passing through the strait. Open the strait in LT, LSA.
And it ding. And that is the sound of money. Y'all got the dent on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. And I got to congratulate y'all greatly for getting that Morse code message correct time and time again. Truly an amazing and incredible thing to see. The Lee Springer Signal Corps once again taking the cake. Winter runner chicken dinner, I guess is the way to say it. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that to all of y'all incredibly well. And with that, folks, due to wildly significant time constraints, because we've gone unbelievably overtime, it is time for us to get 3 questions from the chat and then round out the stream. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so this one goes to Whiny, who said, will you cover the hack of a medical company by Iran? And I heard about that. I heard that allegedly a medical devices manufacturer here in the United States got hacked by Iranian hackers. I don't know why they targeted a medical company. It seems a bit strange. Maybe that's the only one they could get their hands on, possibly. But we should expect a lot more of that because the Iranians have a pretty potent hacking force. Let's just put it that way. It's surprising that even though Iran generally isn't like as powerful as China, their hacking force is kind of a little bit on par with China's hacking force to a large degree for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say that it is, I heard a little bit about it, but I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it. But generally, cyber warfare forces from most countries are fairly comparable to each other these days. It's actually a little bit concerning. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
We also have a question here from none other than, let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to pick a good one out of the ones we have left. This one goes to AF Kaplan. He said, personally, I would be more concerned about Iran activating sleeper cells in California. And what do you think? I think that's a risk across the whole country. Like, I mean, I don't think sleeper cells are necessarily limited to, major population centers like big cities. I mean, they could be anywhere. And in fact, you'd probably find that the people that are involved in those cells are probably not in major cities. They're probably in places that are more remote. And if they're going to carry something out, they'll probably go to a major city. So that's what I would think for the most part. But we heard today that the president said that he has a general grasp on the situation. He thinks. Me personally, I would always be prepared to defend yourself against these lunatics running around in case something does happen. Like my motto is, hope that the police will show up, but if they're not there in time, you might have to defend yourself, and you have the right to defend yourself in this country. So you might as well exercise. So you don't want to get caught lacking, as they say, by some lunatic that's trying to carry out violence. But Enforcer, what say you?
Like Matthew's saying, domestic terrorist cells can be literally anywhere, and it doesn't really matter the actual breakdown, because I know a lot of people will kind of try and politicize it. How many undocumented migrants are here, and how many are there, and all that sort of stuff. The reality of it is, folks, is that anybody can be a domestic terrorist, and that's kind of the threat in it. Is that there really isn't a way to be able to, I guess the best way to describe it is profile an area or a region to say this one's going to have more domestic terrorist incidents and this one's going to have less. And then even so, a lot of them travel. So a guy in, say, Arkansas could go and travel all the way to Colorado and conduct a terrorist attack there. So then it doesn't even matter from the regional area because they could go anywhere and conduct the attack. Generally, I would say that it's really a risk nationwide, and hopefully we'll be able to see that the domestic law enforcement agencies at the federal and state levels will be diligent and try and make sure to try and catch these guys and stop them before they can conduct any sort of heinous act. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that question is going to go to Tim Tom, who said, what are your thoughts on possible attacks in the United States by these lunatics? And I believe it could happen as Iran apparently has a ship off our west coast that's believed to have missiles and drones, and sounds possible to me. Now, I haven't heard anything saying that there's a confirmed disguised vessel that Iran has off our coast. I personally haven't heard that from any of my sources, so I'm not sure if that's actually confirmed or not. But it looks like they're running P-8 Poseidon racetracks down there near Baja, California. I'm not sure if that's related to the cartels or not, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, it seems like we'd have our coastline locked down for the most part, where if a vessel simply was lurking around and we didn't know who it was from, we'd probably be suspicious of it, I would imagine, but I don't really know how that really works. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally there is a pretty decent threat that could be posed, at least on attacks in the United States. And that's kind of the risk of it, because the United States, compared to other countries around the world that could be attacked, like Israel, which has the Shin Bet, and generally not the kind of rights and liberties that American citizens have, our rights and liberties are a bit of a double-edged sword, because while they give us an extreme amount of freedom, generally compared to most other countries in the world, it also allows for a lot of people, ne'er-do-wells, to be able to abuse those very freedoms that we hold dear. And that is not at all an argument, by the way, folks, for people to start limiting the liberties and rights of American citizens whatsoever. But we do have to admit and actually see and acknowledge that with liberty comes significant risk. And much like Benjamin Franklin said, those who would give up their liberty for security deserve neither. And so we generally have to face that this is the threat that we face in the United States of America. These attacks could be significant. They could happen anywhere across the country. And we would hope that we'd be able to catch them and stop them before that is the case. And if the attack does happen, then at that point, we'd only have to hope that the law enforcement is swift enough to take them out before they can cause any more damage, or to see that they're taken alive and put into custody and then face a trial by a jury that won't let them get away for their crimes. And surely they won't, but to what degree, we wouldn't know. So
Hey, we're actually not that much different from Israel, actually. Like, technically speaking, they're supposed to get a warrant to monitor communications and things like that. But in reality, though, it's been known for a long time, especially after the Snowden leaks, that there's mass surveillance that monitors every communication. So if there are sleeper cells here, they have to communicate some way or another. And pretty much every major messaging platform has largely been cracked for the most part, to my understanding. The Israelis are good at that, and the U.S. is good at that, too. So I would imagine that they probably are able to track them that way, because obviously if you put certain search terms like into messaging apps or search engines and things like that, you become a person of interest to a large degree. So then they can look into those people and see, for the most part. They can't prosecute based on that because, of course, unless you're something criminal, they have to obtain, let me put it this way, they have to obtain it with a warrant. You can't go prosecute somebody with evidence gained without a warrant. That would be thrown out. So they can use it to generally preempt these attacks, but they can't use it to prosecute. So that's a problem with that. But, there's a huge surveillance, by the way. Like, I would imagine they probably have a good grasp on them just from that.
Also, I see someone saying the Supreme Court just said you can kick the doors in if you want with no warrants. I'd have to go read the case, because that would generally be a violation of the Fourth Amendment, which is
That's a no-knock warrant. They're confused. It's about no-knock warrants. It's not about not having a warrant. It's about not being able to knock if you have a warrant.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's it's probably a little bit more detail to that. Like, for example, exigent circumstances, like say someone may be in mortal danger inside of a house, so you have to bust in anyways without a warrant to go and try and save that person, something like that. But I mean, the Supreme Court's never just going to sit there and say, just frankly, oh yeah, you don't need a warrant to bust into someone's house. I mean, that would literally be a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. That's about no-knock warrants, which people are misunderstanding. Like a no-knock warrant, by the way, folks, is where they still have to go to a magistrate or some other form of a judge like that and get a warrant. It's just that they're not going to come and announce themselves when they come to fulfill the writ of the warrant to come and search your house. So they're just going to bust down the door and then go in without notifying you, because you might be a dangerous individual or someone who's believed to pose great harm or danger if they come and notify themselves and say, this is the police, we have a warrant. It's like, what if you open up the door and start greasing these cops? That's what the no-knock warrant is for. And they only give those out in particular instances where the police can prove that you are a danger, and for that reason going up and announcing themselves and the warrant might be dangerous. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least that side of things, because that has been an existent sort of a warrant for decades at this point, really for an incredibly long time, as a matter of fact, come to think of it. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to answer that question well, and also that side one as well right there. But hopefully we'll be able to see that law enforcement is able to handle the situation here on the home front, because that's really the only hope we have. And further constricting people's rights in this country would never be an answer, and would only be a long-form answer to seeing an increasing overreach of the government here in this country, which is not an American principle, in my opinion. But with that, it is time for us to reach the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank you all so much for watching. Y'all have watched 4 hours and 50 minutes of the Enforcer Show tonight. This is getting on up in the records again, and I got to say that we're greatly appreciative. It's been an absolute blast and a whole load of fun to be able to run the show with all of y'all tonight. I hope that y'all have enjoyed, and it's been a great thing to see that over the course of the entire stream we had 30,500 people here at the peak, and over the course of the stream 250,000 people have watched. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if we can, we will make a short war video tomorrow, and I'll be the one making that short war video if there is enough news to cover. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on our next Nightly War News stream. And also a big shout out to the 250,000 people that were here tonight once again. And we appreciate every single one of you for joining us for the news coverage. And if there is a short war video to make, the Enforcer will be putting that out tomorrow. And we'll see. I would imagine there probably will be news tomorrow, so you'll probably be seeing that midday as well. But a huge shout out to you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.